Chapter 1. The Wrong System Binding Su Fan. Have you awakened? The surgery was remarkably successful. You are no longer a boy. Su Fan groggily opened his eyes. The effects of last night's excessive drinking leaving him with a throbbing headache. As he lay on the soft, expansive bed and shifted slightly, he felt a painful ache in his lower back. In his dazed state, he caught sight of a graceful figure beside him, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window as she donned her attire. You meow meow? Upon recognizing the owner of the enchanting silhouette, Su Fan's hangover receded to a more alert state, still addressing her as supervisor. Is it? You meow meow gradually leaned closer, nearly brushing against his nose. A smile danced on her lips, yet her eyes harbored a hint of melancholy. Su Fan's gaze reflected confusion. Was this not the typically stern supervisor you? Why did her tone seem so gentle today? However, Su Fan, should you dare to rekindle your past with that class flower, we shall consider ourselves sisters. You meow meow shot him a piercing look before retracting her posture and swiftly rising to tidy up. The room key lay atop the table, and she reminded herself of the 2 o'clock checkout. With her lipstick, black-framed glasses, and suit, the woman rapidly transformed from a gentle, alluring demeanor to a more mature, professional presence. You meow meow slightly turned her head, her expression cold as she stated, "Moreover, the report you are responsible for must be submitted by tomorrow evening. Our company seeks capable individuals." Su Fan felt the atmosphere around him drop by 10 degrees. What had caused her sudden shift back to severity? What was her true identity? "I have a dinner with General Manager Chun to attend at 10 o'clock. I must take my leave." Bang! Before Su Fan could fully comprehend, You meow meow had already closed the door behind her. He scratched his head, pondering how the name You meow meow sounded so endearing. Yet she was notorious in the company for her strictness, leaving many burdened by the workload. Fortunately, the bonuses were substantial, and Supervisor Yu's striking appearance left Su Fan with little animosity towards her. Typically, he wouldn't dare to utter more than a few words. Yet today their exchange had been remarkably profound. Oh, Su Fan slapped his forehead, recalling that today marked 1 week since he had parted ways with Chen Xiaoqian. He had been in a relationship with his ex-girlfriend for 3 years during university, and their bond had flourished quite well. After a year of graduation, with Su Fan's support in working to sustain both of them, Chen Xiaoqian had successfully gained admission to a respectable graduate program. However, merely 2 weeks into the semester, just yesterday, she had sent him a few cold messages. "Our paths have diverged. We are no longer inhabitants of the same world. Thank you for your dedication. But I have also invested 3 years of youth into you. We owe each other nothing." Upon reading those words, Su Fan was initially stunned. In his second moment of inquiry, he was engulfed by sorrow. By the third moment of despair, he sought solace in alcohol. And then, he remembered nothing. Yet, just before Supervisor Yu departed, her gaze seemed quite fierce. He hoped he wouldn't find himself facing deductions from his bonus, which was quite terrifying. Su Fan picked up his old flagship model remote, a purchase made 4 years ago before his relationship with Chen Xiaoqian began, when life had been relatively carefree. The time now read 8:59. Su Fan brushed off the reminder about his outstanding debts and set an alarm before sinking back into slumber. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding! The apocalypse will arrive in 12 hours. Activating the survival system for the host." Su Fan jolted upright, bewildered by the robotic notifications. What was this? Had it stalled? After a single beep, there was no further explanation, leaving him to question whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations due to stress. Ding! The host has traversed to the Xianwu continent. Catastrophic disasters will strike in 6 hours. Activating the cultivation assistance system for the host. Ding! Cultivation system binding successful. Introduction to the cultivation assistance system. Function 1 allows the completion of realm tasks to receive elixir rewards. Function 2 grants a reward package upon breaking through to a new realm. The host is advised to swiftly comprehend the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to enter the Qi refining stage and officially activate the system functions. Su Fan was utterly perplexed. He was comfortably lying in a luxurious hotel in Jiang City, not transported to some mythical realm. "Wait, system buddy, what are you doing here? I haven't even crossed over yet." A flurry of questions swirled in his mind. Setting aside the system's functions for a moment, he pondered where he could possibly find the spiritual essence. Please hold. Detecting the concentration of spiritual essence. Detection result, spiritual essence concentration, 0. Detecting the probability of calamity. Detection result, probability of arrival, 100. A solution has been found. Updating the system, please wait. Ding. The system has been upgraded to Cultivation Assistance System version 2. 0. Upon the arrival of the calamity, the Goddess Cauldron Module will be additionally unlocked. New content, 1. Spiritual power will automatically increase daily, with the growth rate related to the goddess Cauldron Module. 2. Elixir rewards for realm tasks will be replaced with spells. 3. Cooldown period of 1 hour. The host can replenish consumed spiritual power. Note: the cultivation system is mutually exclusive with other systems. Once the host accepts the cultivation system, other power systems cannot be integrated. Ding. The system grants 1 minor spirit pill at the start. Consuming it will allow entry into the initial stage of chi refining. Would you like to claim it immediately? Yes. Upon confirmation, a white jade-like orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his hand. Squeezing the orb, he found it soft yet intact. The tangible object reassured Su Fan that this was no mere illusion. Fortunately, his ability to adapt was quite strong, and without much hesitation, he swallowed the minor spirit pill. A wave of warmth spread from his abdomen throughout his body, accompanied by a delightful sensation akin to a full-body massage. Su Fan felt various changes occurring within him. His headache dissipated, his backache vanished, and his physical constitution evidently improved. Even areas that had felt weak began to feel robust. Detected that the host has broken through to the initial stage of chi refining. The system is officially activated. The host has entered the chi refining stage and can now integrate spirit control techniques, receiving a reward package. Simultaneously, a conceptual panel appeared in Su Fan's mind. The panel, he thought, focusing his thoughts. Host: Su Fan. Qualifications: ordinary spirit root. Realm: chi refinement initial stage. Progress 03. Cultivation speed: 1. Automatically increases daily at 9 a.m. Su Fan scratched his head and gazed out the window. The bustling world outside continued to function in an orderly manner, seemingly disconnected from the realm of cultivation. Was the system bound incorrectly? Chapter 2. High-grade storage bag of the mysterious rank, spirit control technique. Su Fan sat on the bed in his hotel room, mentally issuing commands within the system of his mind. Prompt: do you wish to integrate the spirit control technique? Integration. Upon confirmation, Su Fan felt a surge of information flooding into his consciousness, learning various operations of the spirit control technique. Turning to the smartphone on his bedside table, Su Fan initiated the spirit control technique. Raising his left hand, a stream of spiritual energy emanated from him, enveloping the phone and lifting it into the air, landing it directly into his grasp. Was this the spirit control technique? Su Fan's eyes sparkled with delight. It was indeed remarkable and incredibly convenient for retrieving items. Then he recalled the 2 prompts from earlier. One was the alert that appeared at the onset. The apocalypse will descend in 12 hours. The other was from when the cultivation system was bound. Natural disasters will arrive in 6 hours. A time period is equivalent to 2 hours. These 2 statements aligned perfectly, didn't they? There was also a mention of a 100 probability of calamity. Su Fan's thoughts raced. With such an absurd system manifesting, the likelihood of an apocalypse was exceedingly high. Currently, he was uncertain about the reliability of this cultivation system, so he knew he had to prepare adequately. With less than 12 hours remaining, constructing a safe haven was impossible, but he could hasten the gathering of supplies. Wasn't there a gift pack available? System: grant me the gift pack. Su Fan focused his thoughts intently. Ding! Chi Refinement Initial Stage Gift Pack opened. The host may select one of the following. Option A: a low-grade yellow rank spirit sword. Option B: a high-grade mysterious rank storage bag. Option C: a sect entry token for the Qingyun sect. What in the world are these? Su Fan's thoughts skimmed over the keywords of the options. Prompt: item ranks: heaven, earth, mysterious, yellow, with heaven being the highest. Spirit sword: a type of magical artifact, useful for combat and capable of flight. Storage bag: a spatial artifact with its own space for storing non-living items. Qingyun sect entry token: present this token to join the Qingyun sect directly. Su Fan scratched his head. The first 2 items were comprehensible. But how was the Qingyun sect entry token utilized? Where could he possibly locate this Qingyun sect? Concluding that the system might have been bound incorrectly, Su Fan decided to forego this option. He had no desire to select a trivial item as his first reward. As for the spirit sword and storage bag, Su Fan resolutely chose the storage bag. Option B. Regardless of the purpose of these items, the spirit sword was of low-grade yellow rank, while the storage bag was of high-grade mysterious rank. It was quite unusual for a gift pack at the Chi Refinement initial stage to yield a high-grade spatial artifact, wasn't it? Upon making his choice, a small pouch, no larger than a fist, materialized in Su Fan's hand, slightly bulging. Gazing into the opening of the storage pouch, Su Fan felt a profound connection to the space within. This realm, shrouded in darkness, nonetheless possessed clear boundaries. With a mere thought, His mobile phone vanished from his hand and materialized within the pouch's confines. A fleeting notion allowed the phone to reappear in his grasp once more. Su Fan then employed his spirit control technique, extending his spiritual energy to envelop the disposable items on the washstand. With another mental command, these items seamlessly transferred into the storage pouch. It seemed that directly utilizing spiritual energy could indeed facilitate the manipulation of objects into the pouch. From the sensations relayed by his consciousness, he discerned that the inner space was cubical, with each side measuring approximately 30 meters, granting a staggering capacity of 27,000 cubic meters, ample enough to accommodate the inventory of a supermarket, he mused, as the impending apocalypse loomed. The most crucial preparation was undoubtedly stockpiling supplies. Regrettably, he had not received rewards of infinite food or the like. However, he consoled himself that while others hoarded grains, he would amass firearms, for granaries were plentiful across the world. Su Fan believed that securing sufficient resources for the early stages of the apocalypse would suffice. With a light leap from his bed, Su Fan swiftly gathered his belongings and vacated the room, making his way to a nearby large supermarket. This establishment operated on a warehouse model, ideal for bulk purchasing. Having been drained of numerous gold coins by Chen Xiaoqian, Su Fan's balance was alarmingly low, with debts mounting into the thousands. Fortunately, some outstanding bills had been repaid punctually, maintaining a relatively sound credit rating. After toiling for over 2 hours, Su Fan exhausted every avenue for loans, even resorting to high-interest lenders, ultimately amassing nearly 200,000. Given the considerable effort expended, he felt this sum was rightfully his to keep. In normal times, such actions would herald a personal financial catastrophe. However, in the face of an impending apocalypse, the concept of currency would soon unravel, rendering credit records less valuable than a loaf of bread. Indeed, once the apocalypse descended, supermarkets would transform into venues for zero-cost acquisitions. Yet the world had not yet reached that point. Su Fan was not inclined to await the end times behind bars. Within the warehouse-style supermarket, he approached the manager directly to place a substantial bulk order. Additionally, he deliberated extensively on the types of supplies to procure and how to discreetly transport them into the storage pouch without inciting alarm or panic. By the time he successfully stowed the 20,000 worth of supplies into the pouch, it was already 5 in the afternoon. The storage pouch, neither too large nor too small, fit comfortably within the pocket of Su Fan's coat, allowing him to easily retrieve items by reaching into his pocket. Yet, he pondered the inconvenience of such a sizable pouch and yearned for a storage ring, contemplating the possibilities of higher-tier magical artifacts. Suddenly, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has issued a realm task. Proceed to the Scripture Pavilion and seek the Dragon Spring Sutra for cultivation. The location of the pavilion has been marked on your map. As if responding to Su Fan's thoughts, the system's alert resonated at the perfect moment. The Scripture Pavilion? Su Fan's eyelids flickered with intrigue. In his consciousness, a map materialized, resembling an ancient parchment scroll. However, the map, worn and flawed, depicted the cityscape of Jiangqing, where Su Fan resided, an appearance both peculiar and eerie. A yellow dot illuminated on the map, indicating the location of the Sutra repository. Is that not the municipal library? Su Fan immediately recognized the place marked on the map. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5 minutes past 5. Goodness, why was I not informed sooner? The library is about to close. Su Fan silently cursed the system and hastened to depart. Once the apocalypse descends, accessing the municipal library will undoubtedly prove exceedingly challenging. Upon arriving at the library, the melodious closing tune began to play, and Su Fan felt a surge of urgency. He searched the library's catalog system, but could not locate the Longquan Sutra. Excuse me, what book are you looking for? A volunteer's pleasant voice chimed beside him. I'm not quite sure if it's available. It's a book called Longquan Sutra, Su Fan replied while manipulating the screen. Some new books may not yet be in the system, and it's possible that they could be overlooked. Depending on the type of book you're seeking, you might want to check the shelves directly. Even if you cannot find the specific title, other books may also offer substantial reading value, the volunteer patiently explained. Thank you. Su Fan acknowledged, hastily making his way towards the book section. This book should either be categorized under sports or health and wellness. Su Fan meticulously scanned the titles on the shelves, anxious not to overlook anything. With the nascent stage of his chi cultivation, his vision had notably improved. The municipal library's collection was vast, and just 5 minutes before closing time, Su Fan finally discovered a copy of the Longquan Sutra nestled among the shelves. It appeared to be an ordinary health guide. Chapter 3. Activation of the Alchemical Furnace Function. Notification. The host has located the Longquan Sutra. Completing the first section of cultivation will fulfill the task. Based on the system's alert, Su Fan confirmed that he had not erred in his search. After completing the borrowing process, he placed the book into his storage pouch and hurried back home. The sun was setting, and the autumn breeze was gentle. The streets buzzed with the evening rush hour, bustling with activity, a scene that belied the impending global catastrophe. For convenience, Su Fan resided in a small complex near Qinshaoqian School, located in the heart of Jiangqing. This over 80-square-meter apartment had been divided into 4 rental units. The apartment was silent. Su Fan glanced at the shoes by the entrance, indicating that his 3 roommates had yet to return. All of them were diligent workers, often returning home around 10 or midnight. Su Fan had originally intended to take up a part-time job delivering food at this hour. Ah, it's romantic flowers. Thanks to my brother for the romantic flowers. A jubilant female voice rang out from outside. Now, I'll be performing the playlist requested by our top supporter. Su Fan frowned. The neighboring female streamer had begun her raucous broadcast at this hour. The soundproofing of the apartment was inadequate, and the streamer typically continued her broadcasts late into the night. Su Fan had knocked on her door several times to remind her, only to be met with scorn in return. Who doesn't he make a little noise? Can't you just wear earplugs? I'm working here. What am I supposed to do? Residing here and pursuing my desires is my inherent right. If you possess the capability, you may choose to relocate. Even in renting a room, you can only afford a single room. How pitiable. Observing your impoverished demeanor, perhaps you should reflect upon your own circumstances. The thought of that female streamer's atrocious attitude ignites a fury within Su Fan. He had specifically sought out her streaming channel, where she appeared sweet and vivacious. Yet in reality, she spoke with a disdainful countenance. What status does the host of the stream hold, and what status do you possess? That I should adopt the same demeanor? Su Fan stretched languidly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Now that he has attained some prowess, his perspective on matters has transformed. With a flicker of thought, Su Fan retrieved the Dragon Spring Classic he had placed in his storage bag, flipping through its pages. This tome was replete with illustrations of martial techniques, divided into upper and lower sections, with the upper section further categorized into 2 scrolls. The first scroll comprised various body conditioning exercises and striking techniques, while the second contained a few elementary sword techniques. As for the lower section, upon perusing a few pages, Su Fan discerned its rather irreverent nature. Fortunately, the system task did not mandate the study of the lower section, or he would currently lack the essential items for practice. Su Fan positioned the book upright on the table, diligently practicing the depicted movements one by one. Although these illustrations appeared straightforward, executing them required considerable effort. After mimicking a particular technique, Su Fan noticed an increment in the task progress on the system interface. The Dragon Spring Classic spanned only a few dozen pages, and after an hour, he had completed the first scroll, executing each technique in succession. The task did not necessitate mastery. Merely completing the motions sufficed to enhance the progress. Upon finishing the first scroll, the progress bar reached the halfway mark. While practicing a few sword techniques from the second scroll, Su Fan resorted to using a broom handle for his training, discovering that it too contributed to the progress bar. Ding! Host has completed the upper section of the Dragon Spring Classic. Task complete. Host can now comprehend the Dragon Tiger Fist. Would you like to integrate it? Yes. Upon confirmation, a surge of information flooded Su Fan's mind, imparting a comprehensive combat technique. This martial art encompassed numerous evasive maneuvers and could be augmented with spiritual energy, its potency vastly surpassing that of ordinary martial arts. After testing the techniques on the ground and infusing them with spiritual energy, Su Fan perceived an alarming power within his punches. Even a boxing champion would likely emerge bruised after enduring such strikes. Su Fan speculated that his current strength had transcended the pinnacle of human capability. Ding! System notification. The first phase of the apocalyptic calamity, the frigid invasion, has commenced. Goddess Cauldron Module has been activated. The host may view it in the system interface. The Goddess Cauldron Module? Su Fan had been preoccupied with this name throughout the day and soon found it within the system interface. Cauldron. The host may recruit a goddess as a cultivation cauldron. Current number of cauldrons, 0. Note: only women rated as out of this world may be recruited as cauldrons. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback. What precisely constituted the out of this world rating? Note: according to appearance, the rating comprises 9 levels, categorized as ordinary, unremarkable, out of this world, stunning, and peerless. Note: scanning the target with intent will reveal their panel. The system's prompt tone resonated, catching Su Fan's attention to the fact that the system occasionally provided intelligent responses based on his thoughts. Wasn't there supposed to be a 9-level rating? Why were there only 5? After optimization, the 4 ratings below average have been consolidated into the average. Alright, it wasn't particularly significant. If this rating were to be taken literally, I wonder what it would take to be considered transcendent? Su Fan recalled his ex-girlfriend, Chen Xiaoqian. Although she had once seemed the most beautiful in his eyes, that perception was merely a reflection of love's bias. In retrospect, she hardly seemed transcendent. What would qualify as a furnace companion? Then, Su Fan received an elusive piece of information from the system that was more felt than articulated. Hint: such a relationship must be maintained long-term to ensure an increase in cultivation speed. Su Fan opened the window and looked outside, feeling a sudden chill envelop him. It was approximately 30 degrees, and logically, the temperature should not drop so drastically. Yet, he understood that the so-called extreme cold invasion was imminent. Observing the pedestrians in the community, he noted that they merely quickened their pace, still oblivious to the impending disaster. However, his gaze was drawn to a woman in professional attire, her appearance striking and her demeanor polished. She was the kind of person who would compel a passerby to look back. Investigation. Name: Li Xiao. Age: 27. Level: 0. Appearance: unremarkable. Dual cultivation experience: 1. Seeing her appearance rated as merely unremarkable, Su Fan could not help but display a look of disappointment. The system's investigative function revealed quite a bit: name, age, and even experience. But this one could not simply indicate one instance, could it? Su Fan speculated it was more likely to denote one individual. What intrigued him most was the level. As he had heard the system mention the existence of other power systems, he was at a realm, while others were rated. Could it be that they possessed supernatural abilities? The community was bustling with pedestrians, many clad in thin garments, who were now realizing the biting cold and hastily returning home. Su Fan proceeded to investigate a few more women. Although they appeared decent, their appearance ratings remained average or unremarkable. Clearly, finding someone with a transcendent rating would require careful consideration. Unsurprisingly, their levels were uniformly 0. As for their dual cultivation experience, it was either a single digit or 0, subtly reinforcing his hypothesis that this number represented the count of individuals. How cold it is. Brothers, wait for the host to put on some clothes. Outside, the voice of a neighboring female streamer echoed again. Su Fan recalled that this streamer seemed to possess some allure. Although her demeanor was typically unkind, she undoubtedly had some attributes that gave her confidence. Su Fan pressed his lips together and stepped outside, arriving at the streamer's door, where he began to knock vigorously. This woman was known to be like this. A gentle knock would elicit no response. Only a forceful knock, disrupting her stream, would prompt her to open the door. Family. The host will be away for a moment, Lu Ruren announced as she removed her headphones. Exiting her bedroom and crossing the living room, Lu Ruren's expression shifted dramatically. Are you out of your mind? Is this some kind of funeral for your family? How irritating. The female streamer, Lu Ruren, abruptly flung the door open and began to hurl insults. It's you again? You pathetic losers. You are the very definition of pathetic. How dare you disturb my peace at this late hour with your abominable food delivery? As Lu Ruren's ire escalated, her face contorted with disdain. Su Fan employed his probing ability. Name: Lu Ruren. Age: 21. Level: 0. Appearance: ethereal. Dual cultivation experience: 0. Hint: detected that the subject meets the furnace requirements. Although Su Fan had previously perceived this female streamer as somewhat genuine, he had assumed her appearance to be merely decent. To discover that she had attained an ethereal level of beauty was unexpected. Moreover, her experience was recorded as 0. Was this truly a case of emerging untainted from the mire? Previously, when he was with Chen Xiaoqian, he hardly glanced at other women. His impression of the streamer next door had been rather poor. How had he overlooked her charm? Indeed, once one possesses strength, observing the anger of others can seem akin to witnessing a display of affection. As Su Fan continued to scrutinize Lu Ruren, he contemplated the deeper implications. After all, Lu Ruren was a 21-year-old woman living alone. To safeguard herself, she felt compelled to project a facade of toughness toward the outside world. What are you staring at? Wasn't it you who knocked? Cack out your tongue. Get lost. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. With a resounding bang, Lu Ruren attempted to slam the door shut. Su Fan, however, extended his hand and forcibly held the door ajar. No matter how vigorously Lu Ruren pushed, she could not budge it. A flicker of fear crossed her face as she felt the sudden strain. What do you want? Lu Ruren maintained her hostility while cautiously retreating a step. Sensing an unusual intensity from him that day, Su Fan offered a gentle smile. It's cold outside. You should dress warmly. It might snow soon. He then softly assisted in closing the door, leaving a small gap. Also, I have food and water here. Chapter 4. The Arrival of the Apocalypse. Refining stage. Su Fan returned to the balcony, standing outside the window, and glanced at the time on his phone. It was now 21:10. Although it was merely September, the temperature in the sky was dropping steadily. Moments later, delicate snowflakes began to fall. The snowfall intensified rapidly, soon transforming into a heavy blanket of snow. To say it was September was an understatement, even in the depths of winter. Jiangxing would not typically witness such a significant snowfall. Someone shouted, "It's snowing heavily." And the community buzzed with excitement as residents flocked to their balconies to marvel at the extraordinary sight. What a tremendous snowfall. How can it be snowing in September? Before long, the snow accumulated on the ground, cloaking everything in white. Some, filled with exuberance, rushed outside to play in the snow, while others hurried home, eager to escape the falling flakes. Minutes later, a series of anguished screams pierced the air as a figure collapsed to the ground, dark blotches appearing on their body. The person's face twisted in agony, clearly suffering immensely, yet their body lay rigidly still, a testament to the fact that they had already succumbed to the chill of death. In the community, individuals began to collapse one after another. There were elderly and children playing outside, as well as adults hurrying home. The air was filled with a cacophony of anguished cries, some emanating from the lifeless bodies, while many more arose from the residents witnessing this hellish scene from their balconies. It was evident that the frigid invasion was more than just a sudden drop in temperature. Su Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It seemed that this snow was indeed untouchable. He glanced upwards at the rooftops of the residential buildings, which currently appeared secure. With no way to leave the premises, everyone was trapped in this area, forced to rely on the dwindling supplies within their homes. The meteorological station urgently announced that extreme weather was occurring nationwide, ushering in a vast swath of heavy snowfall. Due to unknown reasons, the snow contained toxic elements, urging residents to remain indoors and refrain from venturing outside. Meteorological experts predicted that this extreme weather would not persist for long, alleviating residents' fears. Su Fan took out his phone and was met with a barrage of notifications from various sources. After scrolling for a while, he found nothing but similar news reports. It appeared that this calamity was extensive, at the very least, national in scope. He then perused international news websites, confirming that this disaster was indeed a global phenomenon. It felt as if the apocalypse had arrived. At that moment, the scene below was one of horror, with 2 to 3 dozen bodies strewn about in disarray. Su Fan had never witnessed such a ghastly sight in his lifetime. "What is all the commotion? Are you all trying to die?" shouted the neighboring live streamer, Lu Ruren, as she abruptly rushed to her balcony. Upon glancing down, she was met with the macabre sight of bodies amidst the falling snow, and she let out a scream. Su Fan cast a sidelong glance at her. It seemed her reflexes were rather slow. In a flurry of panic, Lu Ruren's gaze wandered until it landed on Su Fan nearby. He merely regarded her for a moment before turning away. Suddenly, her expression shifted as she recalled Su Fan's earlier words. It had truly begun to snow. Moreover, it appeared that no one could venture outside. What should she do? Would the takeout she ordered still arrive? Spotting a figure clad in yellow robes in the snow below, her heart sank. She had always relied on takeout, but her home was utterly bare, devoid of any food or drink. By this time, the temperature had plummeted to -20 degrees. Su Fan returned to his room and donned his winter attire. His other housemates had yet to return. It seemed they were not coming back, leaving Su Fan alone in the apartment. Thus, 3 days passed. From the moment he discovered the first website indicating maintenance, Su Fan promptly cached a wealth of information. Subsequently, major news and forum websites began to cease operations, leaving only commonly used messaging apps still functional. Due to the extreme cold, the water pipes froze, and by the following morning, the faucets in the residents' homes had run dry. That evening, the electricity supply was also cut off. The internet signal remained functional for now, but it was only a matter of time before it too would fail. The night of the apocalypse was marked as the first day. By the morning of the 4th day, 9 o'clock arrived, marking 60 hours since the onset of this cataclysm. Thus began the 4th day of the apocalypse. The temperature continued to plummet, ultimately stabilizing at a frigid -40 degrees. Realm, Chi refinement initial stage, progress, 33. Current cultivation speed, 1 point per day, each morning at 9 o'clock, as the cultivation progress increased. Su Fan felt the same warmth enveloping him as before, and his entire constitution began to transform. When the progress bar was fully charged, a wave of refreshment surged through Su Fan's body, as though he had shattered a certain shackle, and he felt a significant enhancement in his strength. Ding! Host cultivation realm has advanced. Host, Su Fan, aptitude, Ordinary spiritual root. Realm. Chi refinement intermediate stage. Ding. A reward package has been issued upon detecting the host's breakthrough to the Chi refinement intermediate stage. Would you like to open it now? Yes. Ding. Chi refinement intermediate stage package opened. The host may choose one of the following. Option A, a mid-grade yellow tier spiritual sword. Option B, a set of mid-grade black tier fire spirit array flags. Option C, a recipe for a top-grade yellow tier beauty elixir. Fire spirit array flags can establish a fire spirit formation to block external intrusions and manipulate fire spirits within the formation. Beauty elixir recipe can be concocted using an alchemy furnace and the corresponding spiritual herbs. Black tier? Su Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue at the appearance of the black tier option. Though he had never wielded a yellow tier spiritual sword, he could only speculate about its qualities. However, the black tier storage pouch he possessed was undeniably useful. Furthermore, option C likely required an alchemy furnace and spiritual herbs. Resources Su Fan did not possess in this world of cultivation. Thus, he chose option B. Upon finalizing his selection, 5 small red flags appeared in his hand, each engraved with intricate patterns. Simultaneously, the method for utilizing the array flags surged into Su Fan's mind as knowledge. Ding. Issuing a Chi refinement intermediate stage task. Recruit a furnace cauldron. Upon completion, you will receive water flow technique and fireball technique. After achieving a breakthrough in his realm, he could obtain a package from the system, and by completing tasks, he could acquire spells. Su Fan placed the 5 array flags in the corners of the living room, the refrigerator corner of the kitchen, the balcony corner, the bedroom corner, and the bathroom corner. He then extended his spiritual energy, connecting all 5 flags to himself. With his advancement to the Chi refinement intermediate stage, Su Fan's control over his spiritual energy now reached a distance of 6 meters. The 5 array flags, interconnected through his spiritual energy, activated simultaneously. A fiery red glow erupted from the flags, forming a barrier that enveloped the entire room. Once the room was shrouded in the fire spirit array, the temperature surged dramatically. Su Fan infused additional spiritual energy, causing the temperature within the room to rise to a comfortable 20 degrees. With a wave of his hand, the array flags and the fiery red barrier became invisible, rendering the room indistinguishable from its original state. Satisfied with his work, Su Fan settled onto the sofa and retrieved his long-neglected phone. Manager Wong, Su Fan, please deliver a truckload of mineral water and food to the company building. Supervisor Yu, Su Fan, where are you? Do you have any food left? Director He, are you there? The company needs you to deliver some supplies. Su Fan cast a glance and thought, how could it be that, at such a time, a group of leaders still consider themselves significant? Wait a moment, it seems there is something unusual within. Su Fan opened the chat box with Supervisor Yu. Is this really comparable? Su Fan, yes, I happen to have a bit at home. Chapter 5. Is it worth merely a bottle of water? In the 2 days leading up to the apocalypse, the residents of the community hoped fervently that the calamity would soon pass or that rescue teams would arrive swiftly. Yet, the snow had piled up to an astonishing height of 3 to 4 meters. What vehicles could possibly traverse such conditions? Not to mention rescue teams. Even messages and news updates on mobile phones had ceased. Relevant authorities had long since collapsed. After all, these agencies are staffed by humans, and in the face of disaster, merely surviving had become a challenge for everyone. By the 4th morning, the weary residents, weakened by hunger and cold, awoke to find the scene outside still shrouded in a relentless snowstorm, the world enveloped in a deathly silence. Many residents teetered on the brink of despair. 132 Warm Sun. Has there been any news of rescue today, family? 83 Blossoms of Wealth. Do any family members have spare bread? The children are too hungry to even open their eyes. 72 Locksmith. 500 yuan. 500 yuan for a bottle of mineral water. Cola for 300 yuan. The owners group chat was inundated with messages. On the first night, some had prepared early, acquiring 3 bottles of water for 100 yuan. But prices had escalated dramatically since then. 81 Brother Wong, 1,000 yuan. I offer 1,000 yuan. 236 Dream. What time is it? Who cares for your filthy money? I still have a pack of black and white biscuits. Is anyone willing to trade for mineral water? Su Fan scrolled through the messages with indifference. As time wore on, supplies became increasingly scarce, yet money remained unaffected. Thus, it was only natural that the value of money diminished while goods soared in price. Many residents began to feel hopeless regarding the disaster and rescue efforts. Money had gradually lost its significance. 83 Blossoms of Wealth. What about the convenience store owner? Boss, do you have anything left to sell? 7-Eleven convenience store, Luo Chio, 132 Warm Sun. Exactly, the store owner must have plenty of supplies. Can we get a little for everyone? 7-Eleven convenience store, Luochio. 7 Building 52, mortgage manager Yang. The convenience store downstairs closed its doors on the first night. 711 convenience store, Luochio. Don't be foolish. How much could I possibly have in my small store? Why not seek out the supermarket owner in building 1? 711 convenience store, Luochio. Get lost. What do I owe you? Don't bother me. The owner of the convenience store downstairs retaliated directly in the group chat, redirecting the ire. 233 hope to win 1 heart. That's true. Family. The supermarket in building 1 is so large, and they must have a warehouse with who knows how many supplies. 233 hope to win 1 heart. Let us all go to building 1 and see if he can sell us some. 132 warm sun. I think that's a good idea. The more of us there are, the less likely he is to refuse entry. 83 blossoms of wealth. Family, there's no need to go. I just went there this morning. In the midst of chaos. The atmosphere in the resident group of building 7 had turned somber. An hour had passed before a message finally broke the silence. The residents of building 8 have set up a barter system in the underground garage. Let us also bring our surplus items to exchange. Every bit helps us endure a little longer, suggested one member. The residents, upon reading this, expressed their agreement, and soon. The sound of footsteps echoed as many began to descend the stairs, the elevator having ceased operation. Su Fan, residing on the 7th floor, decided to join them. As he opened the door, he was met by the sight of Lu Ruren, her expression marred by distress as she stood outside with 2 large LV bags in hand. Her figure was enveloped in a thick coat, revealing only her delicate ankles. Upon recognizing Su Fan, she forced a smile, though the disdain in her eyes had vanished. Did you know it would snow? She trembled as she spoke, her lips quivering. What else do you know? Her information was reserved solely for herself. Su Fan smiled faintly and proceeded downstairs. Upon reaching the underground garage, he found over 100 people gathered, some sitting on the ground with their surplus supplies laid out before them. This number merely represented a fraction of the building's residents. Su Fan scanned the area and soon spotted Lu Ruren, who had found a spot to sit and was rummaging through her LV bags, extracting an array of cosmetics and jewelry. In times like these, what purpose do those trinkets serve, oh grand influencer? Su Fan could not resist taunting her as he passed by. He pulled a small cake from his pocket and popped it into his mouth, followed by a bottle of water, which he opened to wash down his snack. As Lu Ruren struggled to articulate a response, her words choked in her throat. Food and water, luxury she had been deprived of for over a day, were now casually displayed by Su Fan. Where had he procured that water? She could have sworn he had nothing on him moments ago. Beautiful lady, would you like a bottle of mineral water? Approached a man with a lewd demeanor. What are you offering in exchange? Lu Ruren adopted the demeanor of a vendor. Spend the night with me, and I'll give you a bottle of water, he leered, extending his hand towards her. Get away from me, Lu Ruren retorted, shoving his hand away and stepping back. Damn it. A bottle of water is already a bargain for you. Over there, that woman only wants half a bottle, yet here you are, ungrateful. Su Fan followed the man's gaze and saw a group of women, garishly adorned, lined up against the wall, their quality dubious. Most wore expressions of indifference, as if merely changing workplaces. The underground garage had transformed into a small marketplace, populated by residents from various buildings, though it was unclear when this transformation had occurred. Su Fan's gaze returned to the man, his brows slightly furrowed. Do you not see me here? What does it matter? Leave. Irritation flickered in Su Fan's eyes. The man stared at Su Fan for a second or two, realizing that, in comparison to others who had been starved for 2 or 3 days, Su Fan exuded a markedly different aura. He contemplated the possibility of encountering a formidable opponent, swallowed hard, and silently turned away. Who cares if you speak on my behalf? Lu Ruren was quite irked. Do you think I am addressing you? Su Fan chuckled lightly and turned to depart. The stalls and other areas appeared quite intriguing as well. Once Su Fan left, Lu Ruren suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. In the underground garage, the plight and chaos faced by other neighbors unfolded before her eyes. If only Su Fan were by her side, he would at least be more reliable than those men. Yet, she had just chased Su Fan away. Lu Ruren gently bit her lip, then tightened her collar, adjusting her stall slightly while becoming more vigilant of her surroundings. Chapter 6. Turmoil at another stall. Su Fan encountered a striking young woman, likely in her early 20s, with a commendable figure that hinted at alluring curves. Many were inquiring about prices at her stall. Su Fan took a glance. The woman was indeed attractive. He speculated that her rating might match Lu Ruren's ethereal beauty. Name, Zhou Jia. Age, 23. Level, 0. Appearance, unremarkable. A sense of disappointment washed over him. Was this merely described as unremarkable? Su Fan was taken aback. Could Lu Ruren truly be unparalleled in the community? Surely not. Unbeknownst to Su Fan, Lu Ruren had recently risen to prominence as a streamer. Her beauty alone allowing her to dominate the charts with minimal effort. Achieving such success as an individual streamer was remarkably rare. However, upon discovering the rating, Su Fan observed that the woman before him was indeed well-dressed. Even her thick winter coat was stylishly arranged, and her face was adorned with makeup. In contrast, Lu Ruren seemed to have neglected her appearance, her face showing signs of fatigue, yet still possessing considerable allure. This realization put things into perspective. The stalls with high foot traffic were crowded, while Lu Ruren remained in a dimly lit corner. Su Fan stood before this stall for about 20 seconds. You've been staring for quite a while. Do you want this? The woman before him held up an unwashed item. Su Fan frowned and turned to leave. Hey, don't go. I'll give you 3 pairs for a bottle of water. The girl called out, raising her voice. Su Fan noted that everyone's level was still 0. Despite it being the 4th day, no mutations had appeared. He wondered what the situation was like outside the community. Unfortunately, those websites had ceased operation, leaving Su Fan with limited channels for information. He continued to seek out several other women who appeared somewhat attractive, yet their appearance ratings were predominantly average, with only 2 deemed unremarkable. Without further ado, it is evident that the female broadcaster Lu Ruren possesses genuine talent. It seems I must rely on her to enhance my cultivation speed. Just as Su Fan intended to observe a few more individuals to potentially discover someone of stature, chaos suddenly erupted. Over 20 men, armed with various implements, appeared and began to ransack several food stalls. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, where order dissipates, disorder swiftly follows. A few others blocked the corridors between buildings 8 and 7, similarly armed. Approximately half of them donned property management uniforms, clearly indicating that this group was centered around the property management team, with some outsiders joining their ranks. The property management is seizing people, a middle-aged woman shrieked, clutching her bag of food tightly. Bang! The middle-aged woman was struck down with a blow, blood gushing from her head. They're killing. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of screams. Though uncertain if the woman had perished, the sight of blood was harrowing. The passageways back into the building were blocked, forcing many to flee along the main route of the underground garage. More than 30 individuals, centered around the property management, seemed to have premeditated this act. They merely obstructed the passage without pursuing those who fled swiftly. No, I must return home. My wife is still waiting for me. A man in his 30s pleaded as 2 burly men restrained him, robbing him of the food he held. You claim to have a wife at home, sneered a scar-faced man, licking his lips with a lecherous grin. The scar-faced man had been in the streets for some time, familiar with the property management team, and was quickly elevated to a position of authority among the group. No, I don't, the man stammered, terror evident in his expression. Bring your wife along for a day of fun. I'll give you 2 bottles of water and 2 loaves of bread, the scar-faced man taunted, patting the man's face before the 2 burly men released him and moved on to their next target. Ah, such a stunning woman, the scar-faced man observed as 2 property management personnel attempted to subdue a young woman. This alluring lady, with captivating features and figure, sat alone in a corner beneath Building 7, surrounded by an array of cosmetics. A mischievous smile spread across the scar-faced man's face as he approached her. As a young man devoid of any possessions, Su Fan naturally did not attract the attention of this band of robbers. However, he glanced towards the direction in which the scar-faced man was heading, towards Lu Ruren, who was frantically calling out with her LV bag in hand. The impact of her calling was far less lethal than it was entertaining. Get away from me. How dare you touch me? Lu Ruren exclaimed, one hand grasped by a member of the property management while she struggled to maintain her hold on her bag. Under normal circumstances, such men would be inconsequential. The revulsion she felt was evident upon her face. Little beauty, you must be hungry too. Join us in the property management. We provide food and shelter. One of the men leered. What kind of people are you? Do you think you are worthy of touching me? Lu Ruren retorted vehemently. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that even when she scolded, her beauty could still elicit admiration from other men. The scar-faced man approached and struck her fair face with a resounding slap, leaving her momentarily dazed. You wretched men, how dare you strike my face? Is your face of such nobility? The scarred face gazed at Lu Ruren's slender waist, a lecherous grin spreading across his features. This woman is truly delightful. I shall enjoy her thoroughly before passing her on to you all. He reiterated, I shall say this only once. Bring me that woman. A male voice resonated from behind the scarred figure. Upon hearing this, he slowly drew a tang knife from his waist, turning to inspect the not-so-brawny Su Fan. Boy, do you not see what this fellow is? How dare you address me in such a manner? Although such a weapon could be crafted even before the apocalypse, few possessed a penchant for such collections. Under these circumstances, brandishing a tang knife from home was far more intimidating than mere sticks or kitchen knives. Coupled with his storied appearance, the scarred face only needed to carry the weapon to command respect. Yet, when faced with open provocation, he felt compelled to assert his dominance through violence. Boss, chop him up. The two men beside Lu Ruren clamored. The scarred face's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he swung the knife towards Su Fan's forehead. Lu Ruren, upon recognizing Su Fan, let out a startled gasp, although she could not fathom his audacity. The menacing presence of the scarred face and his formidable blade was genuinely terrifying. With such a robust physique and a fierce demeanor, could he not dispatch 3 unarmed individuals like Su Fan? However, just as the tang knife was about to descend upon Su Fan, he vanished and reappeared 2 meters away, seemingly ethereal. In the next instant, the scarred face felt a sudden impact to his forehead. Within the blink of an eye, he collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his face. Su Fan examined his palm. Having attained the mid-stage of qi refining, he not only acquired spiritual energy and enhanced physical abilities, but also significantly sharpened his perception. Under his focused attention, the scarred face's movements appeared to him as though in slow motion. The 2 men clad in property uniforms were struck dumb. This was their doc from the previous day, the leader of their property team. How could such a brutish and ruthless figure be felled by a single strike from this man? The crucial question lingered. Did he even strike? When did he make his move? They hastily loosened their grip on Lu Ruren. Lu Ruren stood, transfixed by the scene before her, equally astonished by Su Fan's prowess. This man, whom she had berated countless times, was in fact a hidden master? Brother, this tang knife is yours as a token of respect. Should you join our property team, we shall ensure your every need is met. With an endless supply of women for your pleasure, the scarred face said, bloodied yet attempting to crawl backward. Oh, Su Fan pressed his foot onto the man's face, pushing it back to the ground. He then picked up the tang knife lying nearby. Su Fan pointed at Lu Ruren, inquiring, are there any women of such beauty? The scarred face fell silent for 2 seconds before Su Fan kicked him away. So, shall I take my leave now? The scarred man asked, lowering his posture. Su Fan slightly lifted Lu Ruren's chin, indicating the red mark on her cheek. The scarred face's gaze sharpened. With a sudden flourish, he drew a knife and struck it against his own 2 fingers, blood gushing forth. The rules of the underworld are clear, I comprehend. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, taken aback by such severity. Let us depart. He approached Lu Ruren, who gazed at him in a daze, instinctively extending her hand for him to grasp. Su Fan took her hand, leading her away, and the surrounding atmosphere grew notably quieter. Lu Ruren's LV bag lay discarded on the ground, her mind too preoccupied to retrieve it, as she numbly followed Su Fan. Step aside. Su Fan glared at the group blocking their path. The members of the property team quickly cleared the way. Even the scar-faced leader had been overthrown, and they certainly dared not provoke this formidable figure again, opting to steer clear in the future. What a pity for this woman, truly a gem. Silently, Lu Ruren accompanied Su Fan back up the stairs to the 7th floor. Her emotions were a tumultuous mix. Su Fan had saved her, and gratitude should have been her response, yet she remained hindered by an internal barrier. Thank you, she murmured, barely audible. What did you say? I can't hear you, Su Fan teased, looking at her with a smirk. Lu Ruren lifted her gaze, feeling a familiar sense of indignation towards Su Fan as she beheld the scene at the door. Don't think that this is a limited time event. Come by tonight to claim a bottle of mineral water. Su Fan interrupted her, turning to open the door. Is it truly just for a bottle of mineral water that you want me to obediently come over? Lu Ruren's voice trembled. Indeed, all men in this world seem the same. Or perhaps I should clarify to the property team that you and I have no connection. Su Fan smiled at her, then turned to open the door. As the door swung open, a wave of warmth rushed out from the room, enveloping Lu Ruren's face. Chapter 7. Providing shelter for Lu Ruren, what right does he have? What right? Lu Ruren locked the door behind her, feeling as though she might lose her mind. Since her college days, she had focused on leveraging her advantages, delving into the realm of female live streamers. It was not solely for the substantial income or the adoration from men far and wide. It was also a pursuit to potentially attract a wealthy suitor, perhaps even catch the eye of a CEO and marry into a prestigious family. Thus, she dismissed the ordinary men around her, particularly those like Su Fan, a destitute soul residing in shared accommodation. After graduating this year, she had an affluent boss who had lavished over $600,000 on her. But from the photos he sent, he appeared rather greasy. No matter, Lu Ruren believed that with her beauty, She could certainly reel in a handsome and wealthy magnate. However, in the blink of an eye, a blizzard descended, plunging the entire world into calamity. The fans who once adored her in her live streams vanished without a trace. Only that boss had sent a message, Ran, I will come to rescue you. And thereafter, silence reigned. Cooking was out of the question. Lu Ruren usually subsisted on takeout, and her home held no provisions. In comparison to the cold, she felt hunger more acutely, and in comparison to hunger, thirst gnawed at her even more. No matter, she resolved to endure. Lu Ruren recalled stories of survival after the deprivation of food and water she had once read. Last night was filled with tears, and now even the ability to weep has abandoned me. Lu Ruren felt her head grow increasingly heavy, and she leaned against the bedside, succumbing to a deep slumber. When she awoke, it was once again the depths of night, an absolute darkness devoid of moonlight, and the myriad lights of homes extinguished. As she attempted to rise, a wave of weakness overwhelmed her. It was 21:08. Lu Ruren feebly retrieved her phone from the pocket of her cotton jacket, glancing at the screen before it succumbed to a depleted battery and shut down. Now, she found herself bereft of even the faintest glimmer of light. A bitter smile formed on her lips. Had she but a bottle of water at home, she would not be in such dire straits. Many households likely still had food left uneaten, yet who would be inclined to share with her? Thoughts of the scar-faced property agent and those who wished to purchase her for a night flooded her mind. The mere contemplation sent a chill through her. In stark contrast, Su Fan's door seemed to radiate warmth and light. If she were to seek assistance, it would have to be from someone formidable. Lu Ruren felt that this notion was indeed correct. Knock, knock, knock. Su Fan was engrossed in a video game, clad in short sleeves. The fire spirit array in his room had recently been infused with some spiritual energy, raising the temperature to an almost stifling level, causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. Upon hearing the knock, he immediately deduced it was Lu Ruren. He had been attentively monitoring the commotion outside from the living room, for she was his objective, and he could not allow her to come to harm. Su Fan opened the door, inquiring, "What brings you here? Do you still have plenty of food and water?" Lu Ruren rasped, her complexion having grown even more haggard since the morning. Su Fan thought to himself that as long as this woman was willing to come over, it would be best to feed her adequately, lest she become unrecognizable from hunger. A bottle of water a day would suffice. He brandished a bottle of mineral water before her. Lu Ruren gazed at the water in his hand, swallowing hard despite her dry throat. What kind of weather was this? She was bundled in warm clothing of good quality, yet her ears felt as though they might freeze off, while he casually wore short sleeves. Was she hallucinating from hunger and cold? Perhaps lighting a match might summon her great-grandmother. Nevertheless, seeing Su Fan so spirited and vibrant gave her a modicum of reassurance regarding her survival. "See, can I stay here for the night?" Lu Ruren bit her lip and spoke weakly. "Come in," Su Fan replied, a smile gracing his face as he stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter. As for what might transpire during her stay, Lu Ruren was fully aware. Was it perhaps a game of Ludo? She took a step inside, immediately enveloped by a wave of warmth. Ah, how cozy. Lu Ruren felt invigorated, her senses sharpened. How could it be so warm? She wondered if the air conditioning was still operational. She moved to the table, grabbing a bottle of water for herself, then approached to join him in the game. Su Fan settled onto the sofa. Uncertain if it was intentional, Lu Ruren followed Su Fan's gaze to the tablet in his hands. Indeed, he was playing a game of Ludo. Turning her attention to the dining table, Lu Ruren couldn't help but feel a rush of excitement at the sight before her. 2 bottles of water, a can of cola, a box of bread, and an assortment of neatly arranged snacks. He surprisingly possessed such an abundance of supplies. Before Lu Ruren's arrival, she had been apprehensive that Su Fan would only be able to offer her a single bottle of mineral water, merely wishing for her to spend one night here. What would happen to her after a day? Now it appeared that with so much mineral water, 2 cases containing a total of 24 bottles, and a plethora of cola, she could manage to stay for at least several days. Clearing her throat, Lu Ruren felt a twinge of embarrassment. How could she have thought so narrowly? Upon gulping down a bottle of water, her body felt as if it had finally encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. In a moment of weakness, she drank half a bottle, unable to resist. Although hunger still gnawed at her, the refreshing sensation alleviated her discomfort considerably. Oh no! Lu Ruren quickly capped the bottle, realizing she had consumed too much. She needed to save the remaining half for tomorrow evening. Glancing at Su Fan, who was engrossed in operating his tablet, she recalled his demeanor earlier that day in the underground garage and couldn't help but find him somewhat attractive. "Are you playing?" Su Fan extended the tablet towards her. "Are we just playing this?" Lu Ruren approached him but hesitated to take it, standing awkwardly by his side. "Of course not," Su Fan replied, gently taking her slender hand and guiding her to sit beside him on the sofa. What's the rush? Let us eat something first. He looked at her and asked, how long has it been since you last bathed? Why should I be in a hurry? Lu Ruren's face flushed with embarrassment. She sniffed her own scent, wondering if she was being judged. Although it had been 4 days since her last shower, the cold temperature should mitigate the situation. Su Fan produced a loaf of bread from his hand, saying, your attitude has improved significantly today. Here, as a reward for you. Lu Ruren's eyes brightened as she accepted the bread, obliviously unaware of how he had conjured it. Finish the bread first to regain some energy. Then you can take a shower. A shower? Is there any water left? Isn't it all frozen? Lu Ruren remarked, tearing into the bread with fervor, as if fearing someone might snatch it away. But there's water right here. Su Fan pointed to the bottles of mineral water on the table. Mineral water for a shower? Are you out of your mind? Do you know how precious mineral water is? Lu Ruren's eyes widened in shock, nearly choking on her bread. You make a valid point. Bottled water does cost a bit more, Su Fan acknowledged. Then let us use the barrel water. With a sudden motion, Su Fan raised his right hand, and a large barrel of water appeared, thudding onto the floor. Lu Ruren stood in astonishment. A barrel of such size? How did he possess something so substantial? No, was that the crux of the matter? How on earth had he conjured it? Even a magician could not produce something of that magnitude. Su Fan, stroking his chin, admired her bewildered expression. However, do use it sparingly. I don't have an abundance, he cautioned, his mind scanning the storage bag to reveal only 998 barrels remaining. Casting a glance out the window, Su Fan pondered venturing to the supermarket warehouse for a zero-cost acquisition once they could escape. Yet, he was uncertain what level of endurance would allow him to withstand this environment. That snow was poisonous, and even with his exceptional constitution, he had no idea if he could endure it. In that moment, Lu Ruren felt as though the world before her was shrouded in a veil of illusion, leaving her with an abundance of uncertainties. No, first, I must take a shower, Su Fan insisted, giving her a gentle pat on the shoulder. Lu Ruren immediately straightened up, her heart racing. She acknowledged having flaunted her figure before, yet never had anyone dared to touch her so casually. She attempted to lift the bottled water, but found it too heavy to budge. This water is far too weighty. I cannot move it. And I can't pour it while bathing either. Would you assist me? Before you wash, that can be arranged, but afterwards, what then? What should I do? Su Fan cast a chilling glance at Lu Ruren, who suddenly realized her inquiry was somewhat awkward, her cheeks flushing crimson. Surely, she could not ask Su Fan to pour water for her while she washed. By the way, aren't you feeling hot? Su Fan pointed to the indoor thermometer on the wall, which read a steamy 28 degrees. Lu Ruren, her face already flushed, began to perspire and hastily removed her thick cotton coat. It dawned on her that even her down jacket was damp with sweat. She reluctantly shed 2 more layers, discarding them onto the sofa, revealing her thermal underwear beneath. Lu Ruren felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her current attire was suitable for weather around 10 degrees. Yet it felt oppressively warm. After all, thermal underwear was not the same as intimate apparel, so why should she feel shy? Su Fan regarded her with a curious expression. Oh dear, Lu Ruren sighed. Moments later, clad in a pink outfit adorned with bear motifs, she sat blushing on the sofa, a mere meter away from Su Fan. Come a bit closer, he urged. Lu Ruren complied, her mind now a blank slate. To dull my senses is to seek sustenance and sustain my existence. One must sacrifice to gain. It is far better than perishing in hunger. Su Fan edged closer, clad as she was. Her figure was somewhat discernible, but the thermal underwear was indeed a distraction. The fabric appeared quite warm, prompting Su Fan's curiosity to reach out and inspect its quality. Lu Ruren instantly straightened, her muscles tensing. Yet, Su Fan's movements were gentle, allowing her to gradually relax. After a prolonged examination, he reluctantly withdrew his hand, remarking on the fine texture of the fabric. Feeling a bit more at ease, Lu Ruren shifted slightly under the oppressive heat of 28 degrees. Her body already drenched in perspiration. I shall take a shower now, she declared through gritted teeth, her frustration evident. It seemed that to survive, she needed to cultivate her resilience. However, the bottled water remained a daunting challenge for her. Casting a glance at the water, she wore a troubled expression. Then use bottled water to wash. No sneaking sips, Su Fan suggested, noting her discomfort. Why on earth would I drink my own bathing water? That's absurd. Lu Ruren retorted sharply. Online, she often received private messages inquiring whether she sold her bathing water or socks. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. Oh. Lu Ruren realized that Su Fan merely intended for her not to drink the drinking water, and she had misinterpreted his words. Never mind, it's not significant. The fire spirit formation Su Fan had arranged enveloped the entire house, ensuring that even the bathroom maintained a temperature of 28 degrees. While bathing in cold water could hardly be deemed comfortable, it was still bearable. Upon hearing the sound of rushing water cease, Su Fan turned off the television and returned to his bedroom, preparing for significant endeavors. The innermost room on the left beckoned. As Su Fan passed by the bathroom, he called out, "How refreshing." Lu Ruren emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Although the cold shower was quite brisk, the sensation afterward was undeniably pleasurable. Here, there was food, drink, and warmth. Despite the somewhat shabby decor, it was a stark contrast to the home across the way. "Where are you?" Su Fan urged. Lu Ruren instinctively tensed, then gritted her teeth and replied, "Coming." History is a lengthy narrative, spanning from the birth of the first life beneath the waters to the vast cosmos. Humanity has traversed countless epochs. With the unification of the Qin dynasty, the Han people constructed a direct road to the northern deserts. The discovery of new maritime routes unveiled a new continent to Eurasian civilizations. With the ascent of rockets, humanity embarks on an enduring exploration of the universe. After a considerable pause, Su Fan exhaled deeply, pondering the ultimate boundaries of the universe and the significance of human civilization's existence. He gently covered Lu Ruren with a blanket, concerned she might catch a chill. Host has completed the mid-Chi refinement realm task and obtained water flow technique and fireball technique. Beep. A new furnace companion has been added. Name: Lu Ruren. Age: 21. Level: 0. Appearance: ethereal. Intimacy level: 2. Rebirth count: 33. Su Fan glanced at the display panel. The initial entries were similar, yet it now included intimacy level and rebirth count. Notification: upon reaching intimacy level 258, a reward package will be granted. Rebirth count is influenced by intimacy level. Rebirth: when the furnace companion's physical body perishes, their soul can be retrieved to the host system. Su Fan contemplated. This rebirth capability appeared quite extraordinary. But merely reclaiming the soul might not suffice. He would likely require items to reconstruct the physical form. Beep. A new furnace companion has been added, increasing cultivation speed. Current cultivation speed: 2 points per day. Note: for every 5 levels the furnace companion rises, the cultivation speed increases by an additional point per day. Furnace companion level? Su Fan understood that the system referred to the 0 level displayed on Lu Ruren's panel. It seemed he would need to nurture her level himself. Upon reaching intimacy level 2, Lu Ruren has received a reward package. Option A: a high-grade yellow tier spirit sword. As anticipated, Option A remained a spirit sword, yet of a superior quality. Should he choose the spirit sword this time? Given that he was bound to the cultivation system, a spirit sword must be a fundamental asset. Su Fan continued to explore. Option B: a mid-grade Xian tier Qilin armor. Option C: a summoning talisman from Senior Sister Chun. Su Fan's eyes brightened. Qilin armor provides defensive capabilities, can generate a light shield to withstand a certain degree of attacks. Senior Sister Chin's summoning talisman summons Senior Sister Chun, Foundation Establishment Peak, to assist you once. From a practical standpoint, Su Fan inclined toward the Qilin armor. It would not only enhance his survival capabilities, but perhaps the generated light shield could even fend off the snow outside. Yet he simply could not avert his gaze from Option C. Did the existence of Senior Sister Chin truly linger in this world? Would it be rendered utterly unusable? Su Fan, unable to resist, ultimately selected C, driven in part by curiosity. A jade token manifested in his hand, adorned with azure and white tassels, inscribed with the character Chun. The texture, 7 parts gentle and 3 parts robust, led Su Fan to believe that such a material could not possibly be crafted with the current technological capabilities of this realm. The prominent character Chun evoked thoughts of Chen Shaoqian, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Su Fan's mouth. He decided to stow the jade token away, reasoning that since it could summon Senior Sister Chen once, it would be prudent to reserve it for a time of need. After securing the token, Su Fan brushed a stray strand of hair aside and called out, "Listen to me once more." Master, the lovely Lu Ruren's complexion flushed with a rosy tide. Chapter 9. Forbidden Techniques? Su Fan glanced at the time. It was already 3 in the morning. This night had unfolded into a lengthy tale. Given their relative unfamiliarity, further communication was essential, especially since they were now sharing the same roof. It was crucial to establish a foundation of trust. After much contemplation, Su Fan decided to gently wrap the already sleeping Lu Ruren and carry her to the bed in another bedroom. He then locked his own door. After all, their acquaintance was still in its infancy. The likelihood of this woman awakening in the middle of the night and attacking him, while perhaps low, was certainly not non-existent. Fatigue soon enveloped him, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, Su Fan's alarm clock rang at 9. His cultivation progress bar had reached its zenith. Realm upgrade, late-stage chi refinement. Su Fan sensed a significant enhancement in his spiritual energy, physique, and physical strength, along with a marked improvement in his perceptive abilities. With his current physical prowess, an ordinary person would likely be incapable of inflicting harm upon him. Host, Su Fan. Talent, ordinary spiritual root. Realm, late-stage chi refinement. Alchemical furnace, Lu Ruin, destined artifact. Nunding. Host detected a breakthrough to late-stage chi refinement and has received a reward package. Option A, a low-grade Xian tier spiritual sword. Option B, a mid-grade Xian tier Qilin armor. Option C, an intersect disciple promotion token from the Qinyan sect. The Qilin armor has reappeared. Su Fan's spirits lifted. Just as he contemplated selecting option B, a line of red text appeared below. Option D, forbidden technique, divine refinement sutra. A forbidden technique? Su Fan hastily reviewed the prompt. Prompt, intersect disciple promotion token. Present this token at the intersect grand hall to be promoted to an intersect disciple. Divine refinement sutra. Amplifies spiritual perception by tenfold, but requires the sacrifice of 3 lives each month. Otherwise, the amplification becomes void. Forbidden technique. Practitioners classified as forbidden techniques by the Immortal Palace will be executed on the spot, if discovered. Su Fan pondered this information, his heart racing. The requirement to take 3 lives each month, while seemingly manageable, posed a moral quandary. Simply standing downstairs with food would undoubtedly attract those seeking their demise. In this era of chaos, there was little concern over accountability. However, aside from the fact that he had never taken a life, the thought of deliberately contemplating murder each month to meet his quota would gradually warp his psyche into that of a killer. This is likely the reason it has been classified as a forbidden technique. As for the so-called sword from the celestial realm that can strike down officials of our dynasty, ding, negative effects detected. To safeguard the host's physical and mental well-being, negative effects have been optimized. Please check. The system's voice sounded at the right moment, prompting Su Fan to take another look. Forbidden technique, spirit refinement art. Spirit refinement art amplifies spiritual awareness by tenfold, but requires 3 cups of water daily. Otherwise, the amplification will become ineffective. Well, now I've become a reminder to drink water. Su Fan disregarded any concerns and decided that since it was a forbidden technique, it must possess considerable power. He chose option D. Host has acquired the spirit refinement art. Shall it be fused? Fuse. Upon making the selection, Su Fan felt a warm current flowing into his mind, enveloping his brain and swirling within. It felt as though his mind was undergoing a system upgrade. And at that moment, his consciousness was shrouded in chaos. 1 minute later, Su Fan's nearly overloaded brain suddenly regained clarity. How remarkably clear it was. He could see a soda can in the corner 3 meters away, with the ingredient list distinctly visible. However, this was something Su Fan could achieve before now. With the amplification, he turned his gaze to the doorway and sensed that Lu Ruin had already risen, wrapped in a blanket. She glanced at her door before retreating back into her room to close it. Then, trembling slightly, she made her way back to the bedside, sitting down and adjusting her blanket. The morning is indeed a time of vibrant energy. Though his sight was obscured, Su Fan's consciousness was able to perceive the happenings outside the wall. Closing his eyes, he extended his spiritual awareness upstairs, discovering that the entire room above was unoccupied, and the living room was stocked with ample food and water. Meanwhile, downstairs resided a couple, slumped together with expressions of despair, surrounded only by empty water bottles and food wrappers. A wedding photo hung on the wall of their bedroom. Currently, Su Fan's spiritual awareness could penetrate one wall, but became somewhat indistinct beyond that. Steeling his resolve, Su Fan realized that with this newfound perceptive ability, he had a powerful means of guarding against danger. Preparing to rise, he reached under the covers and touched a small piece of clothing, noting its pleasing texture and excellent quality. What a fine item, it would be seized. It was more convenient not to wear it. Su Fan accessed the system interface, noting that there were still 2 skills awaiting fusion: Fireball Technique and Water Stream Technique. Soon, the relevant information regarding these 2 spells entered his mind. Channeling his spiritual energy in his palm, a fireball approximately 20 centimeters in diameter appeared, radiating intense heat. Now I have an offensive measure. Su Fan could hurl this fireball, transforming it into an explosive blaze. Next, he decided to try the Water Stream Technique. Aiming at a potted plant by the window, he gently utilized his spiritual energy to cast the technique. producing a stream of water from his hand akin to a water gun. By exerting more force, the stream could swell into a powerful jet. If his spiritual energy was sufficiently robust, it might even create a high-pressure water stream capable of slicing through objects. Yet, in this frigid apocalyptic world, it seemed the fireball technique would be more practical. I wonder if this water is drinkable? Su Fan pondered. If the water he conjured could be consumed, it would resolve the issue of water scarcity. He produced a cup and gently poured water into it. Lu Ruren, come here. Lu Ruren, who was seated on the bed, lost in her thoughts, suddenly heard Su Fan's voice resonate in her mind. She did not perceive anything particularly unusual. Rather, the sound made her head buzz slightly. As she entered the room, Su Fan smiled. He had just attempted to establish a direct mental connection with Lu Ruren, articulating his thoughts within her mind to achieve the effect of telepathic communication, and it proved successful. Come, drink some water. Could you please hand me my clothes first? Lu Ruren clutched her blanket. First, drink the water. It's fresh. Su Fan raised the cup in his hand. Lu Ruren eyed the cup, sensing an indescribable peculiarity. This water isn't yours, is it? Indeed, it is water of my own making, Su Fan nodded. And you expect me to drink this? Lu Ruren furrowed her brow and took a step back. If I offer it to you, you should drink. Lu Ruren's face flushed with embarrassment, and she reluctantly accepted the cup. It seems all right. She took a whiff, confirming it was indeed water, and after a few sips, her thirst persisted. How does it taste? Is there any difference from regular water? Is it quenching your thirst? Su Fan observed her reaction. What? This isn't really water? Lu Ruren exclaimed. Then after a moment's reflection, she realized it felt as if she hadn't drunk anything at all. Her thirst remained. Su Fan poured several more cups, encouraging her to drink more. Yet, the sensation was the same. It felt as though she hadn't drunk at all. Lu Ruren patted her stomach, having consumed several cups. Yet it still felt empty. Well then, Su Fan contemplated for a moment. This water was formed from his spiritual energy and might essentially still be energy, destined to dissipate. He then recalled that a striking beauty was still before him, merely wrapped in a blanket. Are you hungry? Su Fan marveled at the patterns on the blanket. Lu Ruren nodded, having eaten only a single piece of bread over the past few days. Of course, she was famished. You've performed admirably. This is your reward. A piece of bread materialized in Su Fan's right hand. Lu Ruren's expression brightened, her face instantly illuminated with joy as she hurriedly reached out to take it. Eat up. And once you're finished, we can get to work. Su Fan gestured toward the bedspread with his finger. What? Lu Ruren's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 10. The emergence of superhumans. The infinite cosmos has always enticed humanity to explore time and again, from the ascension of rockets to prolonged voyages through space. Mankind spares no resource in pursuit of significant discoveries. Master, Master, a soft voice murmured unconsciously beside him. Su Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing he might have overstepped. Lying against the cushion, he contemplated the universe and the meaning of life before accessing the system interface. Late-stage Qi refinement task. Teach a lesson to the arrogant Qi refinement novice from the same village. Task reward, swordsmanship. Oh, what does it mean to be a Qi refinement novice from the same village? Su Fan's curiosity was piqued, prompting him to open the task map for further investigation. The objective of the task lies within one's own community. Drawing from the experience of the previous task at the scripture repository, it appears that the subjects of this system's missions indeed correspond to specific entities. If we interpret the same village as the same residential complex, it follows that there exists an entity within the complex that is akin to the initial stages of Qi cultivation. This implies the emergence of a superhuman, does it not? Su Fan is certainly eager to witness this being firsthand and discern the distinctions between their capabilities and his own. Furthermore, what are the prerequisites for awakening such powers? After all, it is imperative to find a method to elevate Lu Ruren to level 5, thereby enhancing her cultivation speed by an additional point. Checking his phone for messages in the owners group, Su Fan soon discovered that discussions regarding superpowers had indeed surfaced. He promptly nudged Lu Ruren, who seemed lost in thought. Have you seen the messages in the owners group? My phone is out of battery. Lu Ruren mumbled in response. With a swift motion, Su Fan produced a power bank. My phone is in my down jacket. Lu Ruren retreated beneath the blankets. After a night spent together, Lu Ruren had come to terms with her situation. Su Fan was formidable in every aspect. He was not only skilled in combat, but also possessed ample resources. Was he not precisely the kind of individual needed in such an environment? Moreover, he exhibited strengths in various other realms. It felt as though she had struck a personal jackpot. Once she accepted certain realities, a sense of comfort began to wash over her. Residing here was quite agreeable. and she was determined to ingratiate herself with Su Fan, hoping to remain by his side. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fan summoned her phone from the depths of the down jacket on the windowsill. How did you manage that? Lu Ruren gasped in astonishment. Su Fan charged her phone, and upon powering it on, the screen displayed a lock interface adorned with English letters and a bear motif. Take a look, he said, placing the phone and power bank into her embrace. The messages began at 6 in the morning. 83 Blossoming Prosperity. Dear friends, please ensure your doors are securely locked. Last night, the property management team went door to door, robbing residents in Building 8. 233 Heart of One. The items I took out yesterday were seized by them. 132 Warm Sun. It's fortunate that only possessions were taken. My wife and I went out together, and I returned alone. 233 Heart of One. Seriously, can you tolerate this? 132 Warm Sun. What else can I do? There were over 20 of them, armed with knives. I don't even know what happened to my wife. Sigh. At this point, I don't even want to live. 81 Brother Wong. Don't worry. Your wife is perfectly fine. She is quite remarkable. Pictures. 81 Brother Wong. She possesses impressive skills. She could join the property management team. No worries about food. And plenty of women available. 132 Warm Sun. I'll kill you. 7 Building 181. Manager Yang of Water and Bread Loans. Your property management team is so capable. Why didn't they raid the supermarket this morning? 81 Brother Wong. Damn it. He can breathe fire. There is someone who can breathe fire. 7 Building 181. Manager Yang of Water and Bread Loans. Haha, just practice more. We have 6 like that in our supermarket team. Your skills are only good for hitting women. 81 Brother Wong. Watch your words, kid. 181, right? Stay home tonight, and don't run away. 181 Ice Cream Wholesale. Why are you miswriting the door number? Su Fan perused several messages and distilled 2 key pieces of information. The first indicated that at least 2 factions had emerged within the community. One was a property group, rooted in the management, possessing spare keys and numerous tools. The other was a supermarket faction, equipped with abundant supplies. The second revelation suggested that others possessed abilities akin to superpowers. If the supermarket group had 7 such individuals while the property group had none, it was plausible that the supermarket faction had discovered a method to awaken these extraordinary powers. Was there truth to their claims? Could someone truly breathe fire? Lu Ruren felt a twinge of astonishment, yet upon reflecting on Su Fan's own remarkable capabilities, she sensed that he might indeed be the more formidable of the two. Su Fan refrained from responding. He clicked the exit button on the Owner-S group chat, noting there was one unread message remaining. Supervisor Yu. Su Fan, how are you holding up? Still alive? Yu Miao Miao had previously inquired if he had any food, and Su Fan inadvertently categorized her among those commanding leaders. Did she genuinely care for him? He recalled that fateful night before the apocalypse, her enchanting visage surfacing in his mind. If he could venture outside, perhaps he should check on Yu Miao Miao. With her striking beauty, she could likely elevate one's spirits. If she were to offer him an opportunity, it would indeed be a priceless gift. Su Fan, I'm managing, have a little stockpile. How about you? He intended to ask if any superpowered individuals had surfaced on her end. After sending his reply, he noticed a new friend request. Xiao Xiao, Su Fan. I miss you at Zhang University. Reading this simple, yet poignant message sent a shiver down his spine. What was he thinking? Did she actually need him? Oh, an ex-girlfriend? Lu Ruren leaned in, catching a glimpse of his phone screen. Su Fan nodded thoughtfully. Such tea was rich and potent. Lu Ruren displayed a look of disdain, unable to fathom how someone with Su Fan's disposition could be drawn to such a person. Su Fan glanced at her. Indeed, she was unreserved in expressing her disdain for those she disdained. In contrast, Chen Xiaoqian preferred to elevate herself. Today, a gentleman's friendship is as insipid as water. Tomorrow, apologies for our incompatibility. Chen Xiaoqian yearned for a life filled with happiness. Naturally, a woman's essentials were indispensable in life. Yet, as she pursued her graduate studies, striving for a better future, she lacked the means to indulge in such luxuries. What if she had a working boyfriend? It was his duty as a partner. Other boys showered their girlfriends with gifts. Why couldn't he? Sister, I'm already covering your living expenses. Where would I find the funds for gifts? Su Fan had never considered this before, instead feeling a sense of indebtedness to Chen Xiaoqian. However, within this seemingly blissful existence, the only flaw she perceived was her underprivileged boyfriend. Su Fan possessed none of the attributes of wealth, culture, or status. Even delivering takeout was something she felt embarrassed to mention to her roommates. The presence of such a boyfriend severely impacted her aspirations for a joyful future. After entering graduate school, I became acutely aware of the stark contrast between our worlds and resolutely severed our ties. Venus and Run 2 seemed far more compatible than the two of us. Although I have now attained considerable mastery, the thought still weighs heavily on Su Fan's heart. He clicked to accept a friend request, utilizing Chen Xiaoqian as an additional source of information. He casually stumbled upon her pinned moments. Ultimately, one person bears it all. Waiting for dawn in solitary nights. 3 seconds later, her moment's privacy settings were adjusted. Su Fan prudently labeled this former flame as White Lotus. Su Fan, how are things on your end? University should be fine, right? Want to explode your gold coins? You finally replied. Things aren't great here. The girls' dormitory is overcrowded, and food is scarce. Want to explode your gold coins? I really hope to see you again. Could you possibly bring some food? Su Fan, is it dangerous in the snow? How will you make it here? Want to explode your gold coins? I've seen others walk in the snow. It seems to be a kind of ability. Surely, you can find a way, right? Su Fan. All right, if you discover any methods, let me know directly. And I'll bring you supplies. Image, Su Fan sent her a photo of bottled water and a box of bread. Want to explode your gold coins? If you come, I'll consider getting back together. Su Fan opted to hide the chat notifications. It was an eyesore. Chapter 11. Who's Little Princess? Su Fan rose to venture out in search of the so-called superhumans. I'll be back shortly. He dressed. Thinking about having something warm for lunch. What will you cook? Wow, that sounds great, Lu Ruren replied, contemplating. I usually just order takeout. I can only make dumplings and the like. All right, Su Fan nodded, realizing that perhaps he should recruit a little chef in the future. The supplies in his storage bag contained a plethora of ingredients. He could cook, but had little desire to do so. Recruit a little chef? Lu Ruren inferred Su Fan's words, realizing it implied accommodating another woman. Am I not enough for you? I can learn anything you desire. Though somewhat reluctant, she found herself powerless. All the resources here belonged to him, and he was undeniably formidable. Lu Ruren had already witnessed many disturbing scenarios in other groups, where the darker sides of human nature were starkly revealed. Some were right. Individuals like her, lacking strength, could only be treated as playthings or commodities. She had seen several images of girls who had been utterly degraded by multiple men. In contrast, Su Fan's place seemed like paradise, plentiful food, warmth, and good company. Perhaps it was simply because she was obedient. Do we have fire? Lu Ruren pondered, suspecting that the gas line might have been severed. We have a gas canister. Su Fan retrieved a sizable canister from his storage bag and set it down with a thud. However, this is for the best. In the future, I shall provide a home for other girls as well, a title that suits me aptly. Perhaps. Su Fan nodded, contemplating that you might also have such an opportunity. Su Fan was eager to visit the supermarket to discern the nature of their superpowers, hoping to accomplish a task in the process. He retrieved a pack of frozen dumplings and handed it to Lu Ruren. Master, won't you feel cold going out like this? Lu Ruren remarked, observing Su Fan clad in a thin jacket as he prepared to leave. With Su Fan's enhanced physique, his resistance to temperature had significantly improved. You are right. I should feel cold, Su Fan replied, playfully pinching Lu Ruren's delicate cheek. Family, I seek attire suitable for a frigid apocalyptic atmosphere. A minute later, Su Fan donned a warm coat. This is more reasonable. Descending the stairs, Su Fan initially anticipated a considerable effort to locate someone at the supermarket, but was taken aback upon reaching the underground parking lot, where a commotion was already brewing in the distance. Even if you can breathe fire or summon hail, do not overstep your bounds. If it comes to a life or death struggle, it is not worth it for any of us. Do you think you qualify for such a fight? Enough chatter, hand over the supplies and the people. Su Fan observed the situation nearby, remaining concealed. Two factions were at an impasse. Evidently the supermarket group and the property management team. One speaker, a mature-looking man with glasses, faced off against the scarred man whom Su Fan had previously encountered. Does the supermarket group possess abilities? Su Fan utilized his probing skill on the bespectacled man. Level 1 ability, plant system. Someone has reached a level. This equates to the initial stage of chi refinement, does it not? They certainly exude a certain arrogance. Su Fan prepared to intervene, intending to deliver a swift blow and depart. Fine, 50 pounds of food and 2 cases of water. This time I'll grant you this, but should you return, I will not hesitate to fight. The scarred man begrudgingly acquiesced. What about the others? 5 women and 3 men. The women should be beautiful, and the men must be youthful. The bespectacled man, Zhang Yuan, displayed an air of superiority. What? You desire men as well? The scarred man stared at him quizzically. There's no alternative. This is what our little princess demands. Zhang Yuan gestured behind him. At that moment, a delicate figure stepped forward. Indeed, I require 3 male companions. Although she too wore a warm coat, Her lustrous, raven hair and perfectly placed hairpins, alongside her youthful, jade-like visage, captivated those present. Oh, it seems there is an unexpected surprise, Su Fan thought, feeling genuinely astonished. Name, Mu Xiaowan, age, 20, level, 2. Ability, Ice System. Appearance, ethereal, dual cultivation experience, 0, hint. Detected target meets furnace requirements. Hey, not bad, another suitable candidate has appeared. Remarkably, she is at level 2, surpassing that bespectacled man. TSK, 0 dual cultivation experience. What kind of male companions does she seek? Is she eager to explore new experiences even in the apocalypse? Wow, what a stunning young lady. What does male companion even mean? The scarred man and his followers displayed expressions of unabashed desire. My esteemed leader, allow me to partake. I yearn to become a gentleman's consort. I am eager to cast aside my toils and simply wish to be a plaything for women. The underlings of the scarred-faced one, especially those who still consider themselves youthful, eagerly volunteered. Brothers, heed my counsel. Everyone turned their gaze towards the two boys in the corner. We ventured there last night. And that so-called gentleman's consort was not what you think. If you doubt my words, inquire with Xiaoyang. The speaker nudged the fair-skinned boy beside him. The fair-skinned lad blushed instantly, tugging at his shirt. Cease your words, darling. It wasn't your fault last night. Have you been played for a fool? Do not call me darling. I still feel nauseated. The boy who spoke earlier shouted, retreating a couple of steps. In any case, this little princess hasn't even undone a button on her padded coat, so do not harbor any illusions. What is this? Ahem, my leader, let us disregard my previous statement. I have contemplated this carefully. One must not indulge in debauchery amidst poverty. The younger brothers exchanged awkward laughter, distancing themselves slightly. I suggested, perhaps we should leave it at that. The scarred-faced leader murmured, let us refrain from involving the men. There are not many of you anyway. What need have we for so many women? Suddenly, the bespectacled man's countenance shifted dramatically as a vine emerged from the ground beneath the scarred-faced leader's feet, swiftly wrapping around his legs and climbing up to his chin. Do you believe you can negotiate with us now? As for women, they can be rented out daily for resources. Do not tell me you do not engage in such practices. Naturally, men can be rented out as well. The scarred-faced leader attempted to break free, but found the vine's strength far beyond that of an ordinary plant. He then turned and shouted, brothers, what are you waiting for? If you do not wish to surrender, let us confront them. Let us fight. Charge. We outnumber them, and if we prevail, we can reclaim that little lady. On the left stood 7 superpowered individuals, while on the right were over 20 ordinary men armed with makeshift weapons. Level 1 abilities did not appear particularly formidable, and in a life-or-death struggle, the outcome remained uncertain. The scene erupted into chaos. Su Fan seized the moment, thinking it a splendid opportunity. Chapter 12. Cultivation. The superpowered individuals on the left unleashed their abilities in unison. Some spewed flames, while others expelled torrents of water. Amidst the fray, Mu Xiaowan raised her hand, summoning a fierce hailstorm. Her skill encompassed a wide area, affecting approximately 10 individuals, 2 of whom were struck and drew blood. Yet, their numbers were overwhelming, and fueled by fervor, they charged forward recklessly. Su Fan, amidst the confusion, swiftly infiltrated the ranks of the property team, blending into the crowd. Among the superpowered individuals, the flame-spewing youth stood protectively in front of Mu Xiaowan, unleashing a torrent of fire that radiated intense heat. This fiery youth, named Chen Na, was a classmate of Mu Xiaowan at the same university. Within the community, these individuals were generally older, perhaps perceiving Mu Xiaowan merely as an attractive young girl. However, he was aware that she was the school's freshman belle, having garnered over 20 declarations on the confession wall within the first week of classes. Though her personality may be a touch peculiar, her striking beauty was undeniable. And now, he found himself residing in the same community as this goddess. Was it not fate? Though fate had dealt a cruel hand, being trapped with a goddess was surely the heavens conspiring in their favor. She was a princess, and he, her gallant knight. Ignoring the fiery threats and the wretched woman, they sought to eliminate the others first. The scar-faced man shouted. The 20 or so ordinary individuals recognized that these two were the most formidable and charged towards the other supernatural beings. At that moment, having just commanded his subordinate to sever the vines binding him, the scar-faced man looked up to see Su Fan's silhouette rushing towards the fire-wielding youth and Mu Xiaowan. Who dares to court death? The scar-faced man wondered which of his underlings had become so audacious. Others also caught sight of Su Fan and concluded that this brother was doomed. Earlier that morning, one of their comrades had fought with the fire-wielding youth, only to have his face charred and his body roasted. He must have been absent that morning, unaware of the youth's formidable powers. Moreover, he was charging in alone. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan found himself before the fire-wielding youth, Chen Na. A fool courting death, Chen Na thought as he sneered and raised his hand. Unexpectedly, Su Fan mirrored his gesture, asking, "Are you planning to release this?" With a roar, Chen Na unleashed a torrent of flames from his palm. The next moment, boom. A fireball, exponentially more powerful than Chen Na's flame, erupted from Su Fan's hand, transforming into a blazing inferno. In that instant, Chen Na's flames were consumed. The intense heat incinerated his clothing and singed his hair. Staring wide-eyed in disbelief, Chen Na realized that he too possessed fire abilities. Yet Su Fan's were far superior. In a swift motion, Su Fan sent him flying 3 meters away with a single slap. Though Mu Xiaowan had noticed Su Fan's advance, her focus was devoted to unleashing a barrage of hail upon the crowd. While she could not recall the name of the classmate before her, she was acutely aware of his formidable fire abilities and never imagined someone could defeat him so effortlessly. What on earth is this? He possesses superpowers too? That fireball was absolutely invincible. Su Fan's fireball technique astonished everyone present. Is that him? The scar-faced man felt an ache in his face at the sight of Su Fan. Hastily, Mu Xiaowan seized her hailstorm and faced Su Fan, conjuring a long ice spear in her hand. Su Fan approached her with a speed that blurred her vision, as if scrutinizing something intently. Then, with a gentle smile, he effortlessly crushed the ice spear embedded in his chest. What? Mu Xiaowan was taken aback. This was an ice spear crafted from her level 2 abilities, and not only had it failed to pierce him, but it had also been shattered with bare hands. If she could not discern that he was significantly stronger, she would truly be a fool. Taking 2 steps back, Mu Xiaowan turned to flee. Yet how could she outrun Su Fan? In just a few strides, he caught up to her, seizing the collar of her shirt at the nape of her neck and lifting her with ease. She was light and well-proportioned. Coughing, she implored, "Let me go." Mu Xiaowan unleashed a mist of ice directed at Su Fan's face. "Thank you for the refreshing facial," he remarked, feeling a coolness wash over him. Subsequently, Su Fan struck Mu Xiaowan, rendering her unconscious, and departed gracefully. The crowd on the field unanimously halted their actions. The 2 or 3 dozen men present were captivated, their eyes fixated on the young woman, whose intriguing allure was undeniable despite their attempts to suppress their thoughts. A few extraordinary beings exchanged glances, yet none dared to take action. After subduing Mu Xiaowan, Su Fan heard the system's notification resonate in his mind. Late-stage Qi refinement task completed. Acquired sword control technique. As he opened the door, Lu Ruren peered from the kitchen. "Master, the dumplings are ready." Upon noticing Su Fan entering with Mu Xiaowan slung over his shoulder, Lu Ruren's smile faltered. She had anticipated Su Fan would bring a new woman home, but she hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. They had only spent 1 night together, and now he was already replacing her? Had he abducted a maiden from another household? "This is a prisoner of war," Su Fan stated, placing Mu Xiaowan on the sofa and binding her. Despite her current predicament, she was, indeed, an extraordinary being. "Let us eat dumplings first." Lu Ruren responded to his cue by serving dumplings from the kitchen and sitting down to eat in front of Mu Xiaowan. It had been ages since she had savored something so delectable. She wiped her mouth in surprise, realizing even frozen dumplings could taste so delightful. Su Fan nodded. "If you perform well, perhaps next time we shall have hot pot." "Really?" Lu Ruren blinked in astonishment. Su Fan turned to the sofa. "When did you wake up?" "Since you began eating dumplings." Mu Xiaowan opened her eyes, a glimmer of resentment in her gaze. They actually had fire to cook. While she had been subsisting on instant food for days, she could only smell the enticing aroma of their dumplings. The realization of her current captivity made tears well in the corners of her eyes. "Answer my questions properly, and you may have some to eat." Su Fan suddenly remembered something, retrieving the small cake from earlier. "Answer well, and this cake is also yours." "Cake?" Mu Xiaowan's eyes sparkled with delight. "I ask you answer. Utter an extra word, and I shall punish you." Su Fan produced a belt. Mu Xiaowan nodded vigorously, sealing her lips tightly. She marveled at Su Fan's ability to conjure objects seemingly out of thin air, but dared not utter a word. "You can freeze, some can breathe fire, others can heal. What do you call such abilities?" "Extraordinary abilities," Mu Xiaowan replied succinctly, as if fearing that any additional words might lead to punishment. "How do you know to call it extraordinary abilities?" "Intuition," Mu Xiaowan responded with 2 words. "Clarify," Su Fan commanded, retracting the belt. "It's just something I knew. The concept came to me upon awakening." Feeling wronged, Mu Xiaowan rubbed her rear, confused about why she was being punished for saying too much. "Does your extraordinary ability have levels?" "Levels? If I were to elaborate, I would say after acquiring my extraordinary ability, I drank a bit more, which evidently made me stronger than the others, she reflected, lowering her head in thought. Wait. Su Fan sensed she had alluded to the very question he intended to ask. What did you drink? Chapter 13, Distilled Snow. Mu Xiaowan's eyes widened with alarm. Just a glass of water. What kind of water? Su Fan snapped the belt, creating a sharp sound. I don't know. It was given to me by my father. Upon finishing her statement, Mu Xiaowan firmly sealed her lips. Su Fan turned his head and instructed her to impose some punishment. All right. Lu Ruoren understood and approached, intending to pull off Mu Xiaowan's cotton pants. Wait. I confess. Mu Xiaowan hurriedly interrupted. What? We haven't even begun yet. Lu Ruoren's enthusiasm waned. It was Uncle Zhang Yuan who did this. Mu Xiaowan shrank her neck. Uncle Zhang Yuan was a chemistry teacher, and his home had no water, nearly causing him to suffer from thirst. However, he possessed a set of distillation equipment. Everyone knew that the snow outside was toxic and should not be touched. Yet, Uncle Zhang Yuan collected the snow to make distilled water for drinking. Drinking distilled water made from snow can grant one supernatural abilities? Su Fan marveled inwardly, astonished by such a method. No, after the snow evaporates, it leaves behind some black and white particles. The black particles are toxic. By using tweezers to extract the white particles and mixing them into water to drink, one can acquire supernatural powers. Mu Xiaowan recounted everything she knew in one breath. Su Fan couldn't help but applaud. Impressive. This discovery is remarkable. Yes. My father is a supermarket owner with plenty of food. He used the white particles to barter. A chemistry teacher discovered this method of awakening supernatural powers. So it is indeed not surprising that the many scholars and professors at Jiangda might have researched such a method. Further contemplating, perhaps they have even developed ways to enhance supernatural abilities. Is there anyone whose level of supernatural ability surpasses yours? My father, he is much more powerful than I am. He has consumed a lot. Mu Xiaowan clenched her fist and stated. Su Fan nodded, realizing that according to Mu Xiaowan, they relied on the white particles in the snow to enhance their supernatural abilities, and there would undoubtedly be individuals striving to elevate their powers to even higher levels. You are at level 2. What level is your father? Su Fan inquired. Mu Xiaowan counted on her fingers. I am level 2? Yes. I suppose I am level 2. In that case, my father is probably at level 4. That's not bad. All right, let us stop the questioning here. Su Fan untied Mu Xiaowan's ropes. So can I leave now? Mu Xiaowan timidly asked. Leave? Su Fan glanced at the doorway, then sat down with a warm smile and said, You may go. Huh, just like that? Lu Ruoren was astonished. Would Su Fan really be so kind-hearted? Mu Xiaowan sighed in relief and hurried toward the door. Su Fan extended his right hand, employing spirit control to envelop Mu Xiaowan with his spiritual energy. Mu Xiaowan felt an invisible hand grasping her, pulling her back onto the sofa. What is happening? Mu Xiaowan looked at Su Fan with suspicion. Lu Ruoren also found it quite strange. Su Fan always possessed impressive abilities. It's fine, you may go. Su Fan maintained his gentle smile. So am I leaving? Mu Xiaowan asked uncertainly, slowly making her way toward the door. Just as she was about to touch the doorknob, an invisible hand pulled her back again. Why aren't you leaving? Su Fan said with a cheerful smile. I want to leave too. What did you do? Mu Xiaowan stood her ground this time, refusing to move. It's nothing, really, nothing at all. If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Su Fan pointed again toward the doorway. Mu Xiaowan took a deep breath, as if she had made a resolute decision, and then hurried toward the door, enveloping herself in a mist of ice with her extraordinary ability. Suddenly, an unseen hand grasped her, effortlessly breaking through her icy barrier and pulling her back. Are you leaving? Su Fan's face retained a mischievous grin. I won't leave, I won't. Mu Xiaowan said, tears brimming in her eyes. This man was nothing short of a demon, her arch-nemesis in this world. Lu Ruoren observed Mu Xiaowan being toyed with by Su Fan and felt a fleeting sense of delight. This new woman appeared rather dim-witted. Would you like some cake? Su Fan produced a small cake. I don't want it, I don't want it. Mu Xiaowan quickly waved her hands, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. This is edible. Su Fan insisted, pressing the small cake into her arms. Aren't you feeling hot? He pointed to the thermometer on the wall, which displayed a comfortable 26 degrees Celsius. Dressed rather lightly beneath her thick winter coat, Mu Xiaowan wore a slightly textured white shirt. However, she had sweated profusely, leaving her shirt clinging to her body, outlining her curves. Her guard lowered a fraction as she recalled a line from a drama. If he intended to kill her, he would have done so already. Cake should not be wasted, she thought as the long-forgotten sweetness graced her palate, making her feel that perhaps this place wasn't so bad after all. Su Fan observed her innocent demeanor and urged, hurry and eat. so we can be on our way. Huh. The cake in Mu Xiaowan's mouth suddenly lost its sweetness. A headless meal? Su Fan tapped the coffee table with his finger and remarked, if this were a battlefield, you would have perished long ago. But now, you are my captive. You understand what that entails, don't you? Mu Xiaowan swallowed the cake, her mind racing through various plot lines she had seen. And she finally grasped the implications, her face turning a shade of crimson. This is too fast, isn't it? She managed to stammer. Aren't you seeking male companions? Why shy away when it's your turn? That's different. Mu Xiaowan lifted her chin defiantly. I've never done this before. You are already here. It's only a matter of time. Lu Ruren chimed in, knowing she needed to amuse Su Fan to elevate her status. But isn't this too fast? I've never even been in a relationship. Mu Xiaowan stumbled over her words. Mu Xiaowan, have you been coddled so much that you don't even realize what era we are in? Su Fan retrieved his phone from his coat, intending to show her examples of humanity's collapse in the apocalypse. However, upon opening his phone, Su Fan was bombarded by messages from the owner-s group, his expression turning peculiar. Mu Xiaowan, are you the daughter of the supermarket owner? His face grew serious as he scrolled through the messages. Yes. Prepare yourself, Su Fan said, clicking on a video and turning his phone screen toward Mu Xiaowan. In the brief seconds of the video, a creature resembling a white-haired snow monster smashed through a wall with powerful punches before stepping through the gaping hole. In the final second of the video, the white-haired snow beast turned to glance this way, its eyes glowing red, revealing a maniacal expression. Chapter 14, The Mutated Snow Corpse. In the homeowners group, 83 Prosperity Blossoms, Family. Secure your doors and windows. Secure your doors and windows. Video, 236 Dreaming. What on earth is that creature? Where was it seen? 83 Prosperity Blossoms. A friend from Building 1 shared it. It's terrifying. 233 Longing for one's heart. Where did this monster emerge from? Dressed in a suit. How many are there? 81 Brother Wong. Why does this outfit look so familiar? 81 Brother Wong. Isn't this the supermarket owner's clothing? I just saw him this morning. Manager Yang of Building 7, 181. Damn it, the supermarket owner has mutated. No, it's impossible, this cannot be true. Mu Xiaowan felt her strength drain away, collapsing onto the ground. Mutation? Lu Ruren was equally shocked, her face pale. Su Fan pondered. Could it be that the white pellets they consumed were problematic? If that were the case, he glanced at Mu Xiaowan, who was staring blankly at the ground. Would she also mutate? Mu Xiaowan suddenly had an idea, crawling over to cling to Su Fan's leg. Please, let me go take a look. Let us go? Su Fan nodded. Leaving Lu Ruren at home, he quickly took Mu Xiaowan to the base of Building 1. A deafening roar echoed from the corridor, resembling the entrance to a monster's lair. A crowd had gathered below, merely listening from a distance, too fearful to approach. Xiaowan's back. Someone from the supermarket group spotted her. Xiaowan, hurry up and stop your father. He is about to demolish the building. A woman in her 40s urged, even pushing Mu Xiaowan forward. Su Fan scanned the crowd and noticed the scar-faced man from before was also present. Their eyes met, and the scar-faced man hesitated. Brother, I know you're capable, but that thing isn't something an ordinary person can handle. If you could bring an A-grade weapon, it might be manageable. Su Fan said nothing, drawing his tang knife as he followed Mu Xiaowan upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a hellish scene. A load-bearing wall had been smashed through, revealing a chaotic room with 2 naked and mutilated corpses. Su Fan took a deep breath. This was a literal monster. Dad. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Mu Xiaowan spotted the white-haired creature. Species, mutated snow corpse. Level, is that its name? Su Fan investigated further, discovering an additional attribute compared to humans. He unsheathed his knife, preparing for an imminent confrontation. Hearing the shout, the mutated snow corpse turned its ghastly red eyes toward them and lunged forward in a frenzy. Be careful. Su Fan swiftly pulled Mu Xiaowan behind him, brandishing his knife. It seemed this white-haired beast had lost all semblance of reason. Even upon seeing a relative, it showed no reaction whatsoever. Su Fan inhaled deeply, a surge of spiritual energy emanating from him, swirling around. In the blink of an eye, the mutated snow corpse charged the 6 or 7 meters separating them, causing Mu Xiaowan to collapse in terror. With a loud crash, a small fireball erupted from Su Fan's hand, engulfing the mutated snow corpse and pushing it against the wall. Aya! The mutated snow corpse struck its chest several times, its flesh exhibiting remarkable resilience. A chill ran down Su Fan's spine. Boom, boom, boom. Su Fan unleashed a series of small fireballs, managing to char the creature somewhat and slow its movements significantly. Yet, he hesitated. Although he possessed the capability to conjure larger fireballs, the confined corridor posed a risk to Mu Xiaowan. Moreover, this mutated snow corpse had already compromised a load-bearing wall. Su Fan enveloped his Tang Dao with spiritual energy and closed in on the mutated snow corpse, delivering a decisive slash that severed its arm. Sometimes, a blade proves to be the most effective tool. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to the creature's abdomen, creating some distance before thrusting the knife directly into its heart. Roar! The mutated snow corpse continued to thrash about wildly. A moment of realization struck Su Fan. Was the vital point not in the heart? He shook off the daze and kicked aside the creature's arm, then swiftly pierced its skull. After a few more futile struggles, the mutated snow corpse finally succumbed to death. It appeared that the true weakness lay within the head, reminiscent of a zombie. Su Fan mused. Dad! Dad! Mu Xiaowan stood up. As she passed Su Fan, he swiftly lifted her. That is a mutated snow corpse, not your father. It merely wears his clothing. Your father may be in another location. With tear-filled eyes, Mu Xiaowan looked up and asked where? He has ascended to the heavens. Su Fan replied. In despair, Mu Xiaowan sank to her knees, clutching Su Fan's leg as if seeking solace, and then broke into uncontrollable sobs. Feeling her softness against his leg, Su Fan bent down to embrace her. Let us go. After 10 minutes, he spoke gently. Su Fan led Mu Xiaowan to the supermarket. If possible, he wished to understand the cause of the mutations and whether leveraging the snow to enhance abilities was feasible. How could this be? Mu Xiaowan murmured, glancing around the disordered shelves. Su Fan quickly comprehended the situation. The store owner was absent, and the entire inventory must have been ravaged. Uncle Zhang. Mu Xiaowan spotted a figure in the corner. Zhang Yuan was crouched, clutching a cardboard box and gathering scattered food from the floor. Xiaowan. He sighed as he looked at her. I had warned your father, but he consumed far too much. Su Fan regarded Zhang Yuan, recognizing him as the chemistry teacher described by Mu Xiaowan. What do you know? Su Fan demanded, his blade poised before Zhang Yuan. The teacher's expression shifted upon seeing Su Fan's formidable presence. His strength was unfathomable. How did you acquire such powerful abilities? Zhang Yuan inquired, still astonished. I am the one asking you. What are those white particles? Su Fan replied coldly. Zhang Yuan hesitated, then spoke. A couple of days ago, I discovered that evaporating the snow yields both black and white particles. The black ones are toxic, while the white ones, when filtered and mixed with water, can bestow abilities. However, excessive consumption of the white particles can lead to adverse reactions. Though I am unaware of the specifics, I caution Mu Guohui against overindulgence. However, he remained impervious to reason, insatiably elevating his abilities to several levels. Consequently, he transformed into that ghastly figure. As Zhang Yuan spoke, he nonchalantly placed his hand into his pocket. Su Fan listened in silence, a faint smile gracing his lips, before slowly resting his hand on the Tang knife. Is this all? Perhaps you should reconsider your words? Su Fan's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes upon him. Suddenly, Zhang Yuan abruptly withdrew his hand from his pocket, a large handful of black granules wrapped in plastic bursting forth into the air, cascading towards Su Fan and Mu Xiaowan. Yet, as those black granules were about to touch Su Fan and Mu Xiaowan, an invisible force intervened, halting their descent mid-air. Subsequently, all the black granules began to dance under manipulation, hovering before Zhang Yuan. Not a bad move, Han Liao. A hint of a smile broke through Su Fan's icy demeanor. Chapter 15. The lethality requires enhancement. What is the meaning of this? Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, urging for a civil discussion, imploring him not to harm Uncle Zhang Yuan. He appeared flustered. Su Fan tapped the hilt of the Tang knife. Yes, ha ha ha, I confess I have lied. A frenzied expression gradually emerged on Zhang Yuan's face. It was I who killed Mu Guohui. What? Zhang Yuan's gaze fixated on Mu Xiaowan, bloodshot eyes revealing his turmoil. Yes. Consuming the white granules will not result in mutation. However, resources such as alcohol are finite, thus the quantity of white granules at my disposal is limited. Initially, I merely exchanged a portion of white granules with Mu Guohui for food, intending to reserve the remaining for personal enhancement. Both Mu Guohui and Zhang Yuan were aware that the white granules extracted from snow could be utilized to acquire abilities and elevate their levels. However, snow only leaves behind white granules after evaporation, and in the current frigid climate, it is nearly impossible for the snow to even thaw, let alone evaporate. Therefore, one must ignite a fire to boil the snow in order to extract the white granules. Yet, the natural gas supply has been cut off, leaving few materials available to kindle a fire. Thus the quantity of white granules they could produce was exceedingly limited. But, Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth. Mu Guohui took advantage of my absence, broke into my home, and seized my wife and daughter, coercing me to surrender all my white granules. However, after I complied, he failed to return my wife and daughter. He declared it a transaction with the property management, when they were finally returned the following morning. Do you comprehend the state they were in? Zhang Yuan bellowed, then took a deep breath, his voice gradually subsiding. Subsequently, I personally liberated them. All of this is the fault of Mu Guohui. Hence, I provided him with another batch, carefully disguised black granules, indistinguishable from the white ones. I watched him consume it. Relishing in the sight of him succumbing to poison, it was exhilarating. Yet, I never anticipated that after his silence, he would suddenly transform into that ghastly figure. Mu Xiaowan clutched her head. Mu Xiaowan. Su Fan placed the tang knife into her hands, offering you an opportunity. Su Fan gazed coldly at Zhang Yuan. Though this man's circumstances were tragic, his mind had succumbed to madness, and allowing him to remain might pose a future threat. The black granules encircled him tightly, and he dared not move an inch. Regarding Mu Xiaowan, Su Fan contemplated the necessity of keeping her close, ensuring she would not remain oblivious to the darkness around her. Therefore, he deemed it essential to seize this opportunity to strengthen Mu Xiaowan. Trembling, Mu Xiaowan drew her knife, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath before plunging it into Zhang Yuan's body. Both of them were at level 2, yet she failed to strike a fatal blow. Zhang Yuan merely bled in agony. Then, with a fierce expression, Zhang Yuan propelled himself towards the black particles. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground, black spots appearing on his skin. Quick, hand me the knife. A thought struck Su Fan as he grabbed the tang knife, hovering it above Zhang Yuan's head. After a brief pause, Zhang Yuan's corpse suddenly opened its red eyes, and white fur rapidly sprouted from its skin. Species, mutated snow corpse. Level 2, with a swift motion. The tang knife descended, piercing through its skull. It seemed that while ordinary individuals succumbed to toxins, those with abilities transformed into monsters upon contact. Su Fan surveyed the body of the snow creature, noting it was significantly weaker than the previous one. The stronger the ability user, the more formidable the resulting snow monster. He sheathed his knife, preparing to depart. The supermarket had been nearly emptied, though remnants remained scattered about. Even mosquito legs count as meat, he mused, waving his hand to draw the remaining items toward him with his spiritual energy. Fortunately, they appeared to be fresh. At that moment, a group of 3 or 4 ruffians wielding sticks and kitchen knives burst into the supermarket. Big brother, you're late. It's all been cleared out. One of them pointed out. Look, there's still a pile left. Just a young lad and a girl. The tattooed youth at the forefront squinted his beady eyes, exclaiming, well, isn't this the supermarket owner's daughter? Indeed, I've been longing for this. Just look at her, what a fine catch. The ruffians brazenly began to taunt her. Kid, we're in a hurry. The tattooed youth directed his finger at Su Fan, threatening, if you don't want to die, scram. Su Fan surmised that these individuals were likely oblivious to the current state of affairs, their knowledge stuck in a time before the existence of abilities. I'll handle this, Mu Xiaowan declared, gripping Su Fan's arm as she stepped forward. Oh, how proactive. The tattooed youth rubbed his hands together in excitement. Suddenly, Mu Xiaowan raised her hand, unleashing a torrent of ice projectiles that rained down upon the group. What the hell is this? An ice shooter. Run. Su Fan waved his hand, shifting the shelves at the entrance to block their escape. Positioned behind Mu Xiaowan, he provided support. Whenever they attempted to retaliate or flee, he restrained them. A minute later, the faces of the ruffians were grotesquely marred by the hail of ice projectiles, and they collapsed from blood loss. Su Fan picked up an ice projectile for inspection, noting that its lethality still required enhancement. Had he not been assisting from behind, she might not have managed to defeat even one of them. Let us depart, he said, gently patting Mu Xiaowan's head. You have endured much today. Where do you live? Is there anyone at home? In this building, on the 8th floor, Mu Xiaowan replied. Her eyes reddened, but there is no one left. Then gather your belongings and move to my place. I shall collect snow to create white particles to enhance your abilities. Let us reconvene here in 20 minutes. Su Fan encouraged her with a pat on the back. Su Fan was not concerned about her escaping. She would find it difficult to go far. Even if she did run away, with Su Fan's keen perception, he could effortlessly locate her. The supermarket was connected to the building by a back door, while the main entrance faced the street. However, looking outside revealed a dark expanse, devoid of light, as the first floor was completely blanketed in snow. Surely, contact with the snow using spiritual energy would not result in poisoning, right? Su Fan cautiously extended his spiritual energy and retrieved 70 or 80 large barrels from his storage bag. After confirming that using his energy on the snow did not produce any adverse effects, He worked swiftly. Within a mere 10 minutes, each barrel was filled to the brim with snow. Su Fan had many liquefied gas canisters, capable of producing a substantial amount of white particles. Though he had no use for them himself, if all went well, he could easily cultivate a high-level ability user. Granting Lu Ruren the ability and elevating her level to 5 would enhance her cultivation speed. As for Mu Xiaowan, they could address her situation once she was brought in. Soon, Mu Xiaowan returned, carrying a blue backpack and a large luggage bag. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the sight of barrels filled with snow scattered across the floor. Su Fan waved his hand, and all 70 or 80 barrels were promptly stored away in his bag, leaving Mu Xiaowan astonished with her mouth agape. Seeing that Mu Xiaowan had returned dutifully, Su Fan turned to her and pulled her close. "Are you certain you wish to return with me?" Mu Xiaowan replied, burying her head in Su Fan's embrace. Chapter 16. Let me begin a new life, master. You have returned. Lu Ruren exclaimed, clad in an apron, as she wielded a mop to clean the house. Su Fan nodded, noticing that Lu Ruren had tidied up considerably. "How has it been? Mu Xiaowan, are you all right?" Lu Ruren observed Mu Xiaowan's silence and surmised that a lot must have transpired. "Why don't you take a rest for a while?" Su Fan gently patted Mu Xiaowan's shoulder, guiding her towards the sofa. He then briefly recounted the events to Lu Ruren, who listened intently, captivated by the tale. "Ruren, please prepare something for her to eat, and then take her for a shower to lift her spirits." "Of course," Lu Ruren replied, confidently asserting her willingness to help, embodying the role of a devoted wife and mother. Together, Su Fan and Lu Ruren made their way to the kitchen, placing 4 barrels filled with snow on the floor. "You are familiar with the method for producing the white particles related to abilities. Later, you will be in charge of boiling this snow." Su Fan then produced a pair of tweezers and 2 small boxes. "Collect both colors of particles, but be sure not to touch the snow or the black particles," Su Fan cautioned, hesitating briefly. "If you're not careful, it could be fatal." "Are you afraid?" "I am," Lu Ruren replied, raising her voice and clenching her fist. "But I will do my best. Remember not to sneak any bites," Su Fan instructed, assigning the task to Lu Ruren. He then returned to the bedroom and laid down on the bed, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him after the day's events. Before his nap, he took out his phone, just in time to see a message from Yu Miao Miao pop up. "Yu Miao Miao, it's not looking good here. I might die. Let me share a few last words with you." "Su Fan, where are you? Do you have food and water?" "Yu Miao Miao, I can hold out for another 2 days. Primarily, we find ourselves ensnared here, with a peculiar occurrence outside." Upon encountering a video, Su Fan drew in a sharp breath. The footage was captured from an elevated perspective, revealing a large pit at the intersection of the road, from which a white creature occasionally emerged and moved languidly across the ground. The surface was already teeming with these white beings. "Is this near the Tianhong building of our company? What on earth is that?" Su Fan inquired. The reply contained an image of a colossal, fluffy white sphere, approximately 1 meter in diameter, possessing a gaping maw. Species, snowball monster. A system prompt suddenly appeared before Su Fan, identifying the creature. "It resembles some sort of slime, but it could devour a person in mere moments. Fortunately, they do not ascend the stairs. They merely intend to starve me," Yu Miao Miao lamented. "Oh, the woes of overtime. How I wish I were at home, where I have plenty of food," she added. "Do not lose hope. I shall devise a way to reach you," Su Fan reassured, setting down his phone and massaging his temples in contemplation. He had received several system rewards, including a functional storage bag, a defensive formation, an enhancement for his consciousness, and a summoning talisman of uncertain utility. While battling the level 4 mutated zombie today, he felt a distinct lack of offensive capabilities. Additionally, he remained at an impasse regarding the snow outside, still trapped within the confines of the community. It seemed the snowfall was nearing its end. However, the ground remained blanketed with a thick layer of snow, rendering passage impossible. He was uncertain if he could even interact with this snow, as he was unwilling to take such a risk. Should he have the opportunity to select rewards again, he would certainly choose options that aligned with these 2 aspects. A spiritual sword could serve both in combat and for flying. Even if its quality were subpar, it would suffice, Su Fan mused. He picked up his phone and opened Chen Xiaoqian's chat window, with Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan as references. Su Fan speculated that Chen Xiaoqian's appearance rating was likely merely mediocre, not meeting the criteria of the furnace system. Moreover, even if she did meet the rating requirements, he could not accommodate her. Were it not for the desire to extract some intelligence, he would not waste his time. By the way, how did they manage to become immune to the snow toxin? "I just returned from the supermarket with a box of instant noodles." "You still possess such supplies?" "What a surprise," came the reply. "Let me inquire further. Are there such creatures in your vicinity? I wonder if they can be sent in, Su Fan sent. Sharing images of the white fluffy sphere and the mutated snow corpse. Indeed, besides the two you mentioned, a type of snow wolf has also appeared. However, at Jian University, we have extermination squads that have cleared the nearby monsters. A document shared in the Academy group, followed by a file attachment. The extermination squad, led by Senior Mo Tian, is quite formidable. Here is a group photo. Should you encounter them outside, they could escort you inside. Su Fan clicked on the image, revealing a group photograph of 5 individuals. The foremost young man possessed a chiseled visage, exuding an air of gravitas and a hint of leadership. Su Fan's gaze shifted to the corner of the photograph, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. A tall and voluptuous young woman, clad in a flowing gown befitting the weather, stood apart from the others, her countenance cool and serene, slightly turned to reveal an exquisite profile. Su Fan thought to himself, this rating must be at least enchanting. He deeply resonated with this sentiment. After indulging in a brief afternoon slumber, Su Fan awoke to the night's embrace. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. He called out upon hearing a knock at the door. Mu Xiaowan peeked through the crack, her hair styled in twin buns, lips adorned with a soft shade of red. Her presence ethereal. With a gentle smile, she stepped into view. Having shed her winter attire, she now donned a sleek black dress that hugged her form, accentuating her silhouette against the backdrop of the warm 26-degree greenhouse. The fabric glimmered with a smooth and delicate texture. Approaching Su Fan, Mu Xiaowan wrapped her arms around his neck. Mu Xiaowan, are you feeling better? Su Fan inquired, taking the opportunity to lift her onto his lap. She offered no verbal response, merely nodding softly. Leaning in closer, she whispered into his ear, let me embark on a new life. Clad in black, a color often associated with mystery, she embodied an enigmatic allure, akin to the infinite expanse of the night sky, inviting exploration. Within the spectrum of hues, black can be deconstructed into a myriad of vibrant colors, an interplay of crimson, gold, azure, and violet. Yet, after a passage of time, as all colors fade and dissipate, what remains is an overwhelming expanse of white. Chapter 17, Foundation Stage Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new furnace. Name, Mu Xiaowan. Age, 20 years. Level, 2 ability, ice appearance, ethereal intimacy level, 2 rebirth count, 33 ding. Mu Xiaowan's intimacy level has reached level 2, granting a reward package. Would the host like to open it now? No, I'll attend to it in the morning. At the break of dawn, Lu Ruren stood outside Su Fan's room, her teeth gritted in frustration. I was here first. Why does Mu Xiaowan get to stay overnight on her first day while I must sleep in another room? As the door swung open, Su Fan emerged, radiating vitality in nothing but his shorts. You all are quite noisy, he remarked. Whereas Xiaowan, Lu Ruren cast a resentful glance at Su Fan, irritated that the commotion had kept her awake until the early hours. Hey, Xiaowan might need a bit more rest, Su Fan replied, pulling Lu Ruren closer. Can she handle such turmoil? You think it's me? Lu Ruren teased lightly. With her tall stature and alluring aura, she indeed appeared far more mature than Mu Xiaowan. Name, Lu Ruren. Age, 21. Level, 0. Appearance, ethereal. Intimacy level, 3. Rebirth count, 33. Su Fan glanced at Lu Ruren's panel, noting that her intimacy level had unexpectedly reached 3. I wonder how much you can endure. Su Fan lifted Lu Ruren gently, closing the door with care. At the stroke of 9, ding. The host's cultivation progress is complete, achieving the pinnacle of chi refinement, and receiving a reward package. Pinnacle? Su Fan was taken aback, thinking he would ascend to the next great realm. Host, Su Fan, talent, ordinary spiritual root, realm, pinnacle of chi refinement, level, 10, alchemical furnace, Lu Ruren. Mu Xiaowan, fate artifact, none, breakthrough requirement, 1 foundation establishment pill. As Su Fan focused his thoughts on the realm section of the panel, he could view the corresponding levels. The late stage of chi refinement was level 9, and now reaching the pinnacle of chi refinement was level 10, which seemed not much of an enhancement. Ding. The host has reached the pinnacle of chi refinement, and a realm task has been issued. Completion will yield 1 foundation establishment pill. Task, practice the Dragon Spring Scripture. Part 2, completed, ahem. Su Fan chuckled awkwardly. The movements in Part 2 of the Dragon Spring Scripture were not numerous. He had merely attempted them in practice and unexpectedly completed it. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 1 foundation establishment pill. A crimson orb appeared in Su Fan's hand, warm and smooth like jade. Upon closer inspection, the orb bore distinct patterns. Su Fan swallowed the crimson orb directly, feeling a surge of immense power nurturing within him. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous wave of energy erupted from Su Fan's body, shaking the items in the room. What is happening? An earthquake? Lu Ruoren, startled by the commotion, quickly sat up. This was the force unleashed during a realm breakthrough. You should step outside. Su Fan, sweating coldly, spoke calmly. After Lu Ruoren hastily donned her clothes and exited the room, a vast amount of spiritual energy surged from Su Fan, dispersing and swirling around him. Many items in the room shattered under the pressure. After half an hour, this spiritual energy gradually coalesced, condensing around Su Fan. Host, Su Fan, Realm, early stage of Foundation establishment, progress, 0-10. Su Fan sensed a qualitative transformation in the power within his body. His physical strength was formidable, and the spiritual energy possessed intensity. However, it seemed as though his internal spiritual energy had undergone a sublime elevation. Su Fan felt that he had seemingly opened a dantian within himself. Upon a slight release, an immense spiritual force filled the room. Fall. Su Fan pointed at the nightstand, and the wooden piece was crushed into splinters by the spiritual energy. Is this the power of a cultivator? In the realm enveloped by spiritual energy, it seemed that everything could be manipulated at will. Su Fan retracted his spiritual energy. Foundation establishment task activated. Participate in the Beast Tide. By slaying 100 demon beasts during the Beast Tide, a standard reward of the Yushu sword technique, containing 3 sets of sword skills, will be obtained. Defeating the Beast Tide may yield a chance for a top-tier reward, the Hongtian Seal. The higher the engagement, the greater the probability of acquisition. The Beast Tide? It should correspond to the monsters of this world. Su Fan opened the task map to check the location, which he was quite familiar with, Jiang University. Detection indicates the host has broken through the initial stage of Foundation establishment, earning a reward package. Would you like to open it immediately? Su Fan's eyes lit up. With 2 breakthroughs in realms and the intimacy reward from Mu Shaowan last night, he had accumulated 3 packages. Open it. The realm package has been opened. Please select one option. Option A, a low-grade Earth-tier spirit sword, the Wolf Sword. Su Fan was instantly thrilled at the sight of a high-grade spirit sword. Option B, a high-grade Xian-tier technique, the Diamond Sutra. Option C, an Elder Li's Jade Hairpin. Reminder, Wolf Sword, capable of devouring the corpses of demonic beasts. Nurturing wolf spirits. Diamond Sutra, doubles the physical strength. Elder Li's Jade Hairpin, an item lost by Elder Li. Returning it can increase his favorability. Selecting a without much hesitation, Su Fan chose the Wolf Sword. While he also coveted the Diamond Sutra, which not only enhanced survival, but also fortified certain vital areas. He decided to move on to the next package. The Realm package has been opened. Please select one option. Option A, a low-grade Xian-tier Spirit Sword. Option B, a high-grade Yellow-tier Minor Spirit Pill. Option C, a Good Person card from Junior Sister Chi. Reminder, Minor Spirit Pill allows mortals to comprehend spiritual power within their bodies. Oh, the Minor Spirit Pill, wasn't that what he had consumed on the first day? Why was it appearing again? Could others use it too? Su Fan felt this item was somewhat unique and decided to select it. Since Lu Ruoren had yet to awaken her abilities, perhaps she could try consuming it? The final package. Open it. Option A, a high-grade Xian-tier artifact, the God Locking Nail. Option B, a high-grade Earth-tier artifact, the Wind Control Boat. Option C, a Qingmu Cliff Token. Reminder, God Locking Nail requires mental manipulation for direct attack on consciousness, temporarily paralyzing the opponent's awareness. Wind Control Boat, a flying artifact, can camouflage. Equipped with 3 layers of resting space. Qingmu Cliff Token grants access to Qingmu Cliff for comprehending the Dao Wall. A flying artifact. Su Fan suddenly slapped the mattress in excitement. What a thrill. A must-have vehicle for travel in the apocalypse, and it was a high-grade Earth tier. Su Fan glanced at the God Locking Nail's properties and felt it somewhat aligned with his refining spirit technique. However, it seemed he didn't currently lack combat power, so he would consider that later. He chose B. Su Fan made an effort to calm his exhilaration. After consecutively opening 3 packages, he had acquired the Wolf Sword, the Minor Spirit Pill, and the Wind Control Boat. The Wolf Sword was a long sword with an overall silver-white appearance, measuring 90 centimeters in length. Adorned with black wolf patterns on the blade, exuding a tactile quality. Killing demonic beasts can nurture a sword spirit. Celestial Wolf. Progress. 0-10,000. Su Fan toyed with it in his hands, captivated by its exquisite texture. After casually wielding it a couple of times, he got up and practiced the sword technique from the Dragon Spring Sutra. 20 minutes later, he reluctantly stored the wolf sword in his storage bag. What he anticipated most was the Wind Chaser. Chapter 18, The Wind Chaser. within the confines of the storage bag. The previously scattered supplies had been pushed to the periphery, as a magnificent vessel claimed a significant portion of the space. This airship-shaped artifact boasted an aesthetically pleasing streamlined design, distinctly different from any modern seafaring craft, exuding exceptional beauty. The mere thought of escaping this small enclave filled Su Fan with exhilaration. Upon opening the door, he found Lu Ruren still waiting outside. "Let us go. Let us take it for a test drive," Su Fan exclaimed, seizing Lu Ruren's arm and heading towards the balcony. "What test drive? Where are we going?" Lu Ruren inquired, her expression one of confusion. "What about the snow you had me brew yesterday?" "Ah, yes, that too," Su Fan replied, smacking his forehead. He had nearly forgotten, having been compelled by Mu Shaoan to remain awake until this morning after his afternoon nap yesterday. Upon entering the kitchen, he was greeted by 4 empty barrels and 2 filled boxes, one brimming with black granules and the other with white ones, both quantities nearly equal. The remnants of the snow he had brewed yesterday, once dried, perfectly filled the 2 boxes. It had taken a considerable amount of time to meticulously select each granule. Lu Ruren presented a face eager for praise. Su Fan affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "Well done." He carefully stored the 2 boxes in the storage bag. "Now, let us head to the balcony." Standing at the edge of the balcony, Su Fan observed delicate snowflakes drifting outside. With a sweeping gesture, a colossal airship suddenly materialized before him, hovering in the air. Its exterior appeared robust, reminiscent of a large armored vehicle. The main surface of the vessel featured a hatch, suggesting it was powered not by buoyancy, but by spiritual energy. "Wow," Lu Ruren gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment at this fantastical spectacle. "Not bad," Su Fan mused, secretly wishing it were larger, for its description indicated it housed 3 tiers of space. This vessel appeared only slightly larger than an armored vehicle. Surely, the 3 layers within were not merely cramped sleeping quarters, were they? The side hatch opened upwards, revealing a corridor that facilitated boarding, shielding them from the falling snow. As Su Fan stepped through the hatch, he discovered a luxurious, 3-tiered interior. A quick scan with his spiritual sense revealed an area of approximately 600 square meters. The space was infused with spatial energy, resembling a unique storage bag. Indeed, the properties of spatial energy are remarkable, Su Fan marveled. From the outside, one would perceive the interior as merely 20 square meters. My goodness. Lu Ruren followed him inside, pinching her arm, feeling as though she had yet to fully awaken that day. "It's quite bare, lacking in furniture," Su Fan remarked to himself, contemplating the vastness that could serve as a new home. A mobile home? This surpasses any mobile home. Not only can it fly, but the interior space is extraordinarily expansive. The situation exceeded Su Fan's expectations. Subsequently, Su Fan returned home, gathering all the furniture from the living room, kitchen, and other bedrooms into the storage bag. He had no intention of remaining in the community any longer. Once back in the Wind Chaser's cabin, he arranged the items in their designated places. Noting the scarcity of furniture, Su Fan gazed around the cabin, which remained desolately empty. Perhaps a trip to the furniture store was in order, as there were still some items left in his home. Lu Ruren, recalling her soft and fragrant bed, lamented the fact that she had not slept in 2 days. Noticing Lu Ruren's longing for her own room, Su Fan took it upon himself to retrieve her belongings. However, her residence was remarkably minimalist. The living room contained only a sofa and a coffee table, while the bedroom was slightly more elegantly arranged. After allowing Lu Ruren to choose a bedroom, Su Fan helped her set it up, replicating the arrangement almost exactly. Subsequently, Su Fan employed his spiritual awareness within the cabin and discovered a room. Inside, the Wind Chaser vessel resembled a luxurious cruise ship, and this room served as the cockpit. Nevertheless, the controls in the cockpit were relatively simple. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fan deciphered their functions. By this time, the neighborhood had begun to buzz with excitement. Some individuals looked out the window and were astounded to see a massive, unfamiliar armored airship hovering above, eliciting gasps of awe. Naturally, this caught the attention of many residents, who were still managing to survive within their homes, all eager to catch a glimpse of the Wind Chaser. "Is this our rescue? I've never encountered such advanced technology. It's incredible. How can we board the airship? Please take me with you. Save us." Inside the Wind Chaser, Su Fan heard nothing. The interior and exterior were isolated from one another. At the center of the cockpit, a vacant crystal was placed upon a pedestal. Similar to the fire spirit formation, it required the infusion of spiritual energy to activate. After a considerable effort, Su Fan filled the crystal with energy. Soon, the surrounding walls illuminated, and the crystal displayed the situation outside the Wind Chaser. At this moment, Su Fan observed the residents' fascination. Though he paid them no mind, he tentatively experimented with the controls, causing the airship to ascend, descend, advance, retreat, and turn. As the vessel began to move, the cries from the crowd grew louder, as if they had glimpsed a lifeline amidst their despair and were desperately trying to grasp it. In a striking act of desperation, a gaunt man, famished and emaciated, leapt from the 9th floor, aiming for the wind chaser. Unfortunately, the vessel's exterior could not accommodate him. As it shifted, he lost his grip and fell into the thick snow below. At this juncture, Su Fan discovered an invisible operating mechanism. Prompt: activating invisibility will increase spiritual energy consumption. Invisibility? Upon pressing the button, the wind chaser vanished from the perspective of the onlookers. Su Fan found this feature exceedingly practical. After all, the ship was quite conspicuous, and when he desired rest, he could simply render it invisible. Alternatively, it could be used for stealth reconnaissance. Was this not akin to activating a simple mode for the apocalypse? Su Fan mused optimistically. Where did the airship go? It's vanished. What happened? I distinctly saw it a moment ago, and someone fell. Had he perhaps succumbed to hunger-induced hallucinations? The commotion in the neighborhood roused Mu Xiaowan from her slumber. Although some individuals remained in the area, they were largely silent, enduring hunger and refraining from making noise. What had transpired in this once quiet community, which had languished in silence for several days? Mo Xiaowan endured the pain coursing through her body as she donned her clothing and rose from her bed. With a noticeable limp, she opened the door to find the living room stripped bare. Every piece of furniture and item had been removed, leaving nothing but empty walls. Even the kitchen and other bedrooms were devoid of any belongings. Su Fan and Lu Ruren had vanished without a trace. Mo Xiaowan stood frozen. Disbelief etched across her face. Had she truly been abandoned? They had moved out overnight without taking her along. It felt like a cruel deception. Tears streamed down her face. They had promised to remain together. Last night, when she had called him husband, he had responded affirmatively each time. Mo Xiaowan cried out in anguish, realizing that his affections lay with another woman. Suddenly, Su Fan's presence materialized as he emerged from the concealed state of a massive wind vessel, which appeared abruptly outside the balcony. The corridor where Mo Xiaowan stood was instantly shrouded by a looming shadow. As the hatchway opened, Su Fan stepped out, glancing back with a satisfied nod. With this vehicle resembling a mobile home, he could navigate the apocalyptic landscape with ease. Overwhelmed with emotion, Mo Xiaowan rushed forward and embraced Su Fan from behind, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Fan was perplexed, pondering what had transpired. "Husband, I thought you had forsaken me," she lamented, burying her face in his shoulder. Lu Ruren, just exiting the wind vessel, wore a scowl of resentment. Why was Mo Xiaowan calling him husband? What did that make her? Chapter 19. Stepping out all right. There are some matters that require a serious discussion, Su Fan stated as he settled onto the sofa in the living room of the wind vessel, summoning the two women to stand before him. Mo Xiaowan, having just entered the vessel, remained in a state of shock for quite some time. "First and foremost, I do not wish to carry any burdens. You must possess the ability to fend for yourselves, and ideally serve as my assistants." Su Fan raised his gaze to the two women. "Mo Xiaowan, while you are a level 2 ability user, your combat skills are woefully inadequate, bordering on uselessness. In my estimation, 2 or 3 ordinary men could easily dispatch you," he stated, his tone somewhat stern. "Therefore, I shall train you in enhancing your abilities and combat techniques, as well as encourage you to engage in practical exercises." Upon hearing that Mo Xiaowan would be reprimanded, Lu Ruren could not help but stifle a laugh. "You, Mo Xiaowan, were brought back by the master due to your status as an ability user, and you cannot even manage this. Unlike me." Suddenly, Lu Ruren's mind went blank, realizing, "Oh no, perhaps I am the one lacking." "As for you, Lu Ruren," Su Fan directed his attention toward her, causing her heart to race with anxiety. "Your combat prowess is not worth elaborating on. Like Mo Xiaowan, I will also work to enhance your fighting capabilities." Lu Ruren nodded earnestly, recognizing that her diligent efforts in household duties over the past couple of days had yielded some rewards, at least sparing her from reprimand. "Secondly, while I don't mind what you call me, I do prefer a unified form of address." Su Fan primarily focused on Mo Xiaowan, suggesting, "Refer to me as master, similar to Lu Ruren, as it denotes my role as the head of this household." Mo Xiaowan's expression shifted to one of hurt and sadness as she processed his words. "When it's just the two of us, you can call me whatever you like." Su Fan softened his tone. Mo Xiaowan nodded in agreement. "Primarily, I wish to prevent unnecessary conflicts arising from trivial matters, thereby taking precautions in advance." Su Fan cast a glance at Lu Ruren, as if he could see through her thoughts. Nevertheless, Lu Ruren felt elated that Su Fan could address her uniformly. Su Fan leaned slightly back, extending his palms, and soon a small elixir appeared in one hand, alongside a box of white pellets in the other. Ruren, there is one matter where I can respect your opinion. Su Fan raised the hand holding the white pellets, explaining that consuming them could bestow one with extraordinary abilities and elevate their level. However, my own powers do not stem from such means. Su Fan then lifted the small elixir, explaining that ingesting this orb might grant her abilities akin to his own. Yet, he cautioned, he could not ascertain what might occur should she swallow it. There could be no effect, a mutation, or even death. Furthermore, the abilities acquired might be inferior to those of an ordinary extraordinary power. What will you choose? Upon hearing that consuming the white orb could potentially grant her abilities similar to Su Fan's, Lu Ruren was evidently tempted. She longed to possess powers akin to his. Not to mention, such an ability would surely foster a closer bond with Su Fan, thus affording her greater protection. However, given that even Su Fan was uncertain whether swallowing it could lead to death, Lu Ruren hesitated. Ultimately, her allegiance to Su Fan stemmed from her desire to survive. Her character reflected this. Despite her burgeoning feelings for Su Fan, she was unwilling to risk her life over such matters. I will choose the white pellets, Lu Ruren replied, taking a deep breath. Upon hearing this answer, a flicker of disappointment crossed Su Fan's face, but it was not disappointment directed at Lu Ruren. Rather, it was the disappointment of unfulfilled curiosity. He yearned to discover whether others could also acquire spiritual power. However, this disappointment was fleeting, as Su Fan was not overly concerned about future encounters with individuals willing to ingest such elixirs. Lu Ruren had initially allied with him merely for sustenance, and her desire for stability was entirely reasonable. Su Fan promptly distributed the white pellets to the two individuals, giving Lu Ruren a slightly larger share since she lacked extraordinary abilities. In Su Fan's presence, Lu Ruren followed Mu Xiaowan's suggestion and dissolved a handful of white pellets in water, consuming it in several gulps. Gulping down the concoction, Lu Ruren soon exhibited changes. Her body began to twist unnaturally, though her expression remained tense. 2 minutes later, her delicate features relaxed, revealing an expression of exhilaration. Have I succeeded? Let me see your extraordinary power, Su Fan remarked, experiencing the scene of extraordinary awakening for the first time. Lu Ruren raised her hand, and a green light emanated from it. It seems my ability is healing. Su Fan nodded, acknowledging, this power is quite considerate. It is precisely the capability we require at this moment. While Su Fan was undoubtedly adept in combat, he had yet to acquire any means of healing. All right. We are now prepared to venture forth. Master, may we depart? Mu Xiaowan sweetly switched her address. Yes, but first we must locate someone. Su Fan glanced at his phone. He had sent a message to Yu Miao Miao inquiring about her situation that morning. Until now, there has been no response. Is the device powered off? Yu Miao Miao mentioned yesterday that food and water could last for another 2 days, when she was unable to obtain the wind chaser. It seemed there was little she could do, and she did not dwell on it. Now, however, the absence of a reply from her after a while stirs an unsettling feeling within, prompting a desire to hasten over. Who is it? Lu Ruren revealed a curious gaze, wondering if a new woman was about to join. Ruren, I will assign the tasks to you first. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan indicated dozens of water buckets and several gas canisters piled at the kitchen entrance. You shall be responsible for producing the white granules. During the downtime, while boiling water, enhance your abilities and accompany Mu Xiaowan in practice. Su Fan then turned to Mu Xiaowan. Your primary task is to hone your combat skills, as you possess combat-oriented abilities. Many responsibilities will be entrusted to you in the future. Both nodded in agreement, having no objections. Although Lu Ruren's work seemed somewhat tedious, she preferred the safety it provided. Su Fan made his way to the control room and took out his phone to check the map. At that moment, a chat message popped up. Upon opening it, he discovered it was from the property management account of the community. Property management, isn't that the group of people? Su Fan had already returned the Tang knife to the scar-faced man. Property management. Su Ge, this is your account, right? The beautiful owner of the villa wants to find you and asked me to pass on a message. At the onset of the apocalypse, a self-defense group had formed in the villa area of the community, where some wealthy individuals had even hoarded real weapons. Just 2 days into the apocalypse, someone had gone there and had their head blown off. Since then, there had been an unspoken truce between the two areas. Where did this beautiful owner come from wanting to find him? Su Fan, I don't know her. No time. Su Fan coldly replied, as he had pressing matters at hand. Even if he had no immediate concerns, he was eager to ascertain the situation outside. Su Fan activated invisibility, and the wind chaser glided into the low skies of Jiangqing. Chapter 20. Just in time, alone in the control room, Su Fan piloted the wind chaser, utilizing the crystal's projection to observe the situation below. This district was somewhat familiar to him, since Chun Xiaoqian confirmed her admission to Jiang University at the end of March. He had moved to this area to accompany her studies. Upon arriving, unable to find a formal job, Su Fan initially took up delivery work. After considerable effort, braving the elements to familiarize himself with the area, he had finally gotten to know this district well. The speed of the wind chaser was hardly impressive. The GPS indicated a mere 30 miles per hour. Even riding an electric bike was faster than this. Su Fan understood that this speed was linked to his realm level. The spiritual energy he infused into the crystal influenced the propulsion of the wind chaser. This was a high-grade flying artifact, and for someone at his current foundational level, being able to operate it was quite commendable. Moreover, as a flying vehicle, it did not require winding routes or waiting at traffic lights. In fact, its speed within the city surpassed that of private cars. Currently, there were no private vehicles left in the city, as thick snow blanketed the landscape. Below lay an expanse of white, with numerous tall buildings rising from the snow. Soaring above the city, Su Fan perceived the world from a divine perspective, unveiling numerous revelations. For instance, he discerned the presence of monstrous beings within the urban confines. Thankfully, the vicinity of his residential area remained unscathed by such aberrations. These creatures congregated around a dark, gaping pit in the ground, endlessly circling its perimeter, reminiscent of the images shared by Yu Miao Miao. According to the documents forwarded by Chen Xiaoqian, Su Fan learned that this ominous pit was referred to as a snow pit. Throughout his journey, he encountered two such snow pits, one teeming with hundreds of snowball monsters, and the other resembling the mutated snow corpses he had previously observed, populated by countless snow apes. These monstrosities were birthed from the depths of the snow pits. As he lowered the altitude of his wind vessel, Su Fan observed numerous snowball monsters, with their cavernous maws meandering about. They appeared to be less advanced compared to the snow apes, seemingly disinclined to invade structures. Remarkably, despite being encircled by these creatures, the corporate edifice housing Yu Miao Miao remained secure for the time being. However, it had been 2 hours since he had dispatched his message, and Yu Miao Miao had yet to respond. Su Fan yearned to hear her voice. On the eve of the apocalypse, the poised and illustrious Yu Miao Miao had chosen to spend the night with him at a hotel. Such a captivating executive, with an aura that surpassed ordinary beauty, made it inconceivable for Su Fan, even in his single state, to entertain any notions of romance. Casting a glance at the map, he estimated that he would arrive at the Tianhong Tower, where Yu Miao Miao was located, in approximately 10 minutes. An hour earlier, within the confines of the Tianhong Tower, Yu Miao Miao and another young woman had barricaded themselves within the office, utilizing desks and chairs to fortify the door. Bang, bang, bang. You wretched creature. Dare you open the door? I swear I will end you. The sounds of furious knocking and a man's vitriol echoed from outside. Even amidst the apocalyptic chaos, Yu Miao Miao meticulously arranged her hair, her radiant grace undiminished by the dire circumstances. She squatted in a corner with Lin Dai, a girl whose face was obscured by her hair and glasses, presenting an unremarkable appearance. Lin Dai, are you afraid? Yu Miao Miao inquired of her companion. Not at all. If it weren't for you, Sister Miao Miao, we would have starved long ago, Lin Dai replied, her voice soft and gentle. Curse it. They say you are the most beautiful woman at Tianhong Group. Had I known, I would have claimed you on the first day. The man outside, Chun, had long lost the poise expected of a business titan and had succumbed to madness. Well, we have devoured the last of the bread we scavenged last night. It seems we are destined to wait for death now, Yu Miao Miao lamented, crumpling the packaging of their meager provisions until not a morsel remained. In the days since the onset of the apocalypse, the number of employees working overtime in the corporate tower had dwindled significantly. Yu Miao Miao had fortuitously been attending a meeting with Chun when disaster struck, relying on the emergency supplies and the food from the catering department. They had managed to survive for several days. Yet, by the day before, their provisions had been nearly exhausted. Chun and his associates had demanded that Yu Miao Miao offer herself in exchange for sustenance, and under the pretense of acquiescence, she had seized the opportunity to snatch the remaining loaves of bread and fled to the office where Lin Dai was hiding, locking the door behind her. Outside, 3 or 4 men howled impotently. Yu Miao picked up her phone, hoping to find something to occupy her mind, yet the device lay shattered in her hands. Su Fan was the last person she had contacted. He had offered her words of comfort, promising to return for her. However, Yu Miao understood all too well the perilous reality outside. There were monstrous, white-haired creatures that preyed upon humans, and the snow itself was toxic, capable of inducing a fatal poisoning upon contact. The notion that an ordinary person like Su Fan would venture out to seek her in such dire circumstances seemed utterly implausible. Still, a flicker of solace washed over her. He did indeed care for her, at least on the final night before the apocalypse. He had granted her a semblance of fulfillment for a long-held wish. Lin Dai, it seems we are left to await our demise. Let us converse. Yu Miao directed her gaze towards the girl in the corner. I am an observer by nature, and I perceive that you are quite beautiful. I am curious as to why you choose to present yourself in such a manner. Lin Dai was a recent addition to their ranks, still within her probationary period as an assistant. After a prolonged silence, Lin Dai finally uttered a few words. No man is worth a damn. Yu Miao withdrew her gaze from Lin Dai, shaking her head, choosing to say nothing further. A sudden thumping echoed through the air. Yu Miao's expression shifted dramatically. They had found something to batter against the door. Lin Dai stood, then perched herself on the windowsill. Yu Miao understood her intent. Should those men burst in, Lin Dai would leap to her death. After all, they had taken the food meant for them, and if the door were breached, the outcome could be far worse than mere humiliation. Yu Miao, I wonder how long your door can withstand this. Open up obediently, and spare yourself some suffering, called a young man from outside, as the door was relentlessly assaulted. Bang! Suddenly, a large hole was smashed through the door, and several men leaned in to peer through the breach. Damn it, they've eaten all the food, bellowed Chun, his voice laced with expletives. Chun, have you forgotten the old Chinese saying, beauty is a feast for the eyes? The young man remarked with a deranged expression, licking his lips. Indeed. Chun paused momentarily, then resumed his assault on the door with renewed vigor. We're starving. Let us see what these women taste like. Yu Miao and Lin Dai sat together on the windowsill, having already prepared for the worst, their expressions betraying little change. Lin Dai was on the verge of jumping when a sudden thought flashed through Yu Miao's mind, prompting her to grasp Lin Dai's arm. What if Su Fan had come for her? When one's life hangs by a thread, even the faintest glimmer of hope is magnified beyond reason. At that very moment, Su Fan was piloting his airship, circling the Tianhong building. As he soared, he released his powerful consciousness, enveloping nearly every room within the vast structure, effortlessly locating Yu Miao's office. Upon witnessing the door to her office being battered, he recognized the assailants, Chun and Manager Wang, both former superiors of his. Fortunately, it seemed that the timing was fortuitous. Chapter 21. Their imminent demise. Yu Miao barricaded the door with the furniture from the room, determined to prevent their intrusion. Yet, as the door crumbled, the four men outside easily pushed aside her makeshift defenses. The wretched individual, I intend to subject her to a thorough humiliation. Mr. Chen has been vociferously berating her for quite some time, his eyes now tinged with crimson. But Mr. Chen, we still need to eat, protested another young man nearby, his face contorted in terror. One to eat, one to toy with, mused the man at the rear, contemplating a compromise. The humanity of these individuals had long since eroded, and they spoke without any sense of the absurdity of their words. Observing the group navigating through the disordered tables and chairs, Yu Miao Miao's complexion turned ashen, and she grasped Lin Dai's hand tightly. Let us jump together. Taking a deep breath, Yu Miao Miao shifted her weight beyond the windowsill. However, at that moment, an invisible force lifted both of them, preventing any further descent. As surprise mingled with anxiety, Yu Miao Miao wondered if even a dignified demise was beyond reach. Suddenly, a shadow materialized outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, and a massive vessel loomed before them. With a resounding crash, the hatch opened, and a corridor bridge emerged, shattering the glass of the large window. Su Fan stepped forth from the bridge. The group, startled, recognized this enormous airship, though unfamiliar, as a marvel of national technology. In an instant, many thoughts began to resurface in their minds. Anyone descending from such a high-tech airship could not be an ordinary individual. They were likely a person of great significance. Leader, you have come to our rescue? I am Chen Chong, a director of Tianhong Group. Despite his disheveled appearance, Mr. Chen stood at attention, bowing his head. Ah, isn't that little Chun? Su Fan recognized him immediately. Within the company hierarchy, he was the direct superior of Su Fan's superior, wielding considerable power. However, this man was known for his preferential treatment of female staff, often oppressing male employees. Su Fan, Yu Miao Miao, who had been too anxious to look up, suddenly heard his voice. I can't believe you are here. In her moment of despair, the sight of Su Fan stunned her, and her pent-up emotions transformed into tears that streamed from the corners of her eyes. Having been trapped in a nightmarish scenario for days, the current situation felt dreamlike. Su Fan, the one she had longed for, appeared as an angel in her moment of need. You? Oh, I remember now. Mr. Chen lifted his gaze, finally recalling that Su Fan was merely a low-level employee. You've performed admirably. I shall promote and increase your salary. Mr. Chen gave a thumbs up. Little Su, how can you address Mr. Chen as Little Chen? That is quite disrespectful, admonished a middle-aged man beside Mr. Chen. With a swift motion, Mr. Chen struck the man's face. What do you mean, Little Su? From now on, he is Manager Su. You may call him Little Wong if you wish. Su Fan cast a sidelong glance, pondering whether these individuals were so famished that they had lost their senses. Unable to discern the gravity of the situation. Kneel, Su Fan stated in a plain tone. What? You want me to kneel? Confusion flickered across the faces of Mr. Chen and his companions. Kneel, Su Fan's voice resonated, imbued with a profound authority. The sound reverberated, causing those nearby to feel a wave of dizziness. Simultaneously, Su Fan pointed his finger in the air, a surge of energy enveloping the knees of the individuals present, compelling them to kneel in unison. The expressions of terror finally manifested on the faces of the four individuals before General Chen. As they attempted to voice their thoughts, Su Fan cast upon them a gaze as fierce as that of a murderer. They fell silent, bowing their heads and kneeling upon the ground, too fearful to utter a sound. What kind of force could compel them to kneel involuntarily, leaving them utterly incapable of resistance? I have arrived. Su Fan's demeanor softened considerably as he turned his attention to Yu Miao Miao. You've come, she replied, typically eloquent and adept at workplace communication. She now found herself at a loss for words. Su Fan scrutinized Yu Miao Miao's countenance, activating the system's investigation feature. Name, Yu Miao Miao. Age, 24. Level, 0. Appearance, ethereal. Cultivation experience, 1. Hint. The other party meets the furnace conditions. What? 1 cultivation experience? It is known that you Miao Miao and I share a history. Su Fan's expression became complex. Miao Miao. Su Fan reached out to smooth her slightly disheveled hair. My hair is too oily, she remarked, grasping his hand. Su Fan extended his other hand to hold hers, then let it go. I must ask you, was that not your first time? Su Fan inquired directly. Yu Miao Miao's face flushed. There are many people here. They are of no consequence. They shall soon meet their demise. Su Fan replied coldly, yet in a soothing tone. Then, if there's nothing else, I shall hang up. Lin Dai, who remained on the windowsill, turned pale at this remark and attempted to leap from the window. Wait, Yu Miao Miao called out. Su Fan, she is a good person. If it is not too much trouble, could you save her as well? Su Fan cast a cursory glance. The individual appeared to be from the neighboring project department. However, since Yu Miao Miao had spoken, he decided to take her along and leave her in a location with resources. Upon hearing this, General Chen and the others became alarmed. What do you intend to do? Murder is a crime. Su Fan, despite how you have treated me at work, you show no gratitude. Your ambitions are insidious, Manager Wang exclaimed weakly. Su Fan's lips twitched. Indeed, he had been taken care of. Your so-called care consists of piling all responsibilities onto me and finding excuses to dock my wages every few days? Manager Wang immediately retorted. Young people should not fixate on salaries. What matters is the enhancement of your skills. I assign tasks to cultivate your abilities. And docking wages is to instill a sense of seriousness towards work. Su Fan had no desire to listen to his nonsensical ramblings any longer. Such matters were no longer pertinent. He turned to the windboat and called out, Ruo Ran, Xiao Wan, come forth. Moments later, Lu Ruo Ran and Mu Xiao Wan emerged from the corridor. Lu Ruo Ran, clad in a form-fitting ensemble adorned with embellishments, exposed her delicate shoulders as she stepped into the frigid air. Mu Xiao Wan, dressed in a long Lolita dress and sporting a British-style hat, resembled a charming doll. Exquisitely unique. A smile curved Su Fan's lips, recognizing that the two women had intentionally adorned themselves in such splendid attire to compete with Yu Miao Miao and assert their presence. In no time, the two had absorbed numerous white particles, with Lu Ruo Ran reaching level 2 and Mu Xiao Wan attaining level 3. Yu Miao Miao observed the two young women who had followed Su Fan out, and an involuntary sense of inadequacy washed over her. It was not that Yu Miao Miao was less attractive than the two. Rather, after enduring days of hunger and deprivation, her complexion appeared pallid, and she could not afford the luxury of grooming herself to their level of elegance. What do you think I summoned you for, dressed like this? Su Fan remarked, as he produced the Tianlang sword with a flick of his wrist. He caressed the blade thoughtfully. What is the purpose? To take a life. Chapter 22. White Moonlight. Lu Ruren, come here. Su Fan handed the Tianlang sword to her. Clad in a sultry black ensemble, Lu Ruren, with the sword in hand, resembled a seductive and cold-blooded assassin. Yet, upon drawing the sword, she shivered, revealing her true self. I can't do this. Su Fan then presented a fruit knife to Mu Xiaowan. I'll use this, she questioned, grasping the 10-centimeter silver blade. A Lolita assassin, Su Fan mused, finding her appearance quite appealing. You can stab Ruren, she one-team-mind. After all, she can heal herself. This was primarily directed at Lu Ruren. Mu Xiaowan had prior experience with taking a life, and Su Fan aimed to bolster Lu Ruren's courage, a necessity for her. Fortunately, with Mu Xiaowan's support, despite her initial reluctance, Lu Ruren managed to dispatch the few individuals. Let us head inside. It's chilly out here. Lu Ruren seemed momentarily dazed. Although she had witnessed much bloodshed in recent days, she had not anticipated being involved in such actions herself. Mu Xiaowan, assuming the role of a gracious host, warmly invited the two into the Yufeng boat. Su Fan stowed the Tianlang sword into his storage bag and pulled Lu Ruren inside with him. What is this place? It's so spacious and warm. They marveled, momentarily disoriented after the harsh conditions they had endured for days, now finding themselves in a cozy 3-story space. Once Yu Miao Miao's astonishment subsided, Su Fan took her to a nearby bedroom, closing the door behind them. He pressed her against the wall and embraced her tightly. Is it happening so quickly? Shouldn't we take a shower first? Yu Miao Miao tentatively inquired. What is going on? Su Fan questioned, his tone reminiscent of an interrogation. Yu Miao Miao bit her lip and sighed. Do you truly not remember me? Su Fan's expression turned peculiar. Why would I remember you? Yu Miao Miao's face paled. As expected. Su Fan appeared puzzled. I attended Lawn City No. 7 High School. Her voice softened as she spoke. Su Fan seemed to grasp something. He too had been a student at Lawn City No. 7 High School. You knew me back then? In my first year, I confessed my feelings to you. You genuinely don't recall at all. Yu Miao Miao's expression turned nostalgic, yet her tone was as flat as if recounting someone else's tale. Su Fan scratched his head, sifting through the layers of memories for recollections of the past. Over the past 3 years, his world had revolved solely around Chen Xiaoqian, and as he neglected to reminisce, those memories gradually faded. Oh, now I remember, Su Fan recalled, realizing that there had indeed been a girl who enjoyed spending time with him during his first year. After class, he indulged in video games while she watched beside him. In the cafeteria, she followed closely behind as he ate. However, Su Fan's heart was captivated by another goddess, rendering him oblivious to this girl, so she did not leave a lasting impression on him. Unexpectedly, the girl who once appeared unremarkable blossomed into a stunning beauty after entering university. He could hardly connect Yu Miao Miao with the girl he had known. Your manner of rejection was quite gentle, she thought, a trace of a bitter smile flickering in her eyes. Eventually, Yu Miao Miao severed her emotional ties and dedicated herself to her studies. Throughout her years in university, she focused on self-improvement, participating in competitions and internships. Upon graduation, she secured a position in a prestigious enterprise in Jiangxing, Tianhong Group, armed with an impressive resume. Thanks to her outstanding work capabilities, she swiftly ascended to management. Without needing to ingratiate herself, it was not long before Su Fan re-entered her life. From Yu Miao Miao's perspective, Su Fan remained aloof, rarely casting a glance at any of the female employees. By day, he immersed himself in work, and by night, he hurried home. Although he did not recognize her, Yu Miao Miao kept a watchful eye on him. She was aware that Su Fan had a girlfriend and had even been accepted into Jiang University for graduate studies. Yu Miao Miao attempted to gradually let go of her feelings for Su Fan, but finding a suitable partner in the workplace proved challenging. Many suitors pursued her, lining up at the company as entrants, yet none matched the ideals she held in her heart. Yu Miao Miao understood this sentiment was referred to as the white moonlight. On the eve of the apocalypse, witnessing the usually taciturn Su Fan weeping at the dining table revealed to her the emotional turmoil he had endured. Thus, their paths intertwined once more. Were it not for the impending collapse of society, this would merely be a bittersweet tale. Su Fan remarked, but in this apocalypse, you've established a harem, haven't you? Yu Miao Miao playfully chided. Hee. Su Fan scratched his head. I should probably go take a shower. Beep. Congratulations, host. A new furnace has been added. Furnace, Yu Miao Miao. Level, 0. Appearance, ethereal. Affinity level, 5. Resurrection attempts, 33. The affinity level with Yu Miao Miao was notably high. Although newly integrated into the furnace system, their bond had already reached level 5. Beep. Host has gathered 3 furnaces. The system is set to upgrade. A significant upgrade? New function 1. For every reward obtained from the gift pack, the host can receive 1 item for each furnace. New function 2. The host can impart learned spells to furnaces endowed with spiritual power. Function 1 would allow him to acquire more items. Should he obtain the Sirius sword, he could end up with 4. Function 2 was particularly intriguing, as it directly linked to the elixirs within the reward packages, indicating that administering elixirs to others was indeed feasible. Beep. The host has received a Level 2 Affinity Gift Pack. Choose A. The host acquires 4 superior grade weapons, Thunderfire crossbows. Beep. The host has received a Level 5 Affinity Gift Pack. Choose B. The host acquires 4 superior grade armors, Imperial Lin armor. With 2 gift packs at his disposal, Su Fan directly opted for the weapons and armor. The crossbow appears to be a cold weapon, yet it is, in fact, a magical instrument. According to the description, these magical artifacts possess the ability to store spiritual energy. This implies that Su Fan can channel energy into the Thunderfire crossbow, enabling him to pass this weapon on to Mu Xiaowan and her companions for their use. The Huanglin armor, on the other hand, is a defensive type of magical treasure that generates a protective layer of spiritual energy enveloping the entire body. Su Fan turned to gaze at Yu Miao Miao. It had only been 5 or 6 days since they last met, yet the world had already shifted dramatically. Miao Miao, he inquired. Are you comfortable being around others? Not at all, she replied, glancing up at Su Fan's face. Initially, when she saw Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren emerge from behind Su Fan, she paid little heed to it. As long as I am by your side, that is enough for me. Yu Miao Miao's thoughts were quite simple. In the world before the apocalypse, she would have never accepted such a situation. However, the order of things had undergone a profound transformation. Having survived against the odds and being able to spend time with Su Fan, what more could she desire? All right, now I present you with a choice. Yu Miao Miao sat up, regarding him with a serious expression. Su Fan then shared some information regarding supernatural abilities, noting that no one at the company building had yet grasped the technology to acquire such powers. After synchronizing the crucial information from the past few days, Yu Miao Miao nodded repeatedly, quickly comprehending the details. But this is different, Su Fan said, holding a small spiritual pill in his hand. If you consume this, you might acquire abilities akin to mine, yet there is also a risk of mutation, which could be fatal. What will you choose? In truth, Su Fan was already aware that consuming the small spiritual pill posed no danger, but he intentionally posed the question to Yu Miao Miao. I choose to be like you. A radiant, tender smile graced Yu Miao Miao's lips. Chapter 23. A visitor. Su Fan was observing Yu Miao Miao, who had just swallowed the small spiritual pill. As she sat cross-legged on the bed, nurturing her spiritual energy. As Yu Miao Miao cultivated her energy, Su Fan felt a faint connection. It seemed that, after all, these were all gifts from the system, intertwined with one another. Once the fluctuations of Yu Miao Miao's spiritual energy stabilized, Su Fan noticed new information appearing on her panel. Alchemical Furnace, Yu Miao Miao, Realm, Qi Refinement Initial Stage, Progress, 0-2. Cultivation Speed, 2 points per day. Note, the alchemical furnace gains half the cultivation speed of its host. It appeared that she had succeeded. Yu Miao Miao had reached the Qi Refinement Initial Stage with just one small spiritual pill, and her realm could continue to ascend. Miao Miao, how do you feel? He asked. I sense a peculiar power within my body. It is invisible, yet seems to take form. Yu Miao Miao described her sensation. As they spoke, Su Fan pulled her close, resting her on his lap. Even Yu Miao Miao, when embraced by Su Fan, felt her cheeks flush. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. I will impart the spells to you. Su Fan touched her forehead, transferring the knowledge of spirit control, water flow technique, and fireball technique. Yu Miao Miao's eyes lit up. I feel knowledge flooding into my mind. With a flourish of psychic energy, Su Fan placed a teapot and teacup upon the table before him. Yu Miao Miao extended her right hand, her fingers delicately poised. In an astonishing display, the teapot levitated from a distance of 1 meter, pouring tea into the cup all on its own. How marvelous! She exclaimed, clapping for herself. Observing Yu Miao Miao's lively demeanor, Su Fan couldn't help but smile. This was not the serious Yu Miao Miao he knew. Could it be that she possessed a dual personality? Upon reflection, he realized that while she maintained a strict professionalism in the workplace, she transformed into a spirited version of herself when conversing with him. It was a realization he had not grasped before, understanding now that this was her special way of interacting with him, merging her current self with the exuberance of her high school days. Su Fan momentarily settled on this interpretation. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside the wind chariot. Who could it be? Su Fan wondered, taken aback by the unexpected visitor at this hour. Though the wind chariot was not cloaked, it stood 2 meters away from the building. Who could possibly knock on its door? As he traversed the living area, he noted that Lu Ruren was in the kitchen. Mu Xiaowan was practicing her abilities, and Lin Dai was nestled in a corner. The wind chariot was remarkably soundproof, even if someone were outside. they would remain oblivious to the presence of the others. However, Su Fan's psychic awareness allowed him to perceive the scene beyond the door. Through the portal, he discerned a slender young man clad in a trench coat, standing atop a rock formation that sprouted from the ground and reached skyward, extending to the door. Despite the barrier, Su Fan could glean information about the individual. Level 7 Ability, Earth Element. Su Fan's gaze sharpened. What an extraordinary encounter. Even a casual encounter with an ability user of such high caliber was unexpected. As the door swung open, a veil of chaotic starry hues obscured the view. Su Fan stepped into the threshold. Greetings, I am Luo Sheng from the Jiangda Patrol Team. Here on a mission, the young man said, extending his hand with a courteous smile. Do you refer to yourselves as the Patrol Team or the Cleansing Team? Su Fan recalled hearing Chen Xiaoqin mention them just the day prior. The Jiangda Cleansing Team is a general designation. Most of our personnel are part of the garrison, while the elite are in the Patrol Team, Luo Sheng explained, raising his hand in an invitation to shake. Noticing Su Fan's lack of response, he withdrew his hand. Our squad's mission is to ensure the safety of the area surrounding Jiangda. Seeing your airship stationed here, we wish to ascertain your identity. I am merely a passing bard. Su Fan replied. You certainly have a sense of humor. I shall take my leave. Luo Sheng performed a courteous bow and began to depart. Wait. Suddenly, Su Fan had a thought. He retrieved his phone and located an image, enlarging it. Do you recognize this person? Isn't this Senior Sister Su? Luo Sheng paused. She is also an elite member of our patrol team. Are you seeking her? Su Fan beamed. I am but an ardent admirer who has yet to meet her. Luo Sheng regarded Su Fan with suspicion. If you wish to find Senior Sister Su, you must disclose your background. Su Fan adopted a serious tone. I hail from a technology company in Lan City, which was fortuitously developing this type of airship just before the onset of the apocalypse. Furthermore, I am an ability user myself. Su Fan fabricated an identity at random, uncertain if it would suffice to deceive anyone, yet he felt no trepidation. Luo Sheng nodded. Acknowledging the technological advancements of Huan Nation, where numerous companies engaged in research and manufacturing thrived. You possess abilities? To what level? Luo Sheng inquired. A hint of intrigue gracing his expression. Wild ability users were indeed a rarity, as few regions could unveil secrets hidden in the snow, unlike their Jiang University. Yes, I am a fire-type ability user. I wonder what level I must reach to meet my idol, Senior Su? Su Fan ignited a flame at his fingertips. Truly an ability user, and a fire-type at that, Luo Sheng mused, accustomed to the presence of ability users, yet surprised by the wild variety. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, you need to be at least level 5 to join Jiang University's patrol team, where you might encounter Senior Su. No, thank you, Su Fan replied, shaking his head, disinterested in aligning with any faction. Suddenly, a strange and piercing roar echoed from a distance. Luo Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. Those fools. I warned them not to engage with those snowball creatures. Apologizing, he clasped his fist before vanishing into the ground, his rocky form dissipating as he glided down the side of the building. As he descended 3 or 4 stories, a rock sprouted from the structure beneath him, cushioning his fall. This cycle continued, allowing him to descend rapidly by stepping on the emergent rocks. Su Fan, having not yet inquired why Luo Sheng was unperturbed by the snow, watched his retreating figure and muttered to himself. He then turned to the cockpit, activating the invisibility mode of his wind chariot before disembarking. Surrounding himself with a barrier of spiritual energy, he repelled the snow. Then, using the celestial wolf sword, he employed sword control techniques to soar through the air, although he had unlocked sword control in the early stages of chi refinement. This was Su Fan's inaugural experience flying with a sword. He sped towards the source of Luo Sheng's roar. Chapter 24. Who told you to save them? Team Leader Luo. Team Leader Luo. The snowball creatures have gone berserk. Upon reaching the ground floor, Luo Sheng beheld 3 members of his team besieged by snowball creatures, each standing a meter tall with wide mouths. The snow beneath them had compacted due to the creatures' activity, reaching the height of the 2nd floor. The nearest creatures were attempting to gnash their teeth at the group frantically. Are you all fools? Who's responsible for this? Luo Sheng berated them. It was Di Qing. He killed one of the snowball creatures, a tall girl in the team explained, wielding a high-pressure water jet that repelled the approaching monsters. Though the damage was minimal, the force effectively hindered the creature's advance. What do you mean, Song Qian? Wasn't I saving them? Di Qing, a boy with a 1-meter-long blade, retorted, having swiftly dispatched one of the snowball creatures with a few strikes. Beside him, a shorter boy placed a hand on Di Qing's back, radiating light. Under the glow of his hand, Di Qing's energy was continuously replenished. The group found themselves cornered against the wall of the building, perilously close to being overwhelmed. In the presence of a few individuals, Luo Sheng fell, casting 2 rock pyramids that pierced through 2 snowball monsters. He then created several rocky steps against the wall of the building. "Who the hell told you to save anyone? You saint!" he exclaimed. "Hurry up and go." Luo Sheng raised a 2-meter-high rock wall towards the direction of the snowball monsters, creating a barrier for the group. They quickly ascended the steps, smashing through the glass to enter the 3rd floor of the building. Luo Sheng followed closely behind, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. "Li Mao, restore my abilities," he urged. Li Mao promptly approached Luo Sheng from behind and placed his hand on his back. This level of rock manipulation was somewhat taxing for Luo Sheng. Cough. He sat down, realizing that these small creatures were all above level 4. While dispatching a few was quite manageable, facing a horde was utterly impossible. Oh no. They can stack up. Li Mao glanced down. Below, a snowball monster leapt onto another, like stacking boxes, gradually forming a staircase. It seemed as if a higher being was orchestrating their movements. Luo Sheng recalled the dreadful, resonant roar from earlier. "Let us retreat to the upper floors," he instructed, leading the group up the safe passage of the stairs. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they found no further stairs, as the staircase only extended to that level. However, the door was firmly barred by something. Di Qing tried to push it open, but to no avail. Luo Sheng furrowed his brow and used a rock spike to pierce a small hole. Peering inside, he saw several individuals using long tables to block the door, with others stationed nearby to prevent it from opening. "We are members of the Jiang University patrol team. Please let us in." Luo Sheng knocked on the door and called out clearly. "Patrol team? Sounds like a rescue squad. Open the door," a woman inquired, seeking her companion's opinions. "All right." Another man nodded and began to move the tables aside. "No." A gaunt, frail-looking man pressed down on the table. "They'll take our food." "Exactly," the woman added. "We don't even know if they are really a rescue team, and they're trapped in here themselves." "Right, we cannot open the door." At that moment, the chilling, resonant roar echoed once more, sending tremors through the air. "The monsters are coming," the woman inside exclaimed. "Quick, move the tables," Song Qian urged hastily. "We've already eaten." "We want to take your food," Luo Sheng shouted. "That doesn't matter. What if the monsters come in as soon as we open the door?" The people inside pressed against the table with all their might. Di Qing peered through the hole and shouted, "Aren't you the one who was almost bitten just now? I saved you." The individuals inside fell silent for a few seconds. The gaunt man, with a hint of a sob in his voice, said, "I just wanted to find something to eat in the basement. I don't want to die either." Yet they continued to hold the door shut. Song Qian banged on the door forcefully, cursing, "Ungrateful wretches." Di Qing drew out his large knife. "Captain, should I just chop the door down?" Luo Sheng took a deep breath and replied, "Chopping it down is fine, but it won't stop the monsters behind us." "No worries. Let us find an alternative route from the outside." Ro Sheng, accompanied by several companions, returned to the 4th floor, where he broke a window and fashioned several rocky steps to ascend to the 5th floor. Exhausted, he seated himself upon the ground, having recently conjured a massive stone wall, leaving his strength somewhat depleted. "I truly wish to eliminate those individuals," Di Qing thought, filled with indignation, lamenting the fate of the virtuous. "Never mind." Ro Sheng restrained him, recognizing their affiliation with the Jiang University patrol team. "Song Qian, have you observed the snow cave below? Please upload the photographs to the chairman," Ro Sheng instructed, gazing into the large pit at the intersection. "While this task has indeed been accomplished, we find ourselves ensnared here." Di Qing sighed heavily, pondering. "Can we request assistance from the school?" Ro Sheng shook his head. "The helicopters stationed above have been reassigned to retrieve family members. None are available." "Alas." Song Qian, glancing at her phone, suddenly exclaimed in delight. "I just reported the situation to the chairman, who mentioned that senior sister Su happens to be in the vicinity." "Is that the esteemed Su Xuanyue? I heard she achieved level 10 just a couple of days ago," Di Qing remarked, his excitement evident at the mention of her name. "Indeed, she is often referred to as the aloof campus goddess," he added. "Unlike others, she was already a goddess of Jiang University before the apocalypse, and after it began, she has transformed into a Valkyrie." Admiration shone in Song Qian's eyes. However, Ro Sheng wore a concerned expression, "But our Frost Valkyrie has always preferred solitude. She may not agree to the command from above. For now, let us wait. Everyone, remain vigilant and report any signs of monsters immediately." Su Fan returned to the Wind Spirit craft, silently reflecting on the key information he had just learned about Su Xuanyue, level 10. He also checked the panels of his companions. Di Qing, level 6, ability, gun system, Li Mao, level 5. Ability, healing. Su Qian, level 5. Ability, water system, age, 20. Appearance, ordinary. Dual cultivation experience, 2. And Rou Sheng, who had already been noted as level 7. It was said that the patrol team comprised elite members of Jiang University, and by observing the levels of his companions, Su Fan could surmise the overall strength of Jiang University. Su Qian's appearance was indeed quite decent, yet she was rated only as ordinary, indicating the system's stringent standards. Su Fan kept the wind spirit craft cloaked in invisibility, hovering near the 5th floor, where he could observe the external situation. Rou Sheng and his group awaited Su Shuangyue's rescue, uncertain if she would arrive. For Su Fan, if she did come, it would present an opportunity to meet this so-called Frost Valkyrie, or perhaps even attempt to bring her home directly. Conversely, if she did not appear, he could lend assistance during Rou Sheng and the others' dire straits and extract some information afterward. Both outcomes seemed favorable to Su Fan, prompting him to patiently await the following day. Su Shuangyue made her appearance. Chapter 25. The Iceberg Campus Goddess, Su Shuangyue on the 5th floor of Tianhong Building. Rou Sheng remarked, Di Qing, please have Song Qian retrieve the emergency food supplies. Seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, Rou Sheng observed as Di Qing rose and called for Song Qian, who emerged from her small bag with Snickers and energy drinks. Our illustrious patrol team finds itself ensnared in this predicament, a most vexing situation. Li Mao, seated on the ground, struck the floor in frustration. Since yesterday afternoon, they had made several attempts to break free, yet each time they descended, the snowball monsters launched a ferocious assault, as if summoned by an unseen command. According to the analysis forwarded by the chairman, this was a lair of a leader-class snow creature. Luo Sheng gazed at the gaping pit at the intersection below. Only the main force of our Jiang University can contend with such a leader. Song Qian, despondently munching on a Snickers bar, lamented. It seems we are truly destined to be trapped here. Indeed, it is no wonder that senior sister Su Shuangyue has not arrived. Luo Sheng sighed. Given senior sister Su's usual demeanor, even in the absence of danger, her presence was not guaranteed. Look, Di Qing exclaimed, pointing out the window. Do you see? A figure clad in a flowing white gown, draped in a blue sweater, raced towards them across the snowy expanse. Clutched in her hand was an unsheathed azure longsword. Her long hair billowing, her beauty surpassing that of snow itself, resembling a celestial being. Senior sister Su, Song Qian cried, leaping to her feet. As Su Shuangyue approached Tianhong Building, the white-haired snow monsters converged upon her. With a swift draw of her sword, a single arc of energy cleaved the snowball beasts in two. Unfaltering, Su Shuangyue leaped from the corpses of the snow monsters, soaring several meters before dispatching more of them with her blade, repeating this maneuver with remarkable agility until she reached the base of Tianhong Building, leaving a trail of defeated foes in her wake. Senior sister's swordsmanship is astonishing. She could be regarded as Jiang University's second most formidable fighter, Song Qian marveled. Pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, I shall go to assist senior sister, Luo Sheng declared before leaping through the window, conjuring a series of rocky steps against the wall. A tremendous, chilling roar reverberated once more, inciting unprecedented fury among the snowball creatures. Su Shuangyue nimbly ascended the rocky steps, each bound propelling her 3 meters high. She landed gracefully before the group, her ethereal gown contrasting sharply with the frigid air, as if she were a goddess of ice. Di Qing stepped forward to greet her. Greetings, senior sister Su. Su Shuangyue glanced back slightly, an aura of coldness emanating from her. Di Qing suddenly felt as though he were but a mere paramecium, questioning his very existence. He turned to seek a trash can to retreat home. The oppressive presence was palpable. The ice mountain goddess, senior sister Su, was indeed as formidable as her reputation suggested. The others shared a similar sentiment, maintaining a respectful distance of 3 meters from her. Senior sister, what shall we do next? Luo Sheng inquired politely. Let us proceed in that direction. Follow me, Su Shuangyue instructed, pointing to an intersection. How fortuitous, team leader Luo, came a bright voice from behind. Luo Sheng turned to see Su Fan, surprisingly still present. Su Fan was clad in attire even lighter than Su Shuangyue's. Did he not feel the cold? Oh right. Luo Sheng recalled. He was a fire-type ability user. What is this? Su Shuangyue inquired, her lips parting slightly. Senior sister. He claims to be your fan and is also an ability user, Luo Sheng introduced, standing between them. Su Shuangyue paused momentarily. A fan, you say? She is not a celebrity. It is rare for a young man to claim to be a fan. Moreover, this individual appears rather extraordinary. Su Shuangyue glanced back, her ethereal beauty captivating Su Fan. Name, Su Xuanyue, Level 10. Ability, Sword System. Age, 24. Appearance, Enchanting. Dual Cultivation Experience, 0. Hint. The subject meets the furnace requirements. Enchanting level provides all rewards at double-double. The rewards and challenges coexist. Yet, at that moment, Su Fan's gaze remained remarkably clear. Hello, he approached politely, extending his hand for a handshake. Luo Sheng held little affection for Su Fan. Di Qing and the others observed Su Fan's audacity to attempt a handshake with Senior Sister Su. This is it. He is from outside the school and lacks knowledge of Senior Sister Su. She regards everyone with an equal disdainful gaze. However, Su Xuanyue turned around, her cold eyes fixed on Su Fan. You give me a very different impression. Slowly, she raised her delicate right hand. Hello. What? Senior Sister Su is touching a man? And a stranger at that? Di Qing felt a twinge of regret. Had he been a bit more confident, perhaps he could have had the chance to grasp Senior Sister Su's hand. You are also trapped here. Come along with us, Su Xuanyue said before turning and soaring out of the window, her movements as fluid as flowing water. Su Fan followed suit. Luo Sheng hesitated. Casting a glance at Su Fan, he was aware Su Fan possessed an airship and could not possibly be trapped here. Yet, being a fire-type ability user, Su Fan must have been drawn in by Senior Sister Su. The more individuals, the greater the strength. I will clear the path. You all handle the monsters on the sides, Su Xuanyue instructed her companions before plunging into the horde of monsters. As a level 10 sword-type ability user, she effortlessly dominated the ordinary snowball monsters in the vicinity. Soon, she reached the center of the path. Luo Sheng and Di Qing flanked the group. But Su Fan assessed the situation and found no opportunity to engage. At that moment, a tremendous, mournful cry echoed, and the snowball monsters erupted once more in response to their movements. It seemed something else was approaching. Su Fan expanded his consciousness towards the snow cave. Gradually, white fur began to fill the cave, transforming it into a snowy spectacle. This was not merely the cave sprouting fur. A colossal snowball monster, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, emerged from the depths. Su Fan utilized his probing skill. Snow Cave Lord. Level 10. Lord. Body enlarged. Level increases by 5 within the territory. Lord skills. Command. Ice Bomb. Mental attack. Su Fan was taken aback. This panel revealed a wealth of information. However, with a base level of 10 plus an additional 5 within its territory, this creature was undoubtedly superior to Su Xuanyue. The Lord-level snowball monster had appeared. Bang, bang, bang. As the snowball lord emerged, a barrage of large snowballs, each 80 centimeters in diameter, was launched toward them. Su Fan glanced at the skill name on the panel. Ice Bomb? Su Xuanyue turned, drawing her sword. She executed a series of slashes into the air, unleashing sword chi that cleaved a snowball in half. Sword chi. This is the essence of sword-type abilities. As Su Xuanyue danced gracefully in her white gown, it was as if an ethereal sprite twirled upon the snow-laden ground. The sword energy she unleashed flowed incessantly, cleaving through the relentless onslaught of snowballs, withstanding the fierce assault of the formidable snowball lord. This snowball lord, like its ordinary counterparts, was spherical in shape. Yet it possessed a gaping maw with a diameter of 10 meters and 2 additional mouths measuring 2 meters in length situated above. A solitary eye, 5 meters long, fixated intently upon Su Xuanyue, indicating the dire circumstances at hand as she found herself ensnared by the snowball lord. Surrounding snowball monsters began to converge. I shall carve a path, Di Qing volunteered, brandishing his sword and advancing forward, closely followed by Song Qian and Li Mao. As snowball monsters approached from the side, Su Fan raised his hand, unleashing a fireball that obliterated them in an instant. The others, catching sight of Su Fan, felt a surge of relief at his timely intervention. A standoff ensued between Su Xuanyue and the snowball lord, with the latter's icy projectiles raining down continuously, showing no signs of abating. When they were still 10 meters away from the exit, Di Qing felt his strength waning. Brother with fire powers, can you lead the charge? We shall coordinate with you, Luo Sheng remarked, noticing Di Qing's predicament. I can replenish your energy, Li Mao chimed in. No need, Su Fan replied, stepping forward to unleash another fireball. As the fireball struck the first snowball monster, it erupted into a blaze, clearing the path ahead. The group was momentarily stunned by the display. Cough, brother. Are you truly this formidable? Di Qing's eyes reflected admiration. Sister Su. Luo Sheng erected a stone wall before Su Xuanyue, shielding her from the snowballs. Seizing the opportunity, she rejoined the group. As they broke free from the encirclement, a howl echoed, causing the expressions of everyone except Su Fan to shift dramatically. White Wolf. Song Qian's voice trembled slightly. Su Fan turned to see a massive white-furred, red-eyed wolf stationed at the entrance, observing them. Species: white wolf. Level: 11. The white wolf was a rare creature known for its roaming tendencies. The students from Jiang University had encountered one before. It had appeared near the school, swiftly claiming the lives of dozens of students in a brief, yet violent spree before being slain by President Motian. With Su Xuanyue present, they would typically harbor no fear of the white wolf. However, they were currently attempting to escape the Snowball Lord when they unwittingly attracted the attention of this predator. Su Fan leaned closer to Su Xuanyue, whispering, "One for each? Will you confront the Lord or the white wolf?" Su Xuanyue cast a surprised glance at Su Fan. The simultaneous emergence of the white wolf and the Lord had even caused her to feel a fleeting sense of panic. Yet, witnessing Su Fan's composure steadied her heart. Though the Lord is slightly stronger, we must slay the white wolf to escape. Try to delay the Lord, she responded swiftly. Understood, Su Fan affirmed. Turning his attention to the Snowball Lord, Luo Sheng and the others exchanged glances, forming two teams. Luo Sheng would assist Su Fan in holding off the Lord. Brother, I shall endeavor to fend off the Lord's attacks while you deal with the snowball creatures. Luo Sheng raised a wall of rock before us. Su Fan did not employ the fireball spell. Instead, he unsheathed the celestial wolf sword. What was he doing? Luo Sheng was taken aback. Was he not a fire elemental adept? Why was he wielding a sword? Su Fan seized the opportunity to cultivate the celestial wolf sword. He was still unfamiliar with sword techniques. He swung the sword at one of the snowball creatures. With his prowess, a mere physical strike could dispatch a monster in one blow. After vanquishing 3, he was momentarily stunned. Celestial Wolf Sword Spirit Cultivation Progress, 310,000. Did he need to slay 10,000? A piercing roar echoed as the Snowball Lord leapt into the air. Soaring 3 stories high, its colossal form descended, crushing a cluster of smaller creatures beneath it. A resonant, penetrating sound emanated from the Snowball Lord. Ruan, come quickly. The wind vessel was invisibly suspended above. Mu Xiaowan stood at the opening of the wind vessel, gazing down at the unfolding scene below. What a terrifying creature! Lu Ruren, who had been boiling water, rushed over and turned pale at the sight of the Snowball Lord. Could their master overcome it? Mu Xiaowan recalled the mutated snow corpse from that day. Although Su Fan had triumphed effortlessly then, this Snowball Lord resembled a monstrous entity from a science fiction film. Unbeknownst to her, Su Fan had already reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. Compared to the Qi refining stage, his strength had undergone a qualitative transformation. Below, Su Fan sensed that the Snowball Lord's roar was peculiar. Turning around, he noticed Luo Sheng standing motionless, his gaze vacant. That roar was a mental attack. Su Xuanyue, engaged in battle with the white wolf, turned pale as she too realized she had been subjected to a mental assault, retreating a few steps. While her movements were not sluggish, they lacked the agility she had possessed earlier. At that moment, the white wolf lunged forward, forcing Su Xuanyue to block with her sword. Crack! The white wolf's formidable jaws clamped down on her sword, shattering it. Su Xuanyue's expression hardened. The sword, albeit of mediocre quality, could not withstand the white wolf's terrifying bite. However, as a sword-type adept, she required a sword or a similar weapon to unleash her abilities. Su Fan, glancing at Su Xuanyue's predicament, promptly threw the celestial wolf sword to her. A fine sword. Su Xuanyue's eyes shimmered as she caught it. This sword seemed to possess qualities far beyond mere excellence. Yet, there was no time for contemplation, for the white wolf was upon her. With a swift motion, Su Xuanyue struck the white wolf's forepaw, severing it cleanly. How sharp! After receiving the celestial wolf sword, she found herself in a dire situation. Yet it felt as if she had gained wings. Her figure danced, and the sword light flickered. In a mere 10 seconds, she had slain the white wolf. This sword was astonishing, seemingly disregarding the white wolf's defenses, slicing through it effortlessly. Of course, her own level 10 sword abilities contributed as well. Grasping the sword hilt, Su Xuanyue felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. This sensation was peculiar. She was acutely aware of her own integrity and would never entertain the thought of usurping another's possessions. Yet, as Su Xuanyue caressed the hilt of the sword, it felt remarkably fitting in her grasp. How wonderful it would be if this sword could somehow be hers through an exchange. Suddenly, the sword in her hand trembled violently. And when she looked up, she saw Su Fan extending his palm toward her. With a gentle release, the Tianlang sword soared back into Su Fan's hand. Despite having narrowly escaped death and vanquished an 11th level white wolf, an inexplicable emptiness enveloped her heart. Su Xuanyue suddenly realized that the sword had indeed returned to him. She turned her gaze towards Su Fan. Then, a more astonishing spectacle unfolded. The sword slipped from Su Fan's grasp, hovering horizontally before him. With a light leap, Su Fan stepped onto the Tianlang's sword and soared into the sky. Su Shuangyue, endowed with sword-related abilities, was left astounded. Could a sword be wielded in such a manner? As Luo Sheng regained his composure and witnessed Su Fan ascend, his expression mirrored that of shock. Was that sword also a piece of advanced technology? Advanced technology? Di Qing, possessing weapon-based powers, gazed at Su Fan with envy as he effortlessly flew upon the sword. He introduced himself as a fire-type ability user from a technology company, while Su Fan had previously claimed the same when meeting Luo Sheng. The Snowball Lord was preparing to strike at Su Fan, yet he was now soaring above on his sword. With the target evading him, the Snowball Lord leapt high, opening its massive maw wide towards Su Fan. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of those nearby. Su Fan ascended to greater heights, narrowly avoiding the creature's gaping jaws. A glimmer of crimson light flickered in his eyes. It was the perfect opportunity to test the creature's strength. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted, forming a colossal hand measuring 10 meters in length. This enormous hand bore a faint blue outline, exuding an overwhelming force. With a swift motion of his right hand, Su Fan commanded the massive hand to firmly pin down the giant snowball. Raising his left hand skyward, a fireball began to coalesce, growing larger and taking on a deeper crimson hue. The Snowball Lord, trapped beneath the giant hand, writhed in a futile struggle, unable to even open its maw. It was not until the fireball had swelled to 5 meters in size, 3 times Su Fan's height, its color darkening to a red-black, that it ceased to expand. The immense fireball radiated intense heat, clashing with the frigid environment surrounding them. Chapter 27. The Tianlang sword attracts attention. The pupils of Luo Sheng and the others quivered in astonishment. Even the mightiest among us, Senior Mo Tian from Jiang University, a fire-type ability user, could not possibly match such prowess. Di Qing gasped in awe. As Lu Ruoran observed the scene from above, she marveled at her master's formidable strength. The waves of heat emanating from the colossal fireball, though imperceptible within the wind vessel, were nonetheless profoundly impressive. Mu Xiaowan, witnessing the spectacle, widened her eyes in astonishment. Regaining her composure, she inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "Brilliant heavenly fire! Annihilate!" Su Fan flipped his hand and hurled the fireball downward, where it collided with the Snowball Lord's massive form. A tremendous explosion erupted, shattering the glass of nearby buildings in an instant. The immense force and searing heat radiated outward. Flames swiftly engulfed the Snowball Lord. Within mere seconds of contact with the fireball, the Snowball Lord's body began to melt away. Amidst its anguished wails, its form rapidly diminished. A few steps back, the onlookers held their breath, witnessing the gradual disappearance of the Snowball Lord. The evaporated snow transformed into a dense mist that filled the air, leaving the once thick blanket of snow on the ground entirely cleared. Luo Sheng and his companions were momentarily rendered speechless, astonished by the terrifying power of the fire elemental adept they had encountered. An adversary they could not hope to confront, vanquished in a single blow. Su Fan gently descended to the ground, and Su Shuangyue approached him. "Thank you." Su Shuangyue leaned in closer, scrutinizing Su Fan's face. "He is remarkably strong." Her peripheral vision caught sight of the celestial wolf sword hovering before Su Fan, her gaze lingering on it. "No need for thanks. It is merely the duty of a 5-star citizen," Su Fan replied, effortlessly stowing the celestial wolf sword into his storage bag. "Wait, where's the sword?" Su Shuangyue's expression shifted in surprise. Su Fan noted her reaction. She coveted his celestial wolf sword? That was unacceptable. It was a high-grade artifact of the profound tier. Generally speaking, even the most beautiful weapon should not be given away. "Brother, I had no idea you were this formidable." Di Qing chimed in, approaching. "Had I known, I would have waited for you to finish off the monsters before leaving, haha." Song Qian poked Di Qing in the back, saying, "Did you not realize? He acted to assist Senior Sister Su. Why would he help you clear the monsters?" "Thank you for saving us," Luo Sheng interjected, standing behind them with a serious expression. "On behalf of Jiang University, I extend my gratitude." Su Shuangyue nodded again, releasing a slight sigh. "By the way, are you a dual-element adept?" Luo Sheng inquired curiously. The fire element was quite evident, yet Su Fan had seemingly employed a control-type ability to subdue the Snowball Lord just moments ago. "Have you encountered other dual-element adepts?" Su Fan neither confirmed nor denied it. "Yes, there's Chairman Mo Tian. He is exceptionally strong," Su Shuangyue replied, her expression icy, suggesting she held little fondness for the individual. Su Fan found himself intrigued by the concept of dual-element abilities. Such formidable powers. And yet there exist those with dual abilities. Wasn't that beyond the norm? I see. Su Fan nodded, turning his gaze towards the snow cave. He approached its edge, curious about this snow cave from which the snow monsters had emerged. What lay beyond? Be careful, brother. It's perilous in there. The giant monsters likely emerged from that cavern, Luo Sheng shouted from behind. As a few remaining snowball creatures surged towards Su Fan, he unleashed several fireballs, clearing the surrounding monsters. Upon closer inspection, he realized why the entrance of the snow cave appeared black. It was enveloped in a shroud of darkness, sealing off the gaping pit at the roadside. The essence of this black mist appears to bear a resemblance to the dark particles. Su Fan employed his spiritual sense to probe deeper, and as his mind traversed through the layer of black fog, he uncovered an opening beneath it. The distance from the black mist to the entrance was approximately 30 meters, with the walls of the cave adorned with white crystals. It seems that the Snowball Lord manifested here. However, at the cave's entrance, a layer of slowly swirling blue mist was present. A portal, perhaps? Su Fan mused. After all, these creatures could not have materialized from thin air. Could it be that a dimensional passage had been opened? Su Fan extended his spiritual energy to touch the black mist, finding no adverse effects. Consequently, he enveloped himself in a barrier of spiritual energy and leaped into the abyss. After a descent of 30 meters, he arrived at the cave's entrance, which measured merely 5 meters in width. How? He wondered, could the 20-meter-wide Snowball Lord have passed through? Su Fan speculated that it could either be a manifestation of some unique spatial power or that it had been transported here in a 5-meter form before growing to its current size. However, given that the White Wolf Lord possessed the capability to annihilate armies from the very first day, it was likely not a gradual growth. If that were the case, one could only imagine its current strength. Su Fan deemed the former explanation more plausible. As he approached the portal near the cave's entrance, an instinctual sense of danger washed over him. He sensed that the spatial power within this portal was beyond his control. As if entering it would lead him into a rift, where he would be torn apart in the void. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore this later. Su Fan turned to leave. At that moment, a sound from the system echoed in his mind. Detected fluctuations of spiritual energy, it announced. Analyzing spiritual energy levels. Concentration, 0.000003. Su Fan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that nearing this portal would yield such spiritual energy fluctuations. Yet, based on the readings, it was exceedingly thin. Did celestial spiritual energy truly exist? Su Fan recalled the day he awakened the system. Was there a connection between the misaligned system and this unknown portal? Su Fan had many conjectures, but he understood that this was beyond his current capabilities. As a novice in the foundational stage, encountering spatial turbulence would spell certain doom. It would be prudent to explore this area another time. He resolved to return. Su Fan soared into the air on his sword. Emerging from the black mist of the snow cave, he glanced in the direction of the wind vessel, preparing to depart. Wait. Su Shuangyue called out from the ground outside the cave. Your Lord-level snow crystal. She held a large crystal in her hands, approximately 30 centimeters in length. What is this? Su Fan landed beside her. Su Shuangyue appeared momentarily taken aback. How could he not know what this was? Upon reaching level 10, one would encounter a bottleneck, requiring the absorption of a Lord-level snow crystal to break through. You must need this, she suggested. Su Fan smiled, replying, consider it a gift to commemorate our meeting. No. I will earn it through my own efforts. Su Shuangyue resolutely shook her head. However, I would like to inquire about something. Where did you acquire that sword? She fixed her gaze on the celestial wolf sword beneath Su Fan's feet. I mean, how could one obtain a sword like that? Are you still thinking about it? Su Fan abruptly remarked, leaving behind a perplexing statement as he soared into the air. Su Shuangyue's gaze shifted towards Su Fan, specifically fixated on the Tianlang sword. Her eyes shimmering with interest. Monster hunting? Although she harbored doubts regarding the veracity of Su Fan's words, slaying monsters was a task she could undertake with ease. In the ensuing days, a relentless and formidable monster hunting machine traversed the urban expanse of Jiang City. Chapter 28. Mu Xiaowan, what name shall you take? Su Fan returned to the Yufeng boat, surveying the spacious yet barren room, which struck him as rather austere. He had just temporarily parted ways with Su Shuangyue. Though 100 ordinary snowball monsters remained, her level 10 prowess would suffice to handle them without issue. However, he was eager to check in on Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren, currently at levels 4 and 3, respectively. Compared to others outside, their capabilities were somewhat lacking. Fortunately, he was familiar with their potential and could nurture their growth. Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan excitedly rushed over, their spirits buoyant. They were aware of Su Fan's formidable strength within their community and were astonished to discover he possessed overwhelming power in the outside world as well. Su Fan retrieved a 20-liter container of pellets, placing them into a barrel. Ruren, please sort through these. Once you reach level 5, you will become immune to snow toxins. Su Fan then turned to Mu Xiaowan. Xiaowan, accompany me outside to collect snow crystals. He shared the essential information he had just acquired with both of them before entering the cockpit. Outside the snow cave, near Tianhong Building, Su Shuangyue was methodically clearing the area while Luo Sheng and a few others cheered her on, providing support like fervent fans. Such snow caves were not uncommon. Su Fan had encountered 2 on his way, both yielding these snowball monsters. The average level of snow apes surpassed that of snowball monsters, making the acquisition of snow crystals through hunting them significantly more efficient. As Su Fan piloted the Yufeng boat towards the furniture store, he searched for a cave populated by snow apes. However, he found none along the way and ultimately descended at the furniture store. A brief mental scan revealed only a few corpses, frozen and starved. Within the 3-story building, there were no living souls to be found. The store held an array of sample furniture, all impeccably preserved, as if awaiting customers. Yet, no patrons remained. Su Fan, not in need of selection, waved his hand, drawing everything into his storage bag, which quickly filled to capacity. Only Lu Ruren's room retained its meticulously arranged decor from her previous abode. The other rooms and communal areas were either utterly vacant or furnished with the dilapidated remnants of his rental property. Su Fan summoned Mu Xiaowan and Yu Miao Miao, redesigning the bedrooms according to their preferences. He adorned the other rooms in varied styles. With the new bedrooms established, Lin Dai no longer needed to share with Yu Miao Miao, facilitating Su Fan's endeavors. For Su Fan, arranging the furniture was as effortless as decorating in a game. However, time slipped away swiftly. By the time he had transformed the expansive 3-story space, spanning 600 square meters, into something presentable, the clock had already struck 3 in the afternoon. Lu Ruren placed a small table in the corner of the living room to meticulously select pellets, her expression serious and focused. She had become quite adept at this task. After choosing 3 portions, she would summon Mu Xiaowan to absorb 1, subsequently partaking in 1 herself, while leaving the remaining portion aside. In comparison to Yu Miao Miao, Lu Ruren shared a far more amicable relationship with Mu Xiaowan. Although Lu Ruren had interacted with Yu Miao Miao, their differing experiences, temperaments, and interests rendered meaningful conversation a challenge. Su Fan called Mu Xiaowan out of the Yufeng boat, having discovered a snow cave resembling that of a snow ape. He soared through the air on his sword, shielding Mu Xiaowan, who was only at level 4, with a barrier of spiritual energy to protect her from falling snow. Master, I feel quite uncomfortable, she admitted. The snow apes below resembled mutated snow apes, densely congregated in the hundreds, which understandably unsettled Mu Xiaowan. You'll get used to it. Let us first level up. Su Fan replied as he dived above the snow apes, several of which noticed them and began to roar in agitation. In an instant, the surrounding snow apes erupted into chaos. With a resounding boom, a fireball was unleashed, instantly melting 3 of the snow apes below and leaving behind 3 crystal shards, which, although distinct from the Lord-level snow crystal, were still remarkable. Su Fan collected the 3 shards and ascended higher on his sword, allowing the agitated snow apes below to continue their noisy protests. Swallow this, he said, offering one of the shards to Mu Xiaowan. She clung to Su Fan with one arm while accepting the shard with the other, placing it in her mouth. Su Fan couldn't help but recall the formidable Lord-level snow crystal, which was 30 centimeters in diameter. How would one consume such a thing? Ah, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed softly, wrapping her arms around Su Fan. Why are you making that noise? He inquired. No, I just suddenly felt a delightful tingling sensation, different from before, she explained. Her cheeks tinged with a blush. Is this what it feels like to advance to level 5? It seems there is a distinct barrier between levels 4 and 5. Su Fan glanced at her status panel. Name, Mu Xiaowan, level 5, provided cultivation speed 2. Su Fan nodded, now at level 5. Mu Xiaowan could contribute 2 points of cultivation progress daily. He then dispelled the spiritual barrier, allowing the delicate snow to fall upon Mu Xiaowan. Ah, the snow, she gasped. What now? Su Fan playfully tapped her on the head. Mu Xiaowan suddenly remembered Su Fan had mentioned earlier that once she reached level 5, she need not fear the snow. All right, let us hunt monsters. Su Fan landed, using his spiritual energy to push back the surrounding snow apes, creating a 10-meter wide space. He handed the Tianlang sword to Mu Xiaowan. Ah, am I to wield this? She asked, her hands trembling as she accepted the sword. Indeed, Su Fan affirmed, clapping his hands. Today, I shall transform you from a beautiful girl into a beautiful and formidable woman. He opened a gap in the spiritual barrier, allowing a level 5 snow ape to enter, then stepped back, leaving Mu Xiaowan in the center. Your ice-based abilities go beyond merely summoning ice pellets. Make sure to experiment. You won't perish, he encouraged, pulling up a chair and sitting down at the edge of the arena. Mu Xiaowan gripped the celestial wolf sword, casting a wary glance at the ferocious snow ape monster. Unable to suppress her trepidation, she retreated a few steps before turning back to Su Fan, taking a deep breath to face the creature. This man could be terrifying at times, yet he also instilled a sense of reassurance. When opposing his thoughts, he truly became fearsome. The snow ape was already upon her, just a few meters away. Mu Xiaowan raised one hand to unleash shards of ice, but they proved ineffective. She then lifted her sword high. Stop. Su Fan used his spiritual energy to restrain the snow ape. What kind of technique is this? What have you been practicing at home these past few days? Oh, Mu Xiaowan seemed to grasp something and nodded vigorously. Let us try again. Su Fan sent the snow ape back to the edge of the arena before releasing his hold. The creature, unable to comprehend the situation due to its limited intelligence, charged at Mu Xiaowan with renewed ferocity upon seeing her. Su Fan's assessment was indeed correct. Mu Xiaowan was exceptionally clever and perceptive. In a mere 10 minutes, she adeptly harnessed her ice powers to summon several ice spikes from the ground, successfully immobilizing the snow ape's movements before piercing its skull with her sword. During this time, Su Fan paused several times, each instance occurring when it was evident that Mu Xiaowan was on the verge of suffering a devastating blow. Nevertheless, she bore several minor injuries by this point. Yet, having entered the zone, her face lit up with exhilaration after defeating the first snow ape. Bring me another. Chapter 29. Assistance. Let us go. I want to take down 10. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaowan had completed a challenge facing 3 snow ape monsters of equal level. Naturally, to prevent her from sustaining severe injuries, Su Fan had intervened multiple times to grant her brief respite. Let us level up first. Take a moment to rest. Go ahead and dissect the head to retrieve the snow crystal. Su Fan stretched lazily beside her. Draped in her black attire, Mu Xiaowan appeared strikingly elegant, her sword stained with blood, creating a visually impactful scene. Having witnessed so much blood, her capacity for acceptance had significantly strengthened. As she dissected the snow ape's head, she suppressed her nausea to extract a snow crystal, after which the creature's body simply dissolved into snow, leaving no trace of blood behind. Mu Xiaowan was taken aback. It seemed as if the snow ape was an illusion. Yet, she now held a crystal the size of a fingertip in her hand. These monsters are different from the mutated ones. They are formed entirely of crystals. Once the crystal is gone, so too is the body, Su Fan explained. Mu Xiaowan nodded, proceeding to extract snow crystals from the remnants of the snow apes scattered around her, gathering a handful to present to Su Fan. Swallow this and see if it's enough for a level up. Su Fan fetched a stool for her to sit on. Mu Xiaowan consumed several crystals, tilting her head back slightly, her expression one of sheer ecstasy. Ah, bang. Su Fan gently tapped her on the head. We're still outside. Can you refrain from making such noise? Apologies, master, I couldn't help it. Mu Xiaowan nuzzled her head against Su Fan's shoulder. All right, take a breather. We'll continue shortly. In less than an hour, Mu Xiaowan had ascended to level 6, and her combat experience had significantly improved. Unlike others who would have to band together to slowly hunt isolated monsters, her efficiency was unparalleled. Su Fan gently patted Mu Xiaowan's head and led her back into the wind chaser, where Lu Ruren tended to her wounds. How did you get hurt like this? Lu Ruren observed Mu Xiaowan's numerous injuries, feeling a pang of shock. It's merely a minor injury, Mu Xiaowan replied with a silly grin, reveling in the thrill of battle. Having consumed a considerable amount of snow crystals, Lu Ruren had already leveled up to level 6. Sister Ruren, once I reach a higher level, I will bring you back some snow crystals. After accounting for the time spent on healing, Mu Xiaowan rested for just over 10 minutes before setting out again to confront the snow ape monsters. As the two emerged from the wind chaser once more, they noticed a trio of young men assembled below. All of similar age, one wielded a baseball bat while the other two were unarmed. Su Fan assessed their levels. The one with the bat was level 5, while the other two were level 5 and 6, respectively. Su Fan recalled what Luo Sheng had once said about rarely encountering powerless ability users. Given their levels, it was likely that these individuals belonged to some faction. Brother Kai, there are too many snow apes here. It must be a snow cave, remarked the youth with striking hair as he peered at the throng of snow monsters. The trio hiding 50 meters away behind the corner of a building. Old Su, I am aware. However, we have searched all day and have yet to find a solitary snow ape. They are likely hunted down by the battle spirit squad, replied the youth clad in a black cotton jacket, appearing somewhat older and more mature. The youth dressed in black spread a net on the ground. Let us give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can always leave. All right, replied the youth with the vibrant hair to the bat-wielding companion, Akun. You have the least experience with your abilities, so you should lure the monsters while we handle the fighting. Okay, Akun nodded, as if this were a routine task. Akun surveyed the nearest group of snow apes, selecting the smallest one. He then formed a snowball and cautiously approached within 20 meters, hurling the snowball at the creature's body before bolting away. The snow ape, feeling provoked, let out a roar and gave chase. However, this roar did not incite a full-scale panic. Only a few nearby snow apes joined in the pursuit. Yet, even a few were more than they could handle. Goodness. 6 of them are coming. How can we fight this? Old Su took a deep breath and instinctively stepped back. We must fight regardless, otherwise Akun will surely be done for. Brother Kai unleashed his grass-based abilities, tripping the approaching snow apes. Following this, Old Su targeted one with a bolt of lightning, which crackled and seemingly dealt substantial damage. Finally, Akun turned back, metallicizing his baseball bat and delivering powerful strikes to the snow ape's head. Remarkably, the trio seemed to have practiced this combination numerous times, effectively slaying one of the snow apes. However, Brother Kai's abilities could no longer contain the remaining 5, which roared and broke free. Run! Brother Kai shouted, sprinting away decisively, with the other 2 quickly following suit, surprised by their leader's swift response. However, the speed of the snow ape monsters was astonishing, and Old Su, lagging behind, stumbled inadvertently, just as he was about to be torn apart by several snow apes. A lithe figure clad in black descended from the sky wielding a sword, simultaneously causing dozens of ice spikes to emerge from the ground, ensnaring 5 snow apes at once. The 3 onlookers gazed in awe at this scene as if a goddess had descended, swallowing hard in astonishment. With Su Fan's permission, Mu Xiaowan leaped down to confront the 5 snow apes, using the ice spikes for control. She then summoned a chilling aura upon her celestial wolf sword and pierced through a level 4 snow ape with a single strike. Yet, Mu Xiaowan soon faced the same dilemma as the trio: insufficient time for control. The remaining snow apes quickly broke free. Though she attempted to use the ice spikes again, their effectiveness was significantly diminished. Being a level 6 ability user wielding the celestial wolf sword, after a fierce battle and enduring several blows from the snow apes, she managed to decapitate 2 of them. By this point, she had sustained considerable injuries. The remaining 2 were both level 6 snow apes. Mu Xiaowan summoned all her ice abilities to immobilize one, then engaged the other in a duel. After sustaining additional injuries, she successfully felled this one as well. With the prospect of receiving treatment from Lu Ruoran, she paid little heed to the deep 20-centimeter gash on her body. Her clothes were tattered, and she would need to change them upon returning. The last one, Mu Xiaowan steeled herself. Brother Kai, Brother Su, are we just going to watch? Akun asked in a hushed tone, gripping a baseball bat. Brother Kai, noticing a glimpse of skin exposed through Mu Xiaowan's torn clothing, stomped his foot, declaring, absolutely. Let us go. Old Su detained him. What is the plan? TSK, do I not know your intentions? Let her finish off the snow ape, then Old Su. You can use electricity to subdue the injured woman. We will have both the snow crystal and the woman. Brother Kai shot a glance at the 2, and then turned back to Mu Xiaowan with eager anticipation. Chapter 30. The backstab. Mu Xiaowan remained oblivious to the murderous intent and danger lurking behind her, rather than lacking awareness. It was more accurate to say she did not care. With Su Fan present, she felt free to pursue her desires. Su Fan realized that while this protective instinct was commendable, Kai Gu approached, binding Mu Xiaowan with a vine. You scoundrels, do not touch it. This sword belongs to my master, Mu Xiaowan strained to shout. Oh, still calling him master? Kai Gu chuckled, reaching for the sword's hilt. Now the sword is mine. I am now your master. With a thunderous crack, a formidable force descended, and the others felt as though an automobile was pressing upon them, forcing them to their knees. Enough, Su Fan declared as he landed. Xiaowan, have you learned yet another lesson? With a series of explosive bursts, the vines binding Mu Xiaowan shattered, and the currents coursing through her body dissipated. Master, she exclaimed, rising and rushing towards Su Fan. However, still somewhat dazed, she stumbled and fell at his feet, clinging to his leg. Whoa, she seemed distressed. Did I not just save them? How could they treat me like this? Glaring fiercely at the trio, she found them only staring in terror at Su Fan. Who is this person? What kind of power is this? Panic and fear coursed through their minds from various angles. Yet, they understood that this woman was backed by an unfathomable powerhouse. They contemplated seeking Su Fan's mercy, but his oppressive aura rendered them speechless. Su Fan gently patted Mu Xiaowan's head, a hint of compassion flickering within him, though his expression remained unchanged. Out here, no one cares about what you have done for them. They only care about what you possess and whether they can attain it. I may not always be by your side. You must learn to discern for yourself. Mu Xiaowan stood, leaning into Su Fan's embrace, appearing increasingly attached to him. Su Fan gently released her hand, stating, "It is not over yet. Now is the time for PvP practice." PvP, player versus player. With a swift motion of his fingers, numerous wounds appeared on the trio. Some were quite grievous, and despite being unable to voice their agony, their faces contorted in extreme pain. "When you laid hands on my woman, this is the extent of the injury she sustained," Su Fan stated coldly. "Now, if you can defeat her under these circumstances, she will spare you, but I will not." Su Fan stepped back, retrieving a small stool, simultaneously lifting the pressure from the trio. They exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of pain and a flicker of hope. If they could defeat this woman together, they might escape death. Having hunted monsters in tandem for 2.5 days, their coordination was now second nature. However, Mu Xiaowan, having learned from her prior experience, noticed the vines on the ground. She retreated several steps and launched a barrage of ice spikes. As she moved swiftly, her movements flowed with an ease that belied any injury. She circled around, evading the vines while sending spikes surging from the ground toward the trio. Though her combat experience may not have equaled theirs, once engaged in battle, she exhibited a fervent zeal akin to madness. Upon reflection, the three individuals, severely injured, bore expressions of agony, exerting themselves while cautiously holding back, fearful of exacerbating their wounds. One was at level 6, while the other two were at level 5. Together, they found themselves at a disadvantage against the level 6 Mu Xiaowan. Suddenly, Kaiga shouted, "Split up and run." And without a backward glance, he fled in one direction. Su Fan raised an eyebrow, hesitating to intervene. Mu Xiaowan's first target was Kaiga, who was the first to escape. Her speed surpassed his. Kaiga turned back, attempting to ensnare Mu Xiaowan with a vine, yet she had no intention of evading. Instead, just before falling, she conjured an ice spear that pierced through Kaiji's chest. Mu Xiaowan then broke free from the feeble vine and pursued the other Su. Akuin, unpursued, sprinted nearly 100 meters in one direction. However, an invisible hand grasped him, and he felt himself soaring through the air, only to open his eyes and find himself back at his original position. Terrified, he glanced at Su Fan, who was focused on Mu Xiaowan, entirely ignoring him. Akuin, paralyzed by fear, knelt down, stammering, "We are from the Tianyi Society. We have influence in this area. We can be." A wave of oppressive force interrupted his speech. While pursuing the electrifying Su, Mu Xiaowan was jolted several times. Yet she swiftly closed the distance and ultimately subdued him with an ice spike, piercing his heart. Turning back, Mu Xiaowan saw Akuin kneeling, realizing that Su Fan had incapacitated him. Without further ado, Su Fan stood and gestured, retracting the small stool he had just produced. "Also, go finish off the first one." Mu Xiaowan regarded Akuin with displeasure. She seemed to relish the thrill of the chase rather than the tedium of execution. Upon returning to the wind chariot, Su Fan did not immediately spot Lu Ruren. He recalled how Lu Ruren, like a diligent maid, was almost always on standby in the living room. "Master." Lu Ruren emerged from a room, exclaiming, "My abilities have changed." "Oh." Su Fan felt a tinge of curiosity as Lu Ruren ascended the stairs. She was taken aback upon seeing Mu Xiaowan gravely injured and hurriedly extended her hands to heal her. Lu Ruren's palms emanated a green light the size of a basketball, and having reached level 6, her healing prowess had visibly increased. "How could you be so badly hurt in such a short time?" Lu Ruren chided Su Fan with a glance, as if reproaching him for allowing Mu Xiaowan to sustain such severe injuries, which appeared quite painful. However, Mu Xiaowan was in high spirits. The sensation of pain was dulled in her perception. While receiving Lu Ruren's treatment, she animatedly recounted the events that had just transpired. Lu Ruren listened intently, even managing to give her a thumbs up with one hand. "Ruren, what is the nature of your ability's transformation?" Su Fan inquired once the healing concluded. "It's this," Lu Ruren replied, extending her index finger, from which a tender sprout began to grow, radiating a soft green glow. Chapter 31. Hot Pot. The sprout in Lu Ruren's hand grew to about 2 centimeters in height before it fell away on its own. Su Fan took the tender sprout in his hands, feeling the healing power emanating from it. "What purpose does it serve?" he inquired of Lu Ruren, who, being the possessor of such abilities, should possess deeper insights. "I believe it can be applied directly to wounds for healing Lu Ruren responded, albeit with some uncertainty. I have yet to test it. Su Fan turned to Mu Xiaowan, saying, why not sustain a few more injuries? All right, she replied. Half an hour later, Mu Xiaowan returned, cradling a pile of snow crystals, adorned with various injuries. Her combat efficiency had markedly improved. Su Fan unleashed 5 snow monkeys for her to combat each time, and it took a full 30 minutes for her to sustain any significant injuries. Lu Ruren arranged 10 tinder sprouts on the table, each freshly crafted. As Mu Xiaowan lifted her garment, revealing her skin, the crimson scars contrasted starkly against her youthful visage, radiating a sense of accomplishment. Su Fan placed one of the tinder sprouts against her wounds, and it transformed into a vibrant green light, adhering to the injury. In no time, the wound began to dissipate. The effect is quite commendable, Su Fan remarked. With this sprout by your side, healing will be possible even in your absence. Does it have an expiration date? Expiration date? Lu Ruren mused, brushing her hair behind her ear. I would estimate its efficacy lasts a day or two. We shall know for certain in a few days. Su Fan nodded, reasoning that, theoretically, the higher one's level, the longer the duration of effect. Half for you. Upon hearing that Lu Ruren's abilities required enhancement, Mu Xiaowan waved her hand, generously dividing her bounty, offering half to Lu Ruren. The portion amounted to over 20, which Lu Ruren gratefully accepted. From now on, I shall create more of these tinder sprouts for you to carry, she declared, thumping her chest as she embraced the task. However, a thought struck Lu Ruren. Having just liberated herself from the task of crafting snow particles, she was now faced with another workload. Yet, she was more than willing to engage in such activities, preferring it over battling monsters like Mu Xiaowan, which often resulted in injuries. All right, let us prepare a meal. Su Fan clapped his hands. By the way, Meow Meow, can you make hot pot? His voice resonated through Yu Meow Meow's room. I can, she replied, peeking her head out. Excellent. We shall indulge in hot pot tonight, a fitting occasion to unwind, Su Fan thought, having recently arranged their new home, which now exuded a pleasant ambience. Perfect for celebration. During a late-night conversation with Yu Meow Meow, she had mentioned that she typically cooked alone at home, suggesting her culinary skills were quite commendable, thus fulfilling the role of a household chef. With a wave of his hand, a hot pot base along with an array of ingredients, beverages, and a set of flying chess and 5 in a row appeared before him. How delightful! Mu Xiaowan cheered. Yu Meow Meow transported the ingredients to the kitchen and began her preparations, while Lu Ruren volunteered to assist. Shortly thereafter, Lin Dai emerged to help Yu Meow Meow with the preparations. Only Mu Xiaowan reclined on the sofa, engrossed in her tablet, having already exhausted herself for the day. As Su Fan observed plate after plate of ingredients being served at the table, he couldn't help but think that this seemed to be the first proper meal since the apocalypse, rather than a mere consumption of instant food. How delightful! The hot pot was soon ready, and the group gathered around the dining table, creating a surprisingly warm atmosphere. Mu Xiaowan eagerly devoured the vegetables in the spicy pot, her expression one of pure enjoyment. Yu Meow Meow, skilled at initiating conversations, managed to engage the somewhat socially awkward Lu Ruren and Mu Xiaowan in the discussion. When the topic turned to the latest fashion trends, Mu Xiaowan suggested to Su Fan that they should all go shopping at the mall the following day. Su Fan readily agreed, considering not only clothing and supplies, but also food, which they should seek out to stock up on. Although it was evident that any supermarket or warehouse with food would have likely been claimed by others, that mattered little. Tomorrow, Su Fan would reach the mid-stage of foundation building, enhancing his strength further. After dinner, the group chatted while playing chess, creating a relaxed ambience. Lin Dai, sitting nearby, seemed hesitant to speak. Su Fan glanced at her, sensing a change in her demeanor. The temperature within the wind spirit space was quite comfortable, and she wore a thin garment that revealed some of her figure. Her hair was tidied, making her features more discernible. When Su Fan looked at her directly, he was unexpectedly struck by her beauty. Was he imagining things? He utilized his probing ability. Name, Lin Dai. Age, 23. Realm, mortal. Appearance, stunning. Dual cultivation experience, 0. Hint, the subject meets the requirements for a furnace cauldron. Rating has reached stunning. All rewards are doubled. What? Su Fan felt a jolt of surprise. In his memory, Lin Dai's appearance had never stood out. However, the system's rating completely overturned his impression, coupled with the astonishment he felt from that earlier glance. Su Fan began to scrutinize Lin Dai's appearance earnestly. He recalled that in his memories, Lin Dai had deliberately dressed down to diminish her image. In a world where all women strive to showcase their beauty, she had chosen the opposite path, skillfully concealing all her aesthetic advantages. He wondered how she would look if she dressed up earnestly. Su Fan's curiosity was piqued. Based on the rating, she could rival Su Xuanyue. Yet, he didn't know her well enough to judge solely by her appearance. However, if he could add her to his compendium, he would be more than willing. The allure of that doubled reward was quite enticing. Su Fan felt it was time to advance his pursuit of Lin Dai, so he stood and addressed her. Lin Dai, would you come play with me? Unexpectedly, Mu Xiaowan sprang to her feet, exclaiming, Lin Dai? Senior Lin Dai? Lu Ruren looked at Mu Xiaowan with astonishment. Is your reflex arc really that long? Meow meow, and I just mentioned Lin Dai's name a few times. Suddenly, all eyes were on Lin Dai, yet she did not appear embarrassed or flustered. She nodded at Mu Xiaowan, reminiscent of a lotus blossom emerging from the water. Once noticed, every gesture of hers seemed to radiate brilliance. Wow, Mu Xiaowan exclaimed, covering her face. What on earth is happening? Su Fan gazed at Mu Xiaowan with a hint of confusion, eagerly awaiting her elaboration. After all, she was the top genius and beautiful senior of Jiangdong University, the champion of the city-wide singing competition, the first-place winner in 4-language contests, and the recipient of countless national and provincial awards, having directly secured a place for graduate studies at the prestigious Nanjing University. Mu Xiaowan sighed, remarking that even a princess would feel inferior in comparison. Now, it was Su Fan and Yu Miao Miao's turn to be astonished. The three of them were from the same company. However, given Lin Dai's extraordinary credentials, how could she possibly find herself in their company as a mere lowly clerk? Moreover, at this point in time, she should be pursuing her master's degree at Nanjing University. Chapter 32. Lin Dai. All eyes were fixed on Lin Dai, and Su Fan awaited her response. Lin Dai possessed a pure and unadorned beauty, with just a slight tightening of her crimson lips. She exuded a gentle charm reminiscent of the character Daiyu from classic literature. Slowly, Lin Dai began to speak. I encountered some persecution upon my graduation, which compelled me to conceal my identity. Really? Lu Ruren inquired with curiosity. You are a celebrated prodigy. Who could possibly persecute you? It is the influence of a powerful family, whose reach spans various fields. They could even shake the very foundations of our school. Lin Dai hesitated before continuing. It seemed she was reluctant to delve into these matters, yet could not evade the inquiry. Since her third year, she had participated in various significant events. Yet prior to competitions, she often faced intimidation and threats. While out and about, she frequently endured harassment from suitors, and rumors about her circulated incessantly. After her graduation, many even sought her out at her home. It sounds like a tale from a storybook. However, the world has become quite chaotic, and surely their influence must have waned? Mu Xiaowan remarked, delicately savoring a small cake with her spoon. Let us hope so, Lin Dai replied, casting a glance at Su Fan. Regardless of the turmoil outside, she felt a profound sense of peace in that moment. Thank you. Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. What kind of influence would dare to persecute you? Have you crossed paths with someone formidable? Su Fan surmised that even in a post-apocalyptic world, certain powerful factions could swiftly establish their pathways and means, retaining significant power amidst the upheaval. Since he intended to support Lin Dai, it was crucial to understand the threats she faced. After a series of curious inquiries from the group, the reasons became clear. It turned out that since her third year, the young master of the Gu family in Jiangcheng had been relentlessly pursuing her. When his advances were rebuffed, he resorted to spreading malicious rumors, which led to numerous instances of harassment and reproach. Furthermore, the Gu family regarded Lin Dai, a girl from a humble background, as a potential hindrance to the young master's career, continuously sending threats to compel her to withdraw quietly from her studies. Thus, she found herself in a vast city, seeking refuge in a company as a lowly clerk. As she recounted the painful memories, the previously composed Lin Dai was overcome with tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. The other girls quickly offered their comfort. Lin Dai, Su Fan resolved, from now on, you shall stay here. The past is behind you, and you can turn over a new leaf. If anyone dares to come after you, I will ensure they regret it. Lin Dai nodded gently. By the way, how should I address you now? Master, Lu Ruren promptly replied from beside her. Yu Miao Miao nodded in agreement, feeling that the title was innocuous, as Su Fan would not genuinely treat them as servants. Very well then, Su Fan acquiesced. Lin Dai lifted her gaze to Su Fan, addressing him as master. Her voice was soft and melodious, and with her stunning beauty, it was enough to make Su Fan feel exhilarated inside, even if his expression remained composed. Well, since you've called me master, it seems time to consummate our union, Lu Ruren chimed in, her anticipation palpable. It was as if Lu Ruren had lost her senses, eagerly awaiting the moment. Lin Dai's expression turned to one of surprise. Isn't that a bit too soon? We have only just begun living together. Although Lin Dai had known Su Fan for 2 months from the office, their interactions had been minimal. Not too soon. We've already spent a night together. Besides, it was bound to happen eventually, Mu Xiaowan murmured, as if forgetting she had been brought here against her will. Hee, do as your heart desires. Su Fan extended his hand towards Lin Dai, who placed her palm in his. Indeed, it was rather swift. Her mindset would certainly require time to adjust. Lin Dai and Su Fan locked eyes for a few moments, and he noticed a shimmering depth in her gaze. Hey, is it appropriate to flirt so openly? Mu Xiaowan waved her hand dismissively. All right, let us continue with the fun. Su Fan rose and made his way to the cockpit, searching for snow caves suitable for snow monkeys, intending to take a few individuals there for leveling up the next morning. He held no expectations regarding Lin Dai's inclusion today, knowing that her extraordinary beauty would likely entail overcoming numerous challenges. After Su Fan left, Yu Miao Miao whispered something in Lin Dai's ear, prompting Lin Dai to wipe her tears and ascend the stairs with Yu Miao Miao. When Su Fan returned, he found only Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren in the living room. Where are the others? He inquired. Mu Xiaowan, savoring her third cake, pondered before replying. They went to make you a cake. Su Fan looked puzzled and turned to Lu Ruren, who answered, they went to make dumplings for you. What a mess. Su Fan scratched his head in confusion. Before long, the door to the upstairs bedroom opened, and Lin Dai descended the stairs with a graceful stride. Her hair was perfectly trimmed, complementing her exquisite beauty, evoking the softness of a butterfly and the gentle glow of a crescent moon. Her fair cheeks framed eyes as deep and captivating as a clear lake. Dressed in a deep blue gown, the hem gently flared out like blossoming petals. Swaying with each step she took down the staircase, Su Fan found himself deeply appreciating the system's aesthetic judgment. Indeed, she was a beauty of unparalleled grace. Every movement seemed to dance in his heart. Wherever this enchanting girl went, she appeared as the focal point, drawing all attention. The radiant crescent moon approached Su Fan, gracefully bowing before him. Lin Dai displayed no pretense in his presence. She gently took one of Su Fan's hands, kneeling before him. Looking into his eyes, she softly declared, I am all in for you. Su Fan's expression remained unchanged, though confusion brewed within him. Aren't you rated as a beauty of unparalleled grace? Is this a gift? In the past, she had indeed been surrounded by admirers, but those memories had long since faded into obscurity in her life. Lin Dai gazed at Su Fan, her heart silently conversing with itself. I yearn for a rebirth akin to that of a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. In Lin Dai's eyes, a gentle ripple reflects the enchanting essence of a summer night garden. With a soft breath, Lin Dai prepared herself. Her master, Su Fan, abruptly rose from his chair, swept Lin Dai into his arms, and vanished from the living room. Some find joy in spring, for it heralds the dawn of life, as all things awaken and flourish. Teeming with vitality, many are also enamored with summer, a vibrant paradise where the cacophony of nature harmonizes, creating a fervent rhythm beneath the sun's embrace. Then, there are those who cherish autumn, as it brings a retreat of life, leaving behind a tapestry of crimson leaves. Su Fan pondered that winter, too, holds its charm. For the warmth of a winter cocoon is undeniably comforting. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new goddess. Name, Lin Dai. Level, 0. Intimacy level, 2. Provided cultivation speed, 2 points per day. Current total cultivation speed, 8 points per day. Lin Dai's intimacy level has reached 2. Earning a reward package. Shall we open it immediately? No. Beneath a maple tree, the drifting leaves seem reluctant to welcome winter's arrival, transforming instead into tender green buds, springing forth from the earth with renewed vigor. In the living room, Mu Xiaowan stared blankly at the window, unwrapping her 9th cake of the day. Xiaowan, you're holding the spoon incorrectly, Lu Ruren gently reminded her while placing a newly sprouted bud into the box before her. I just remembered, we clearly agreed that tonight is mine. Chapter 33, Soul-Searching Technique in Jiansheng. At the Tianhong building, on this night, an armed helicopter perched atop the building, the surrounding snow having been cleared away by some unseen force. A young man, impeccably dressed, exuded an air of sophistication. Even if one were unfamiliar with the brands he wore, their expensiveness was unmistakable. His secretary stood by, head bowed, as he paced beside the helicopter, awaiting further instructions. Mr. Gu, I fear we may be too late. There has been no sign of Miss Lin here, reported 2 uniformly attired operatives. The young man, referred to as Mr. Gu, did not respond, though his expression grew increasingly frigid. After a moment of silence, his face contorted with rage, and he shouted, I discovered her location 2 weeks ago. My father instructed me to cooperate with the association, and you promised to assist in bringing her here. Where is she? Did you not say she would be safeguarded? The operative on the left lowered his head and replied, This was the young lady's directive. We implore you, Mr. Gu, do not make our plight more difficult. Once again, my sister, that wretched woman. The young Mr. Gu clenched his fists in fury, and a tempest began to swirl around him, forming an eye of the storm. Several operatives and the secretary, evidently awakened individuals themselves, remained unperturbed amidst the gusts, their attire merely fluttering in the wind. We have examined the punch-in records of this company, and Miss Lin should have been in the building when the apocalypse struck. And afterward, no bodies were discovered? None. Among the identifiable remains, there was nothing that matched. The operative replied, his head bowed, implying there were indeed unidentifiable remains, and some skeletal structures as well. You see, many perished in the disaster from hunger and cold, yet some became a lifeline for others in dire straits. The young Gu, with a delicate touch, retrieved a pocket watch from his overcoat, gently opening it to reveal a single soft strand of hair nestled within. He contemplated the necessity of a DNA match. Closing the watch, he handed it to his subordinate, his thoughts darkening. If she remains unharmed, it would be the most fortuitous outcome. However, if she has been tainted by another's influence, he would bind her with chains like a slave, confining her to a doghouse within his home. And if she were to perish, he would reduce her to ashes and smear them upon his walls. A frenzied expression crossed his face as he uttered, Lin Dai, you shall forever be mine. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Su Fan awakened. Though he had only enjoyed 4 hours of slumber, sleep eluded him. Since entering the foundational stage of his cultivation, his mental acuity had significantly increased, resulting in a reduced need for rest. Moreover, he had discovered that he no longer felt hunger, as his advancing realm granted him the effects of fasting. For him, sustenance had become merely a means to satisfy his palate. Upon stepping out of his chamber, Su Fan spotted a petite figure sprawled across the dining table, clutching an unfinished cake. This girl, how could she have fallen asleep out here? He mused, shaking his head, relieved that as a supernatural being, she need not fear the chill of illness. He approached her gently, lifting her with care and returning her to the comfort of her bed. Although Mu Xiaowan remained unconscious, her hands instinctively tightened around Su Fan's neck as she murmured the words master, husband. With a soft click, he closed the door behind him. As the clock struck 9, Su Fan felt a surge in his cultivation progress. The previous night, his advancement had reached 910, just 1 point shy of entering the intermediate stage of foundation building. Ding! Cultivation progress increased by 8 points. Breakthrough achieved. You have received a reward package, of which you currently possess 2. Current realm, intermediate foundation building, progress 720. He activated the reward package. Ding! The reward package has been opened. Please choose one option. Option A, 5 top-tier Xian-level artifacts, the Evening Cloud Sword. Option B, 5 inferior Earth-level artifacts, the Cloud Treading Shoes. Option C, 5 Millennium Willows from Elder Chi's Courtyard. The only ones of their kind. He selected option B, Cloud Treading Shoes, significantly enhance movement speed and jumping ability. Allows for the creation of a spiritual power step in mid-air, permitting a second leap. After a moment of contemplation, Su Fan chose the higher quality Cloud Treading Shoes, recognizing their immense utility for both pursuit and self-preservation. He cast a wistful glance at the Evening Cloud Swords, realizing that his current supply of spiritual swords was somewhat insufficient. With only the Heavenly Wolf Sword at his disposal for flight, he often found himself lending it to Mu Xiaowan. Su Fan resolved that should Earth-level weapons become available again, he would prioritize their selection. Ding! The reward package has been opened. Please choose one option. Option A, 5 top-tier Xian-level artifacts, the Thunder Hammer. Option B, 5 inferior Earth-level storage bags. Option C, 5 Jade tokens for elite disciples of the War God Hall. Special reward due to intimacy with Lin Dai. Soul-searching technique. With a success rate increased 5-fold. This particular package seemed to stem from his growing rapport with Lin Dai, and the additional option delighted Su Fan. Yet, what thrilled him even more was the appearance of the soul-searching technique. As those 3 words materialized, he found his gaze irrevocably drawn to them. Notification, soul-searching technique, can be employed on targets bound and immobile, allows for the probing of their memories. The success rate is contingent upon the disparity in spiritual consciousness. Selecting this additional option, the soul-searching technique, a beam of white light entered Su Fan's mind, and he swiftly grasped the abilities associated with this technique. In the world of martial arts, possessing more information is undoubtedly advantageous. However, most individuals are typically reluctant to divulge their secrets. In such instances, The ability to directly probe into another's memories proves to be exceedingly convenient. At that moment, Su Fan pondered a crucial question. Does the soul-searching technique pose any harm to the subject being examined? Note, if one's spiritual power exceeds that of the subject by tenfold, one can freely manipulate whether to inflict mental damage. Su Fan, possessing a tenfold amplification of spiritual awareness through the refinement technique, realized that as long as his own strength did not surpass that of the subject, he could ensure a flawless soul search. Upon exiting the room, Su Fan encountered Lin Dai, who stood poised at the doorway awaiting his arrival. Lin Dai's demeanor and grace were striking. In her presence, Su Fan felt as though he were stepping out of a luxurious 6-star hotel. Lin Dai nodded slightly, inquiring, "When can I commence awakening my abilities?" Su Fan gazed into her clear eyes, sensing that this might constitute a form of exchange for Lin Dai. At any moment. "Is your body free of issues?" he asked, gently tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. Lin Dai neither resisted nor encouraged this gesture. "Yes," she replied softly, lowering her gaze, perhaps due to my well-developed ligaments. Lin Dai had also received city-level awards in dance. Having confirmed her well-being, Su Fan led her to the center of the living room and presented her with a snow crystal, a substitute for the snow particles used by Mu Xiaowan and others to stimulate their abilities. A glimmer of light danced in Lin Dai's eyes as she accepted the thumb-sized snow crystal with a slight nod of gratitude. Placing the snow crystal in her mouth, she closed her eyes. Su Fan immediately employed his spiritual awareness to examine her body, eager to understand the awakening process. As the snow crystal entered her system, it resonated with her blood, gradually diminishing in size, while its energy dispersed throughout her bloodstream. The energy surged within her blood, seemingly igniting some latent potential. As moments ticked by, Su Fan realized that the duration of Lin Dai's awakening was extending beyond that of Lu Ruoy Rance, who had awakened in merely 2 minutes. Lin Dai had already been in the process for 5. Lin Dai eventually opened her eyes, which now shimmered with a blend of affection and deep emotion. But the predominant expression was one of astonishment at her newly awakened powers. Yet, with her composure, she spoke in a calm tone. "This ability feels as though it has been tailor-made for me." "What type of ability?" Su Fan inquired, as this would influence his plans for Lin Dai. "It appears to be of the nature element," Lin Dai replied, gracefully raising her right hand and extending a finger. At her fingertip, a pink butterfly materialized, gently fluttering its wings. Chapter 34, Rapid Fire, Thunderfire Crossbow. A combat type? Su Fan expressed curiosity at the little butterfly, waving his hand to conjure a spiritual barrier. The butterfly took flight from Lin Dai's fingertip, soaring into the air before erupting. A pink light sphere, measuring 30 centimeters in diameter, appeared, its space vibrating, only to vanish after a brief second. Su Fan sensed the presence of damage, confirming its nature. However, this explosion did not radiate from a central point. Rather, it manifested as a luminous sphere, inflicting harm within its vicinity. Quite impressive. Even at level 1, such power was evident. Su Fan noted that this magnitude of force was beyond the endurance of an ordinary person. Lin Dai raised her right hand, summoning 3 butterflies. "Shall we continue testing?" "No need," Su Fan replied. "I wish to see the power you possess at a higher level." With a flick of his hand, the 3 butterflies dissipated into thin air. Su Fan then called upon Yu Miao Miao, Mu Xiaowan, and Lu Ruoran, informing them of the day's plans to venture out and collect snow crystals. "Sounds great," Mu Xiaowan exclaimed. "Do I get to battle too?" Lu Ruoran inquired. "I want snow crystals as well," Yu Miao Miao added. Su Fan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, let us go together. It will enhance our efficiency. We must elevate our levels swiftly." Mu Xiaowan raised her hand. "Are we training Sister Miao Miao and Sister Lin Dai today?" "No," Su Fan clarified. "Today is about rapid farming." Last night, during his spare time, Su Fan had already scouted 2 locations of snow monster caves. He instructed Lin Dai to consume the remaining snow crystals, which allowed her to reach level 5, granting her immunity to snow poison. Notification: Lin Dai has reached level 5. The host cultivation speed has increased by 2 points. Current cultivation speed, 10 points. The wind vessel came to a halt on the snowy terrain, and the group stepped onto the surface together. Lu Ruoran expressed her excitement. "I haven't been outside for a week." Lin Dai and Yu Miao Miao also surveyed their surroundings with delight, as it was their first experience in the snow. Not far off, a horde of over 100 snow ape monsters roamed and cavorted. Mu Xiaowan wore a faint smile, feigning an air of superiority, claiming it was merely a trivial matter. Su Fan retrieved 4 Thunderfire crossbows from his storage bag and handed them to the 4 women. "Give it a try," he encouraged. Approaching Lu Ruoran, he guided her in the usage of the magical weapon, while the other three observed closely. With a gentle pull of the trigger, Lu Ruren unleashed a bolt. Boom! A fiery arrow soared through the air, striking its target and igniting a massive explosion. This single shot annihilated 7 or 8 snow ape monsters at the center, sending numerous others flying. The astonishment on the faces of the 4 women was palpable. They had not anticipated such immense power from a single shot. Open fire! Su Fan commanded, raising his hand. The blasted snow apes quickly regained their footing, joining their brethren in a furious roar as they charged towards Su Fan and his companions like a tidal wave. With an expression of shock, Mu Xiaowan pulled the trigger, exclaiming, "Times have changed, ape men." Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out in rapid succession as the snow ape horde was engulfed in a barrage of fire. Following Su Fan's instructions, the women fired while advancing forward. In less than 2 minutes, the snow cave, home to over 100 snow ape monsters, was thoroughly cleared. Occasionally, a few snow apes breached the line of fire, venturing within 50 meters of the group, prompting Su Fan to swiftly dispatch them. That was astonishingly quick. Mu Xiaowan's astonishment was the most pronounced among the 4. Just yesterday, she had battled these snow apes all day, sustaining numerous injuries. Only she understood how formidable these creatures were against humanity, before the weapons in their hands. Those snow apes appeared to be nothing more than a group of lambs awaiting slaughter. Mu Xiaowan felt her resolve nearly shatter. What was the purpose of her relentless practice in combat techniques? Weapons cannot be upgraded, and in the face of higher-level monsters, one must rely on their own strength. Su Fan gently ruffled Mu Xiaowan's hair, reminding her, "You are our esteemed general of conquest." A satisfied smile blossomed on Mu Xiaowan's face, her heart brimming with newfound determination. With the snow apes completely eradicated, the group marveled at their weapons. Though they resembled cold arms, each strike possessed the formidable power akin to that of a rocket launcher. With a wave of his hand, Su Fan returned their weapons, replacing them with small knives. Use these to dissect their heads and extract the snow crystals. The best he could procure from the supermarket were these knives. A short sword or dagger would have been far more convenient. Excitedly, Mu Xiaowan began to explain as she dissected the heads of the snow apes, though the others hesitated to join in. "These are mere illusions. Do not be afraid. Extract the snow crystals from their heads, and the corpses and blood will vanish," Mu Xiaowan instructed. Lin Dai, maintaining her composure, retrieved a snow crystal, holding it aloft. "So, these snow crystals are sourced from their brains." She had just consumed a dozen of them. Comparatively, extracting snow crystals was a tedious task compared to using the Thunderfire crossbow to push through hordes of monsters. The 4 spent several minutes collecting all the crystals, which Su Fan then gathered. With a sweep of his mind, he counted 141 in total. Such a quantity would undoubtedly suffice to elevate one of them to level 10. All the snow apes had vanished, leaving behind a barren expanse of snow and a solitary snow pit at the center of the road. Next, half an hour later, another snow pit of the same type had been cleared, yielding 167 snow crystals. "This is astonishingly swift," Mu Xiaowan remarked, awed by the efficiency of collecting the crystals. "Let us take a brief respite before continuing," Su Fan replied with a smile as he headed towards the cockpit. Last night, he had scouted 3 snow pit locations, and they now set out for the 3rd. However, upon arrival at the 3rd snow pit, Su Fan discovered nothing but a barren black hole. All had been cleared. It was evident that such a large-scale eradication could not have been executed by mere ordinary abilities. Was it the main force of Jiang University's patrol team? Or perhaps the Tianqihui mentioned by Akan, or another faction altogether? Su Fan surveyed the traces in the snow with his mind. As fine snow continued to fall from the sky, the evidence would surely be obscured by time. Yet, the signs indicated that the battle had occurred not long ago. Likely this very morning. Su Fan speculated that the likelihood of others possessing transportation like the wind vessels was slim, so they could not be far from their current position. Returning to the hall, Su Fan distributed the snow crystals among the 3. First, consume them to elevate your levels to 10. Upon reaching level 10, you may encounter a bottleneck. Try to level up then, and if it proves unfeasible, do not waste them. Currently, Mu Xiaowan and Lu Ruren were both at level 7, while Lin Dai stood at level 5. Although Yu Miao Miao's cultivation progress could only inherit half of his potential, he had still advanced by 10 points in the past 2 days, currently achieving the pinnacle of qi refinement. Returning to the cockpit, Su Fan's wind vessel searched the skies above the city for 20 minutes before sensing the distant sounds of a fierce battle. The invisible wind vessel ascended into the air, and with a sweep of his consciousness, Su Fan discerned the situation clearly. 20 extraordinary individuals were divided into 5 teams, and they were desperately attempting to subdue only two monstrous white wolves. Chapter 35. To save or not to save. Species, white wolf. Level, 11. These two white wolves were colossal, measuring approximately 2 to 3 meters in length and reaching the height of an adult's neck. With snowy fur and crimson eyes, their mouths bore two enormous fangs. One of the white wolves slightly reared back before launching itself forward with tremendous force, its massive body shooting like an arrow toward a human. Among the 20 individuals present, the lowest level was 5, with most being at level 68, and one standing at level 9. The target of the attack was a girl at level 5, and an agile boy at level 8 swiftly positioned himself in front of her, enveloping his body in a layer of rock. Even with this rocky protection, he was flung several meters away by the white wolf, which then pursued and aimed for the boy's neck. The remaining teammates utilized their abilities to come to the rescue. However, the two white wolves possessed frightening strength and speed, along with tough hides. The 20 awakened beings, despite their numbers, were merely managing to resist, each bearing various wounds. Su Fan noted 4 fresh corpses on the ground. What should we do, Captain? At this rate, we will all perish. How would I know? If I had known, I would have refrained from coming to their aid and instead focused on hunting snow apes. The tall leader, standing at nearly 180 centimeters, spoke with a rugged tone. Brother Sure. The level 5 girl scrambled to her feet and approached the tall man, lowering her voice. There are only 2 of these snow wolves. If we split up and run, we might survive. The tall man's expression darkened as he replied in a hushed tone. Are you suggesting I abandon my comrades to save myself? Despite his words, the water-based ability he was channeling began to lose its intensity. Captain, Xiaolin is right. It is better than dying together here. It would take someone of senior sister Su Xuanyue's caliber to deal with these snow wolves. Our numbers mean little if we are just going to fall one by one. The tall man remained silent, and Xiaolin took 2 steps back before darting away. I'm only level 5 and can't be of much help. I'm leaving now. I'm sorry, Brother Hua. Brother Hua, encased in rock, felt a sinking sensation in his heart as he witnessed this scene, realizing that other teammates were also poised to flee. Now, only he and 2 others remained targeted by the 2 white wolves. Captain Sure, the wolves are already injured. If we launch a coordinated attack, we can defeat them. Hua shouted loudly to bolster morale. The team members exchanged glances, about to take action, when yet another boy panicked and fled. Consequently, several individuals not targeted by the white wolves scattered, leaving only 3 behind. Mu Xiaowan and her companions gazed down from the window of the wind chariot, seemingly eager to intervene and rescue someone. Mu Xiaowan, Lu Ruoren, and Lin Dai had all reached level 10. Su Fan spoke. Mu Xiaowan, after being betrayed last time, do you still wish to save someone? Although Mu Xiaowan appeared anxious, she was rendered speechless by Su Fan's inquiry. I want to test my abilities, Lin Dai said. Looking at Su Fan, her eyes filled with a yearning for permission. Your powers are still unfamiliar, and you cannot use the Thunderfire crossbow, Su Fan reminded her. I want to go too, Mu Xiaowan declared with determination. I will assist from the side. Yu Miao Miao observed that Su Fan intended to train them, otherwise, he would have intervened himself. Yu Miao Miao had only learned spirit control from Su Fan, but she could still provide support from the sidelines. Take this, Lu Ruoren said, producing a box filled with healing sprouts. Go ahead. Su Fan felt indifferent. Within a minute, a white wolf had already torn apart one of the individuals, leaving only Hua Gu and another level 7 girl. Hua Gu endured the relentless attacks of the white wolf, relying solely on his rock-like body to withstand the blows. The girl, who could have escaped, chose to stay behind to save her teammate. As she witnessed her ally being shredded, terror and despair overtook her countenance. It was too late to flee. The white wolf leapt into the air, only to be pulled down by an unseen force. Suddenly, a dozen pink butterflies flew in from one direction, some swirling and landing on the surface of the white wolf. Boom! The pink butterflies exploded simultaneously, causing the white wolf to howl in agony as numerous holes erupted in its body. After reaching level 10, Lin Dai's powers significantly enhanced both the quantity and strength of her butterflies. Meanwhile, Mu Xiaowan extended her hand, summoning several massive ice spikes from the ground, impaling the white wolf midair. Su Fan watched with keen interest as the others showcased their abilities, while he took out several packets of milk tea powder for Lu Ruoren to brew, anticipating their return for a refreshing drink. Su Fan then stepped out of the cabin, soaring with his sword in search of a figure. The first to flee, Xiao Lin, sprinted ahead, muttering, "Damn, encountering such monsters on my first outing. If it weren't for the chance to see Senior Mo in the patrol team, I would have stayed in the dorm." The tall Captain Sure quickly caught up to her, and, as he approached Xiao Lin, pulled out his phone to snap a few pictures of her fleeing form. Damn it. This woman ran first. I'll have proof when we return to school. A tremendous pressure descended from above, abruptly halting their movements as if time itself had solidified. Su Fan descended from the sky, a long sword appearing behind him before vanishing from sight. Who are you? Captain Shi could not speak, but Su Fan read the unvoiced question in his eyes. I have some questions for you, Su Fan said coldly. Then let me speak. Captain Shi anxiously rolled his eyes. You need not speak. Su Fan slowly approached him, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his hand on his forehead. Soul search. The act of questioning is not only cumbersome, but also often yields elusive truths. Captain Shi, in a state of panic, darted his eyes towards the hand pressing against his forehead, and soon felt his consciousness slip into a chaotic abyss. In a daze, it seemed as though another consciousness was intrusively probing within his mind. Captain Shi, whose full name is Shi Qibing, is a student from the Physical Education Department of Jiang University, well acquainted with his two dormitory mates. This detail, however, is inconsequential. Shi Qibing has garnered various accolades during his time at university and harbors a secret admiration for the belle of the music department, having amassed an impressive collection of works from teachers of the island nation on his computer. This, too, is of little importance. Last night, Shi Qibing spent an entire evening alone with his roommate's girlfriend, which is also trivial. Su Fan rummaged through his jumbled memories for quite some time before finally retrieving the information he sought. Those who awaken their abilities at Jiang University may join the extermination squad, receiving daily provisions of water and food. Individuals with abilities ranked at level 5 or above are eligible to join the more elite patrol teams, venturing outside the campus to slay monsters and collect snow crystals for upgrades. The patrol teams are divided into 5 sub-teams, each comprising various smaller groups. At level 9, Shi Qibing serves as the leader of one such sub-team, while the leaders of the other teams are currently at levels 9 or 10. Within the patrol, there are 6 individuals who have reached level 10, including Su Xuanyue, though she holds no official position. The highest authority within the patrol is a student named Mo Tian, who is at level 11 and commands great respect from all the higher-ups. This admiration stems from Mo Tian's discovery of the secrets hidden within the snow on the first day, leading everyone to awaken their abilities. Chapter 36. The nobleman seeking Lin Dai. Notably, Mo Tian ascended to level 11 by the 4th day, yet his level information remains unchanged. In Shi Qibing's recollection, Mo Tian has always been present at the school, never venturing out to participate in monster extermination. Thus, in his mind, Mo Tian remains at level 11. The only time Mo Tian intervened was when he vanquished a snow wolf that had been wreaking havoc on campus, resulting in the tragic loss of dozens of students and faculty. This act solidified his prestige at Jiang University. No wonder, Su Fan mused. Nearly everyone he encountered from Jiang University spoke of him with reverence. This also explains why he frequently encountered individuals from Jiang University in Jiang City. They awakened their abilities early and in large numbers. While others were still struggling to survive amidst the cold and hunger, they had already begun to wield their powers, ensuring a greater survival rate among them. Su Fan couldn't help but smirk softly. Chen Xiaoqian must have also joined the extermination squad and received her supplies, thus eliminating the need to search for her. He withdrew his hand from Shi Qibing's grasp, simultaneously releasing him from his immobilization. What have you done? Shi Qibing felt a lingering discomfort in his mind, yet dared not express any anger. It's nothing, just checking if you have a cold, Su Fan replied with a smile, before turning towards the direction of the white wolf. Meanwhile, the young Lin had already made a hasty retreat, leaving Shi Qibing bewildered by the unfolding events and hastening to depart. Given his limited experience, he could hardly fathom the notion of soul-searching. If only I had a sword. Mu Xiaowan engaged in a tug-of-war with the white wolf, adeptly wielding her ice abilities to manipulate its movements. The scene before Brother Hua resembled a celestial being descending to earth, leaving him utterly astonished. Yet, he rose to use his extraordinary abilities to assist. She was truly mesmerizing. Brother Hua could only muster 3/10 of his focus to contend with the white wolf, as the remaining 7/10 were drawn away by Mu Xiaowan. With her exquisitely delicate figure, Mu Xiaowan embodied a harmonious blend of voluptuousness and slenderness. Dressed in black, she danced gracefully through the snowy expanse, akin to a dark sprite amid a sea of white. Brother Hua mused that love had previously manifested in hues of red and yellow, but today, it was black, the very color embodied by this enchanting girl. On the other side, Lin Dai and Yu Miao Miao had managed to suppress the white wolf through their combined efforts. The creature was grievously injured yet displayed remarkable tenacity. Yu Miao Miao's control over her spiritual energy had grown increasingly adept, rendering the white wolf nearly passive against Lin Dai's attacks. Lin Dai summoned forth over 20 butterflies, which enveloped the white wolf and detonated, reducing it to mere fragments, revealing the snow crystal within. Upon vanquishing the white wolf, the two did not pause. Mu Xiaowan, step aside, Lin Dai urged as she approached, sending forth a flurry of butterflies. Brother Hua's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? Another woman, even more beautiful than the dark sprite, had appeared. Surely, she was a goddess, rivaling the renowned Su Shuangyue. Following closely behind her was another woman of striking beauty, exuding an indescribable grace. Simply gazing upon them was a delight. In their synchronized assault, the last white wolf was swiftly dispatched. Brother Hua trotted over to Mu Xiaowan, bowing his head and declaring, I am indebted to you for your life-saving grace. Please allow me to follow at your side and serve you. Mu Xiaowan seemed oblivious, crouched down to examine the wolf's carcass, conjuring an ice blade with her powers in an attempt to extract the snow crystal within. Seeing that Mu Xiaowan had not acknowledged him, Brother Hua inched closer. I am an 8th level Earth abilities user, skilled in covering surfaces with rock to shield my allies and withstand attacks. I wish to join your ranks. Mu Xiaowan looked up. Me? I'm not certain. I can ask my master, but it's unlikely. Master? Brother Hua was momentarily bewildered. Who was this formidable individual? Distantly, a girl's sobs could be heard, as she leaned over a dismembered corpse, seemingly trying to piece something back together. It appeared to be her boyfriend, Lin Dai remarked to Yu Miao Miao. Alas, Yu Miao Miao's gaze shifted, reflecting the harsh realities of the apocalypse. Some fled in fear, while others sacrificed for love. Indeed, a male voice resonated nearby, followed by applause. Yu Miao Miao turned slightly to see a man clad in an exquisite coat, sheltered beneath an umbrella held by a servant, preventing snow from touching his head. Accompanied by 2 others in matching uniforms, the distinguished man halted before them, his gaze sharp as an eagle. I have always been willing to sacrifice for love. Have I not? Finally, I have found you, Lin Dai.